watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Esta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
From the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe, you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should have been traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तुअर चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just ring? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the. Put your back down on
It's another brand new day here at the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. My name is Tayrawr, and with me is none other than Zahk. You know what, Zahk? Finally, we're together again, but this time on the panel.
Yeah, you know, funnily enough, guys, I met Eliza. It was right in Bangkok. I didn't even know she was gonna be there. She's in the crowd, and she's like, Zahk! And I'm like, oh, okay. Nice to see you. And yeah, it's nice to see you again, you know, on a cast after being in for Eliza. And with Banger Day coming for you folks, we're gonna be starting off with that upper bracket. Then we want to not one, but two games to decide who are going to be the grand finalists for tomorrow, and I am so excited for this stage.
It's going to be an action-packed day, that's for sure. We have 3 sets of matches for today. The third one is to be announced basically as we wait on the results of the upcoming first 2 sets of matches and series as well here in Game Changers. And obviously, it's a lot of teams that went through so much already. We've been broadcasting for how many days as well, and if it's your first day here, it's already 1 step and 1 day away from the grand finals here, Zahk. And so far, how's it looking at all the teams and all the matches recently for you?
It's been really because you were talking about the teams and the games, so there's been a little bit of a shake. A lot of the rosters from last year have disbanded or, you know, gone through. There's been a couple of moves through the qualifier as well, so it's been a Swiss as well as playoff stage to start with. That said, I think we do have a bit of a hierarchy in terms of the teams. Like, we have a pretty strong favorite. We got another couple of teams that are like hitting that is close to transcendent. Then you have the rest of them figuring out their way since it's their first tournament and stuff. So a lot that's been happening. I think today, talking about it before, we got that upper 2 undefeated teams, neither having gone down quite yet. Well, technically one of them did a stage to the other one, but aside from that, right, undefeated teams.
Yeah, it's the playoffs. It's a completely different feel as well coming into this tournament, right? And at the same time, we already said our goodbyes to some of the teams as well. Hibari tagged me on x.com or Twitter, basically saying she couldn't show us the They Not Like Us dance anymore, which makes me a little bit sad. But again, Hibari, you can still upload it and tag us, right? So
yes,
that's still a big possibility coming here. But nonetheless, I mentioned already beforehand that we've been through so much actually heading into the playoffs here and the last 2 days. But to bring us how everything formed and how everything happened, this is Victoria actually explaining us what's happening in this tournament. Victoria.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers 2025, where Southeast Asia and Oceania's best female teams compete to secure a spot in the Valorant Game Changers Pacific. This year, there will be 2 splits each for Southeast Asia and Oceania. Split 1 of Game Changers Southeast Asia will take place in March, followed by Split 2 in May. The top teams will face off in the playoffs in July. Game Changers Oceania will start off with Split 1 in March, followed by Split 2 and the playoffs in June. Let's explore this year's tournament format for Game Changers Southeast Asia. Split 1 begins with an open stage where teams will compete in a Swiss format with best of 3 matches. The top 8 teams from the open stage advance to Split 1 playoffs with a double elimination format. The finals will be played in a best of 5 series. The top 4 teams from Split 1 playoffs will then be seeded to the Split 2 group stages. Split 2 starts with another Swiss Open stage. The top 12 teams from the Split 2 Open will join the top 4 teams from Split 1 in the group stage. These 16 teams will be seeded into 4 groups of 4 teams and compete in a round-robin format. The top 2 teams of each group will advance to the playoffs. The playoffs will follow a double elimination format with a best of 5 finals. The top teams will qualify to the Game Changers Pacific 2025. Now, let's take a look at the tournament format for Game Changers Oceania. Each split will have an open stage with a Swiss format, where teams battle it out in a best of 3 format. The top 2 teams from each split will then proceed to playoffs. The playoffs will be played in a best of 3 double elimination format, while the finals will be played in a best of 5 series. Are you ready to represent Oceania at Game Changers Pacific 2025? Mark your calendars and ready your squads. The battle is about to begin, and we want to see you rise to the challenge. Join the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia and Oceania 2025 and make your mark in the competitive scene. For all the latest information and details, visit gamechangers.fsl.gg.
There you have it. We finally know how it all came about and how it went up to here, Zach. But we are looking at the roadmap here as well. As we all know, we are currently at split 1 here, and we have seen that there's going to be some splits coming up soon. But here on stage 1, of course, we witnessed the Swiss stage already. That happened already. And this is now the playoffs. But aside from that, Zach, I think the top 4 also comes to stage 2 automatically as well.
Yeah, like Vic was just saying, if you manage to qualify for top 4, which by the way, all the teams that are playing today, they have done so congratulations to them. They're going to be qualifying directly for that group stage. No need to go through opens or that Swiss. So being part of that top 16 directly can really be a little bit of a consolation for you, especially when you know that stage 2 playoffs will kind of decide whether or not you're going to have a chance to represent Pacific on that global championship stage. So a lot to work for here in terms of goals for these players.
Exactly, right? There's a lot to work on to, but not other than that. We're seeing a lot of teams come together already. You see majority of the players as well that are familiar with us, for example, to come back together in one team yet again. But throughout the days here, Zach, as well, that we've witnessed, we've watched, is there anything in particular that really sparked your interest or even like made you really remember every night before you head to sleep that this time Alyssa was able to clutch out this sheriff shots, for example?
I mean, I remember that particular clip. That was pretty wild.
No one
Just
can
4
forget
sheriff
it.
shots too. Yeah, I think it went on Twitter as well. So I remember seeing that again after watching it on screen. I was like, okay, fine. This is like the kind of Smurfs I get in my Valorant ranked games who just buy random guns and get a 4K every round and make me lose my elo. But yeah, that was the kind of vibe I seemed to get from Alyssa that particular round. But I think we've seen a couple of those rounds, Tayrawr, over the course of the last few days. I mean, even yesterday there was like a pretty wild kind of clutch coming through on a couple of maps, especially on Fracture. I feel like we have a lot more of these magic moments on Fracture whenever the map does get played, I feel.
Ready plays, and not other than that, lots of thrifties as well that we watched from the previous days. But speaking of previous days, let's actually take a look at the bracket and see how everyone is falling into place here as we look into the upper bracket where Falcons and Ascend are basically waiting already. And this is the first series that we have for today as well. And later on, Zach, we're also having PPQ and Mad Army fighting it off in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so for those who are just joining us today, the 4 to 8 seeds, we're starting directly in the lower bracket. So no second chances for these guys. Mad Army, they've managed to make their way through the lower bracket without losing a game yet. So a little bit of an undefeated streak. Sure, they did look a little bit iffy against Lilacs in that first map yesterday, but aside from that, they've been looking good. I think that for the opposite side, the PPQ, they started off in that upper bracket. It was a very close game against Ascente, and only that map 3 really, especially that second half, started kicking off. So I think this is a team that has a lot of potential, but all eyes on that upper bracket and Falcons versus Ascend. I think that's gonna. I'm excited to see Falcons play again. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. What we have here is definitely explosive matches, right? It's not just from Falcons, but we've seen it from the Thai teams, for example. And like we mentioned, the first match or the first set of series for today is gonna be Ascend versus Falcons. And then later on, we have Mad Army versus PPQ. And for the third match, of course, we're still waiting who's coming through the lower bracket and fighting it out or fight out for their lives right here on the stage. But that's the schedule for today. We have a lot of games actually for today, so grab some snacks, grab your your duo to watch over onto your Discords here on Twitch as well. Let us know how you feel about the matches, or even who or which teams are you supporting here at the Valorant Game Changers. But Zach, is there anything in particular that surprised you when it comes to the brackets though? Like, are there any teams that said goodbye already that you were thinking like, oh, I thought they would have come further, much further, you would say?
I think one of those teams that had a little bit of a, I don't know if I expected them to go forward, but one of the games I was excited to see was the one that happened day before between Full Sense and Mad Army. So a little bit of a history for those who are new to the SCA scene. Mad Army used to be under Full Sense about 2 years ago. I think that the current roster for Mad Army was basically the core that played under Full Sense, and I think that after coming second and third consistently, I think that the org just kind of decided to switch things around. So I think it might have been a little bit of a breath of fresh air for Mad Army to be able to, overcome that. But I think the biggest exciting moment or team for me this tournament has to be Falcons Tay, because I think aside from the obvious firepower angle, right, this is a team that has a blend of two different regions, two different synergies coming in, and you can really see that in their game style as well. Even in one of the interviews, I do think that Alexi was talking about how, they're tired of playing like the same taking duels, kind of fighting kind of thing that they've been doing for all these years. So they wanted to have a little bit more nuance to their gameplay, and I think that with Mad B's calling, it's definitely been a bit of an elevated team.
At some point, you have to hold the Filipinos and wait, relax, chill, right? That's how it is. And I think right now we could call this, we've been calling it a super team already at this point, right? So it's up to the challenge for some of the players, especially the Team Ascend that goes up against the Falcons today. We have Capricious, Japeeps, Con, Piety, and Grahams here for Ascend. And for Falcons, we have Alexi, Ineri, Mary, Camus, and Mad B. Now, everyone's actually pretty familiar for everyone who's watching already Game Changers here, right, Zahk?
100%. If you've been watching GC at any time in the last 4 years, you would have seen a lot of these teams. For the side of Ascend, this is a Filipino roster with a lot of really strong firepower, I would say. Grahams, for example, we've been talking about her for the last couple of days, how she debuted like 2 years ago and now is one of the best duelists in the scene. Con and Patty, of course, some of the best support players. Shapeeps, OG Silva. Honestly, Eliza, you'll know better than me about a lot of these players.
Right? We've seen Capricious for a lot of times already. Try or get those thrifty rounds, not even that, even the clutch moments coming in from these players as well. And for the side of Falcons, what I'm curious about to see here as well is how everything fits in and how everything just meshes together in the game itself. But we have our head-to-head here, some Sheriff Masters here on the table as well. Camus, we all know Camus already. At some point in the Game Changer scene here, Zahk, I would have to say that we've always been looking at, of course, the hard duelist roles, right? Like we have Alexi, we have Ineri, but you have players like the controllers that literally controls the game, and I think Capricious and Camus does the same and does both of it really, really well as well. And they have a lot of clutch moments, I have to say.
100%. I think Camus is just one of those players to start off with. If you're starting with Camus, she's just incredible in whatever position you put her in. I think she's one of the best, if not the best, support player that's really hanging around in APAC right now. And I think that she's been able to have a lot of impact in her games. Like, you expect Ineri or, Mary to be up there in terms of that MVP. But it's Camus who took it away in at least one of the games that they've played so far. So it's been pretty interesting. Capricious, on the other hand, is one of those players that's been going through the duelist to controller pipeline. So a little bit more of an adaptation coming in for her. But I was really impressed with her Omen, especially in that first series that we saw.
Yeah, that's true. Impressive indeed. And we do have some player to watch out for. And we should watch out for Con right here coming in from Ascend. You know how you have some superstar players already, and you have those supporting players that are very important for every match that we have, and even setting up the entirety of the map. And we do have Con right here, and we could already see like Tayrawr really fitting well in the meta right now, and we've been seeing almost everyone use it at this point.
Yeah, I think what really separates the good teams from the great teams is how they're able to adapt to Tayrawr, whether it's figuring out how to run it themselves or being able to counter strat it. I think that we saw both of those on a wider scale at Masters Bangkok. I think that teams that were able to optimize the Tayrawr and their composition were the ones who actually made it to Bangkok. But of course, the one who actually won it was the one who figured out how to play against them. And it seems the answer to that is double duelist. So at least according to T1. So I hope that we do get to see some double duelist action action, if nothing else here. But I think we're likely to see more traditional comps. What do you think, Tayrawr?
I do think so. It's already a trend here in Game Changers, right? They like sticking to their composition. They like sticking to what they have and what they're comfortable with. But maybe one person wouldn't, and that's Neri right now that has been using the Vice as well. But I have to say, when it comes to Neri and the Vice, it feels like you're still looking at the Sentinel Duelist kind of scenario.
Yeah, even the one time we saw Neri play this agent, I think it was on Lotus, and she was consistently pushing out on C, like being able to, use that flash to create that initial pressure, take up that space, and I think Neri's control of one particular lane of the map is kind of what makes it easy for Falcons to consistently keep that map control and make the kind of plays that leave their opponents quaking in their boots, right? There's just so much that these players have to offer, whether it's firepower, whether it is being able to put together some strats, because you not only do have one IGL in the form of Madvi, you've also got that additional IGL. Alexi said she likes to step up, occasionally mid-rounding and stuff. So a lot for this team to play for. And I mean, the difference between these two teams, if you think about it, is basically, you got the super team that was put together, two of the best teams in not just SCA but also in EMEA coming together for a collaboration. And then on the other hand, you've got Sisu, the ex-Sisu roster, who almost made it to Pacific. They were always so close to catapult themselves to a level further, and they've been working really hard. So I hope that this is the year that this roster can actually manage to get things to click together. And I think that it's nice that they've actually managed to get a support of an org as well. To shout out to Ascend for being able to ensure that we have more than one functional org in the SCA scene.
Yeah, exactly, Zach. And I also want to say that I am excited for the map veto, the map rotations later on. Like you mentioned it already, the last time we've seen Falcons in Lotus, basically, that heavy control, it's very important, especially towards a Rubble, C Mount, for example. And the thing is here, when it comes to Ascend as well, they have players that already has so much experience when it comes to Game Changers as well. You mentioned it yourself, they've had multiple times where it's just an almost, as we call it. But that gives them an idea already in how these players play, right? They sit down on their desk and assume and basically think, we know what we are expecting today. It's gonna be some heavy firepower coming in from Falcons, and I think that would help a lot. What do you think?
I mean, you can expect it all you like. The question is, how are you going to be able to stop it? And that's kind of what worries me here, because I think so far, looking at the scores for the Swiss stage, as well as the games that we've had so far in the playoffs, I think that it's been a pretty easy run, I would say, for Falcons. They haven't even dropped a map yet, let alone a series. So it's going to be a very uphill challenge. Like, I'm going to be realistic here. As much as I love and I think that the SN players, maybe heading into this rematch, because I think they did face them in the Swiss stage, they might have a couple of tricks up their sleeve, a couple of reads here. I think a good strategy could also be to try and lean into maps that you are confident in, whether or not your opponents are. So I know I was going through the Ascend records, and they've got a pretty good win rate on Bind as well as Pearl. I think in fact Pearl is probably their most played map, so if they can kind of lean into the maps where they have a pretty strong win rate, they've been able to take down other teams with a very dominant scoreline, that confidence boost might be what they need to kind of get a little bit of a buff in the series.
Yeah, it's the confidence that counts here. I mean, we've seen multiple teams go up against the Falcons and even some of the players before, that fear just makes you get stuck in one place at one time, and you just couldn't perform anymore at that point, right? But this is finally the map veto. And you mentioned Pearl, we're seeing Pearl. We have Fracture as well. And for the final map, it's gonna be Lotus.
Yeah, so pretty much favorite maps, I would say, for Falcon. I think Falcons, they have a pretty deep map pool as well compared to, I would say, most of their teams here. But Ascend, we were talking about this possibility, and I think that Pearl is probably Ascend's strongest map. They were able to beat Mad Army 13-5 in that Switch stage. They also defeated two other teams who aren't in the playoffs, but they have a perfect win record so far this year on this particular map. So I think that it is probably the best map they could have picked. I mean, Falcons also does have a 100% win rate on this map, but at least you're leading into one of your stronger maps here. So Ascend, I think that the win condition here for the series, if Ascend want to try and steal away the slot from the favorites here, it's gonna have to be them taking Pearl first. It's very, very important for them to win this map one, because we saw how strong Falcons are on Fracture.
They are, and I think at this point, Falcons already broke VLR for us, you know, like, do we even look at the stats right now? But I think for this series as well, who knows? It might be a surprise for us, right? Who knows? But when it comes to surprises, do you have any surprise predictions here, or are we assuming the same already, Zach?
I'm pretty sure we're assuming the same thing. Like, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I love the Ascend roster. I've been seeing we've been seeing a lot of these players pop off for a while, but when there's a super team, you just gotta sometimes lock in the super team for a bet. And I think that, especially with Falcons moving regions, this might be SEA's best chance at getting that GCC trophy. I know I'm thinking way ahead. That's like in October or something, and it's only like March right now. But I think this team has the power to take it all the way. That said, though, I think the biggest problem that a couple of these players have struggled with is that mental. In the past, like not as a team, but playing, you know, on that higher level, on that higher stage, and especially when you're coming together as a team, there's always that honeymoon period before like the problems start creeping in. So I'm just hoping that they can maintain the same level of consistency that they've been showing for this particular tournament throughout the rest of the year.
It's gonna be a tall order, that's for sure, especially for the side of Ascend here. But hey, again, the panel is here to be proven wrong, right, when it comes to these types of predictions. And none other than that, of course, for Ascend, having that first map, we talked about it, it's Pearl. I feel like it's very important for them to take this map number 1 if they really want to make it to 2-1 or 2-0 even, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think that map number 1, Pearl, Ascend's best shot at being able to derail the Falcons train that has been just chugging through at full speed so far throughout this tournament. I think that when it comes to Asian comp as well, I kind of do like what Ascend runs. It's a little bit wacky, but they run the double duelist. Personally, I am always a fan of the double duelist comp whenever a team does run it. So I'm hoping that we'll continue to get to see that. They like to run the Jet and the Phoenix, so having that Phoenix Orb farmed up could be pretty huge. But on the other side, you've got a little bit more of a meta composition. You've got the Yoru coming in. We've seen a lot of teams really lock into the Yoru at Bangkok, and I feel like Yoru is the perfect counter to all of that pesky utility that's just like floating around. Somebody's throwing some missiles at you, just TP out of there. Easy.
Ooh, easy, right? As we call it, as we say it here on the panel. That's why we're not in the game, Zach. But speaking of the game itself, we do have the Asian compositions already. So let's actually see if what we have here. Ooh, yeah, we are seeing a Yoru in the hands of Mary here. It's a double ini for the side of Falcon, and a Vice in the hands of Ineri. Camus sticking to the Astra.
Yeah, Camus, always trustworthy, steady on the smokes. Mad V, of course, we talked about that IGL to Tejo pipeline as well. John Cutie did it. Mad V might do it better. We're going to be seeing if Falcons can push through an action that both teams, you know, sticking to the team composition that they've been familiar with last 2 games. No, you know, crazy variations kind of coming up. It is just going to be the meta comp. And I mean, with Falcons starting off on defense, we saw how oppressive that Vice could be from Ineri in that previous series that Falcons played. So I'm excited to see if that's going to continue to be the case. But in terms of utility, at least, I think Falcons, they have a lot of post plans available.
They do have a lot of post plans, and I do want to touch on that as well, that it's going to be a lot of those post plan fights, retake scenario fights as well. But who am I to say, right? Sometimes Alexi just decides to run and mow down the entire site, you know? Like, it's who will pop off? That's the question, right? Who can pop off for today's matches that we have right here? Any guesses, actually, Zach, if you would have like one player, even on Ascend or the side of Falcon Vega here?
Can I pick one for each team? Or
yeah, why not?
Okay, I'm gonna say Mary goes crazy in this one because I think that Ineri, Camille, and Alexi already kind of went crazy in the previous one. So I'm gonna go ahead and give Mary a buff here. And for the opposite side, I don't know. I feel like Japeeps is gonna be the one to kind of pop off today, just for map number 1. I have that feeling, you know, because
the gut feeling.
It's been a while since I've seen a Japeeps pop off, like you know, from the OG Japeeps days.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see who will pop off for this first match as we toss it to our casters waiting on the desk here. Realize and Coldan, how's it going?
It's going very great. Thank you for Aliza and as well as Zach. Thank you for the very, very nice opening right there. We're going to have a very huge match coming in right in front of our very eyes. Falcons Vega coming up against Ascend. Ascend, of course, the underdogs, and Falcons Vega, the team to beat. With me, Realize, and my GOAT right in front of me, Coldan.
You keep glazing me, you realize. But yeah, you two are very honored to be on the caster's desk again. And yeah, this is an incredible matchup. I mean, they had their first encounter in the group stage, in the Swiss stage, but now it's where the pressure matters, right? This is your shot in the grand finals. This is where, you know, you can pull out all your stops. You get that spot in the grand finals. You can chill, you know, you don't have to worry about the games later on today. So very exciting matchup. Falcons as that team, that super team that the desk had mentioned and set up. This team is just set to just destroy the entire region and really make it all the way to champions later in the year. But of course, on the other side, right, it's Ascend, the only team to actually take maps away in Pacific last year from the Zipto squad. So can they do it again here where the pressure is the highest?
Yeah, yesterday was a 2-1 bout that they were playing against Team PPQ, but of course today will be a different story because Falcons, by the way that they were able to advance into the next proceedings of the upper brackets, it was almost seamless. It feels like they were able to you know, beat to a pulp the players of Lilacs in that Lotus showdown. So of course this will more likely not be any different, but we know how you know, how relentless Ascend can be. Like you said, they're the ones who are able to take a map off of that Shipto score. But again, Coldan, we have to take note, now they have Mad V, now they have Mary. These are the two, you know, star-studded game changer players that are now going to, you know, just strike in unison alongside Camille, Henry, and Alexi.
Yeah, and well, Pearl is the map choice of Ascend. It weren't successful earlier on the first encounter, but this time now it's a chance to strike back first. Pressure down towards mid, and this is an acceleration up towards the B side, trigger up the wall. And there's no one actually within the side, but that wall is just gonna buy them just enough time for the rotations. All of the Falcon members scampering over towards this B side, but still Ascend, they're not too worried about this. They've got a minute still on the clock, and they can explore the rest of the map.
Yeah, just taking it slow approach. And for Falcons, it's also all about information. They have the Tayrawr Vice combo. This is what you would call the meta combo right now, mostly in Pearl as well. So if you have the Yoru, you can always play aggressively, put your TPs, your gate crashes to just advance and find ways. For now, Mary will play passively and will advance towards the A side. It's only Camille, brick wall in the back of the site. They plant like Camille shadows herself behind that smoke, and Camille will swing out at the right time. But Japips and Con hand in hand getting their kills.
30 seconds
Each
left.
one is now up to a 2v2 situation. Spike yet to be planted as Piety just presents herself from gallery, rather from art, and with the 2 sheriff skill. Ascend secure their pistol round against Falcons Vega, no less.
Oh, lovely round coming in from Ascend. I loved how they toyed around with the map, right? Usually in pistol rounds, sometimes it can get very chaotic, but this time around they test the B side and then they executing towards a great hold here down towards the pit. Shot down a couple of players, but yeah, it's all Piety here in the 1 versus 2. Her teammate wasn't part of the equation. That doesn't even matter. With that sheriff in hand, she will pick up the last 2 kills and put that first on the board.
Yeah, very, very important round to keep things going, to let Ascend even further. But it's still only that 1-0 in the pistol round. Henry just caged in that area, can't go anywhere else. And Piety will just operate as that lurker, as that flanker. And look at Ascend, they're not committing. 1 kill and that's it. They take off their foot from the gas and they break the momentum to not rush in. And Falcons, they are baited into a full rotate on towards the B side. If Ascend does commit towards the A side, this could be a huge jackpot for them. But for now, they're still overthinking. And Falcons as well, they're lacking information, Coldan, because they only have the Tayrawr and the Fade as well. As for now, they can't really use the recons or the oppressive utilities as Ascend will try to enter the A side.
Yeah, you've got a lot of information. You see the Fade just creeping up all the way from B long. Gonna go for the long around the world flank. The rest of the team though coming in from a defender spawn position. Spike will get planted. They have a lot of room to play around with for Ascend, and well, it's just Nico on, right? Just a couple of classics. Anything more, a kill perhaps would be great. Oh, Alexi's gonna get spotted out on her flank as well, so Yeah, all the positions now marked for. They've got such deep control down towards Art as well. Post-plant utilities got the star on the spike. Jumping around, a capricious, easy shot to Kabiyu. Looking for one more. Mary and Mandy both gotta pick up a kill each. Alexi now putting a bit of pressure, but not gonna be enough. Oh, but a classic for Mandy. Still gonna find a little bit of success, so even though the round doesn't go their way, they pick up 3 kills in the round, which is, to be honest, a pretty sizable amount of kills. Breaks the economy a little bit, but still second round on the board for a set.
Hi. That is actually what you would call a round 1, but it feels like it's a loss for Ascend, right? All their guns, their arsenals just snatched off of their hands. They had to lose like, what, 2 or 3 members in that exchange. With Madvi and Mary just able to nail the kills left and right. Madvi with the classic even. So that is indeed going to be a problem for Team Ascend. As for now, the UI is back, so it's easy to track the ultimate count. And look at that, Ascend! They have to settle with minimalistic weapons. Only the Sheriffs and 2 of the weapons round. And they know they have the Tejo in their hands, and this Tejo curtails you to play aggressively forward, to look for information, and they do just that. Towards AP can't still advance even further. Look at that wallbang from Mary. This player is just so good with the Outlaw. Again, the touted duelist for G2. Still scanning and scouting for kills. It is only Coyote walking up close, and Mary will just execute her easily. Energy as well follows up in the fray. 2 quick kills for Falcons to start the round.
Only one of the rifle. She has ultimate as well, but when Neri's gonna mark her position, I'm not sure if she's aware that Con is so up close and personal. It might be a big pain point later on, and here it is, the flash into the fight. First one's found easy. Low HP, gonna pop the ultimate. Help her teammate get access to the side, but it's Mary here on 1 HP. Nice shot to be found. But still, round to be won. 3 versus 3. Con spots out a couple of players, backs off to a safer angle. There's a little bit of the healing as well, but still Con's the only one with the rifle. Con on the reload. Oh, horrible sequence of events. Japitz is there for the trade frag, but still 2 versus 2. Outlaw from the back of the side. Gonna go for the long round plan, going up towards heaven as well. Capricious, what are you cooking? From the back lines. Gravity Well will deter them off of the spike defuse. The timing is all that matters. Shot onto Mad B, but a hit shot is better from the return. And Falcons, they brave that attempt from the flank. They get that first on the board.
Oh, Ascend. They made Falcons sweat for that retake. They made Falcons go head over heels. And unluckily for them, it isn't a victory for that round, but at least they were able to break apart Falcons. And at least, as well, inflict damage towards their economy and their guns. Take a look at how sharp Ascend is. And Japitz, this player just goes unnoticed because she's this player who's much more of a supportive role, a captain for the team, the IGL. But on her day, man, the shots just hit. And it is really, really good coming in from Japitz. Ascend, though, they know that Falcons want to play aggressively and win that first lane, so they just hold off their ground and play a bit back passively. The smoke looks to be very suspicious, and they will try to prowler this one out, scout it out with the drone, and the flash is good. Look at that wallbang, but Mad V stands tall! Triple kill! And this is her domain! Ascend has to back off as Falcons, they hold the A main area thanks to Mad V, who is going absolutely mad.
It's a perfect back and forth attempt from Mary and Mad V. The 2 M's on the squad, the 2 players from the EMEA region, and they just absolutely decimate that push down towards A main. Mad V, so sure on her aim, does not even flinch, even though her teammate goes down early on. Full kill found. Pips and Piety now in an awkward situation. The wall
enemy remaining.
and position noted. Alexi will not miss those kinds of shots. It's just left the IGL. Let's see what she can do here in a 1 versus 4. Spike in her
30
hands,
seconds
but
left.
no access towards the sights whatsoever.
Yeah, Mad V is reaping what she saw. And Japitz now, it's just her in this world of hurt. Lonely, looking for teammates, but all her teammates are buried down in the ground. And with time dwindling by the second,
10
I don't
seconds
think
left.
she has a chance to even plant the spike. She's chancing it though,
Nice,
and she
nice.
does
My
get
ult
the
is ready.
spike plant because enemy is down. And this is her just calling in, luring in Falcons
are you?
to go and play for the retake to Pips though.
Marked one.
Still very much doable, even if it's going to be difficult. A kill towards Matt V would start it off very, very good. But Matt V again, the fruits of her labor, finally feeling so sweet and Ascend back again with
Push the
losing
button.
it another
Save the
round.
day.
Falcons tie up the scoreline 2-2. And Falcons slowly but surely they creep back to the game.
I mean, that round was just all that V. Just so sure on her aim. It's crazy to see. Let's take a look at the replay here. Mary goes down without a single kill. Navi just stands her ground, assisted a little bit by the Astra utility. Yeah, trust in the teammates, trust in her own crosshair. And a nice shot as well to anticipate the push right at the very end. So 2-2 makes the economy a little bit dangerous for Ascend. They're gonna be bottoming out on all their cash. It's half armors on multiple players. It's our last attempt here. If they lose this, well, they're gonna be down on an eco. They've got two great ultimates to use. Got the Nightfall as well as the Cosmic Divide.
Bring them down.
Again, mid-focus attempt here. Howler just to detect them. Ooh. What's this? The Armageddon on the other side of the map. Graham's gotten close but gets eliminated. Communal! That's a goal! Quad kill spray down! Just like that, they take turns to find quad kills. Instantly vaporizes Ascend.
It's the supports that are able to take the limelight for them. The spotlight all shining, shimmering for them. It was Matt V previously, and now it is going to be Camille. Look at that spray down, so sweet. And Falcons again just stopping all the momentum given by Ascend. This is going to be very hard for them. As now Falcons, so take a look at the ultimate count. They have the Dimensional Drift, as well as that Cosmic Divide. But again, Mad V, or rather Mary, just play aggressively with the Outlaw yet again. Rinse and repeat, and Piety has to face her demise. As now Ascend lose their pillar in terms of information, because it was always Piety looking to advance on the lurks, on the roams, the backline. As now Ascend, they want to fast forward and push towards Art. Have control of lane, and it's going to be a try push coming in from A main, and Art as well. Camille has to hold the backside all alone in this world of hurt. And now the Dimensional Drift popped by Mary, looking to cancel all the plans and the efforts of Ascend. Camille again stands tall. Enemy backs her up right on cue as Ascend again lose their attempts at the site, but at least they have the spike planet.
Oh man, Camille yet again. It's not a quad kill, but her staying alive for so long in towards the pit, finds a double kill, allows one of the teammates to just flood back into the side. It's a flawless one after that first pick. This is the only kill that, you know, Ascend managed to get here. The Yoru is running around the side, getting all the information that you would want. And oh, timeout now being called. I can only assume it's from Ascend's side because it's 4 rounds unanswered for Falcons. And, you know, after losing the first 2, they're right on track yet again, on fire instantly, bringing the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and this timeout will, of course, be very much needed for Ascend, because they were able to get 2 marvelous rounds from Falcons in that opening, you know, in the opening minutes. But Falcons, you know what can happen when they have the momentum in their hands, in the very palm. And I think for Ascend, right, their passive play so far, and maybe in some cases playing aggressively when they know they are short of weapons, it has really benefited Falcons, because all Falcons wants to do with this composition is to just push up front, right? You have the Tayrawr, so oppressive, and again, like I said, it really inclines you to play aggressive and not just passively holding to the side. And even if you want to anchor the side, you're going to leave at least one player to do that job. It has been Camille and Mary for both B and A sides, and this Yoru is going to be very tricky to play against, because you have the gate crash to just skip and I think bypass all the information that Ascend really needs to dig out. And I think for Falcons, this composition is just working in their favor very well.
Yeah, you got the double duelists of Grahams and Khan. They both need to team up and find themselves an opening page, because so far they've been shut down at the gate. Instant trigger of the wall. I love that mini objective that they have, right? To kick off a lot of these rounds. expend the Sentinel utilities. On the Falcon side, we know how strong a Neri can be. Just on the aim herself, so whittling down the utility. Again, the Prowler down towards Art to gain control. No one's there. For the time being, Matt now, yet again, in this position, spotted out a bunch of players. Gunfires are found. Nightfall invested to push them further back. I think only tags one of the players though, so still not a confirmation of where the commitment's coming from.
And again, two-pronged attack. Maywayne and also Link. Alexi just backing herself on towards that wall. And they are basically stuck in Link. Look at the amount of utilities that they have to just push back Ascend. And Falcons. Again, Camille with the opening pick. Time and time again. As Capitious is gone. And now the question is, how do they want to enter the site exactly? Because they don't have the smokes to do just that. They're going to rely on brute force. And the Nightfall, Camille swings for another kill, but too eager from her side as Khan is able to just decapitate her. Mad V with the salvos will pop that and will try to just dissuade the plant. Ascend running down the clock. Whereas Falcons just trying to stop them from planning. Mary gets the kill towards Khan. Grahams just shifting left and right. Head on a swivel. Japips with the very important kill. 2v2. Henry and Mad V holding hands with this retake. Japip stands in their way, but it's just now down to one and no more as Piety gets deleted by Henry. Falcons with yet another good retake.
Team Ace.
Piety, I thought that she was good for at least one. It was around the world play. The flank coming in pretty swift, but yeah, unfortunately in that 2 versus 2, your Pips goes down pretty early on and Piety unable to convert on that first kill. It looked a little bit promising after that access towards the site, but yeah, this kill from Camus just made the execute so much more difficult. Forced to expend the Nightfall there and made it into such a cool situation, but still, yeah, the gunfire slightly off. That will cost them dearly. 5 rounds now in a row for Falcons, but at least they've got the guns into this one for Ascend. So run it back. The knives as well. Oh, but they're going aggressive. Man, B taking fights down mid together with Camus as well, but shut down at the bit for now.
I got
Fitz and Grahams both finding crucial frags to shut down the kind of aggression that you were mentioning, realize.
Yeah.
And now, reconsiderations of where the commitment's gonna be. They give up mid, and Neri now forced to watch 2 angles because the teammates have fallen, B as well as mid. The wall for the time being will give her a little bit of assurance, but not for long. It seems like they are trained towards this B side. It's only just a Neri here. How does she navigate this one?
Yeah, she knows what she's capable of doing. 2 Razor Vines to just stop the push. And it's Henry with an operator, so this is going to be a very hard task, but at least Mary is now here to back her up with the flash to stop the aggressiveness, and Mary will just reposition herself. Henry still overthinking of a possible pincers movement coming in from the double doors, and Ascend sit cozily on towards the backside. This site is able to be subjugated fully by them, and Graham's playing so far away on towards the pillar, shoots the clone, pops it up, and here comes the Steel Garden. The primary weapons jammed, and Piety still able to snatch 1 kill from her back pocket. Henry with the shorty gets it from long range, and here comes Graham's flying in. Welcome! It is Graham's speaking as the captain. Welcome to Graham's airline. And Falcons, they lose their wings.
Oh man, lovely round coming in from Ascend right there. They stuffed the aggression on Falcons, double kill found in towards that mid position, and then, you know, they just call a little bit of a pause. They don't commit off the back of that. If they went forward, right, they might have walked into the op line of Neri, but thankfully so, right? They leave mid as a big question mark, and Neri was forced to watch that angle. Wall came up. Cosmic Divide there, access towards the site. Couple ultimates used, but still they have that lockdown on Piety if they choose here. The money still good standing for Falcons. Access here towards B-Long. Early control given over for Ascend. Again, this does not necessarily mean a commit, but it's 4 people here and the lockdown now invested. Here just a full-on execute.
Yeah. Lockdown as well, right? Going to hook up perfectly. Henry might be able to snatch a kill here, but no! She's detained! And she's gone to the afterlife. Graham's bouncing the backside. This is already there. A landmark is Mary. Not smoked off. Might make a play with the flash. She swings on the back of the timing. A good headshot, but Con is there. Mary with the Hail Mary play, and Matthew joins up in the nick of time. Con still holding her ground. Swinging left and right. Mary with the triple kill. Till Kingdom Come, she's able to save Falcons. And now it's just up to Grams with a full-on rotation, maybe. Just trying to switch her avenue back to A site.
It's a full-on run. You gotta just knife out and run for this one. 20 seconds left. Ooh, she's gotta get her running boots on. It's gotta be close, I think. It's... I don't know. Realize, does she have time? 13 seconds left. 10.
I think she does.
I think she's gonna make it just in the nick of time. And the full squad of Falcons, I say full squad, there's just 2 players left all the way on the other side of the map. They're gonna make a very, very long rotate over, and that allows Grahams to find an opportunity to isolate a 1v1, play a little bit aggressive. And on the side of Falcons, they have no idea where Graham's gotten off to. Could be Art, could be Main.
Oh no.
It could be Pit as well. It's good is the protocol for Graham's. Spots out the flash, but doesn't see anyone. No one's actually committing off of that flash. It's just false information that Mary's trying to put in the heads of Graham's, but she has dissected it. Spike planted for her position as well. 1 versus 2. They're suspecting it's gonna be a main plant over Graham's.
My God.
A turn. Isolates the first, beautifully done, peeks for the second, but not baited off the spike, but still Grahams goes in for the second peek. Triple kill found from the duelist to sneak away yet another round for us. And
Grahams, that is preposterous. What a clutch. The full cross-map rotation with almost a sliver of time to work with. She's able to get the spike planted down and isolate the duels into 2 separate 1v1s. She might have whiffed the last bullets, but at least she was able to get the job done. This was a good hold from Kondo in this. It was kind of shaky at the end, but still, Grahams, the savior of Ascend. And now Falcons back to square one. They have to settle with minimalistic weapons. Their lead capsized by Ascend. And Con, again, as a Phoenix, you're gonna work towards that ultimate, that orb, because how cheap and how safe it is to retrieve that orb in that A main area. And Ascend, this might be their momentum to swing and turn the tides around. Meanwhile, they are still examining the possibilities of maybe an A hit. But no, they will pull back.
They're going to go back the alt orb, right? They got the alt orb in A on the Phoenix. Now they're gonna go all the way back towards B long, get that alt orb for Con, and they could use that for an execute.
Yeah, that's true. Because the
Okay,
nature of the cheapness of that ult, but no, they don't take it, and they're gonna hit B side. Coldan.
Well, I mean, whatever way it works, it's gonna get you access here. Con and Grahams yet again, the dastardly duo, the duelists of the squad opening up, but Alexi gonna keep Con a little bit humble, capricious. Finds a great corner to hide around. Matt D gets blindsided by that, but Alexi, second kill now found. This is just a low buy, ladies and gentlemen. Shouldn't be finding any success here. Locked out of the side as well, both coming from the same direction. Alexi testing fake, could use that for the assistance as well, but not a lot of utility to back them into this round.
One enemy remaining.
Get them out of the spot. It's gonna be difficult, and Capricious gonna just absolutely destroy Kabiyu coming in this one position. The gun on the ground, but yeah, Graham's gonna mark it like a hawk. And the Falcons, well, the score is evened up 5-5. I think this is arguably the closest series we've seen so far for the Falcon squad. So insane work coming in from Ascend. 3 rounds off the back of that.
Yeah, a few days ago they were just, playing a very comfortable game, right? With little to no retaliation, and they were able to get a lot of rounds in their pocket. But Ascend is just making it look competitive, and I expected it to be this competitive, but not as this competitive. I mean, Ascend just going blow for blow against Falcons Vega. They will have to work hard for the rounds they want to get. Again, Ascend, they have to run it back now. The RIB for Con.
Joke's over.
Pop the ult and come in. The perfect operator shot from Mary. The Nightfall will tag her in the backside, and she will be locked in place. Before that, though, she will get taken down. Or rather, Grahams get taken down by that Razor Vine. The drone spots Piety just lurking in the shadows, and a dimensional drift being popped by Mary to gather information, to look for even insights of where the Ascent players might be. And now Ascent, they set their sights to just pull back and retreat for now. Maybe they collect their powers. Piety caught lacking, and Mad V able to take down the Lurker. It's making things easier for Falcons.
Ooh, but they're reading it wrong. They got that pick, but at the same time, Ascend have found an empty A side. The Prowler, just to feign a little bit of noise towards that B side, it draws all the attention from the Falcons squad.
30
B
seconds
side,
left.
contact play up, they get access to it. Camille's aware that that could be a possibility, so just playing it safe. But now as the time ticks down, 20 seconds left, the spike will go down, and that is the call for the rotations for the Falcon squad. A self-flash of God, that is an unfortunate situation. Your Pips trying to pick up the pieces where a teammate has left off, spots out one more, counterpart of Alexi. But still, a lot of work to be done. Man deficit. Someone has to come out clutch. Is it Capricious? Is it your Pips? Or will Falcons just dominate this retake? They clear out all these close corners. Smoke onto the spike as well. Capricious is one star to work around with. Gravity well invested. Your Pips under pressure. Mary with the off shot found. Off the spike though, but Camille swings out wide. Falcons continue on that streak. They don't allow Ascent to find a lead here. They get themselves up to 6 first.
Oof. My oh my, Falcons.
Last round
Deny
before the
Ascend
switch.
of that privilege of getting half of what's needed to win the map. But so far, Ascend though looking to make it very competitive. I mean, again, that was very, very close for them to winning that round as well. But Falcons deny that. Let's take a look at the kill board. Mad V with 12, Camille with 11. Again, like I said, Coldan, it's the supports day today. It has been the supports really stepping up huge. And so far, not to discredit any of the Falcons player, they have been playing wonderfully as well. But Grayam's again flying high. Oh my god! A decimation towards Mary. Again, Graham's airline just getting en route towards B site. Backside control, but Camille spots an opening, a crevice to work with, but Piety is able to trade one back, 4v3, nailing the kill. The Nightfall popped, and now the players of Ascend, they scamper around the site. Enery able to trade one back towards Grahams. It's a 3v3 situation now as Falcons. They force Ascend to pack their bags, but look at Capricious, so deep. And she's just gonna stick out like a sore thumb, and Falcons have to sense this. They have to take down this flank because this is getting so vexatious for them, and Enery spots it out. It's a 2v3 situation now. Ascend, they lose that member, they lose Capricious, but they get the site. How will this pan out, Coldan?
Spike planted.
That was a chance for Capricious there, but Aneri was so aware of that possibility. Knowing that a wall was there, she still marks it. And again, it feels like deja vu, 2v3 on the A side. But Piety's the one to even up the scoreline. Even keel 2-2, so doable for Ascent to tie the half. An unthinkable prospect up to now. They've got a couple pieces of utility. The C still available on your Pips. The Prowler from Alexi to clear out these corners. Matt V and Alexi, the big brains of the squad to take down in this 2v2. Pressure spotted, seized, found. Matt V detected, but still the headshots perfectly placed. Piety so far from the exit. It's not even planted for her. Matt V's gotta stick it in her face. And she even gets the kill to boot. 7-5 Falcons lead the half. A close one, but still the advantage.
Oh, Ascend, it seems like the stars are aligning for them, but again, Falcons, they have something else to say. This kill from Graham, look at that. On top of that, Blade Storm just decimates Mary. And the flank being red, it was so crucially spotted by Enery. Because if Capricious was again just roaming around the link, it is going to be very hard for Falcons to work their way around that retake. But Ascend, at least 5 rounds, again, Falcons is actually going to be a very, very good start for them. Now they have to defend their ground. With this lineup, I mean, two duelists, you can always play aggressively, but in terms of delay, in terms of holding power, it's not going to be as oppressive as what Falcons does have with the Razor Vines, with the Salvos in the Tayrawr and the Vice. But hey, you have Capricious, right? With the Astra, with a lot of stars, a variation of what you can make. Maybe the Gravity Well, or rather the Nova Pulse with the concussive blows as well. So I think Ascend they still have that, variety in their repertoire to work with the delay power that they have. But Falcons, so now with the attack, with the Yoru as well, Ascend will be running around to look for information because of how elusive the Yoru could be.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, the other duelists in the server, Grahams and Con, taking the lead in their squad as well. 11-8. 11 kills, 8 deaths for Grahams, 10 kills, 10 deaths for Con. Both of them doing their due work, right? You can see them when they went for those executes. They're always back-to-back with each other. I'm curious to see if that kind of aggression can be replicated on this defensive side, though. They don't have as much information utility as, Realize mentioned earlier. So, you gotta put your bodies on the line.
Yeah.
Mid attempt here from Falcons. Either be taken out of the picture. The Prowler protection here, and now right down towards mid, dodges the flash. Kabiyu so privy to that. Calls for the assistance for their teammates as well to push them further back, deny them the access and the information they would want, and now they've got access in towards R and the A side. Beautiful sequence here, but Capricious has found herself a little corner to play around with. The retake now might be a little bit interesting. Around the corner, they don't check it. Capricious, easy for the first, finds even a second kill as well, thins out the numbers, and a round is on. Look at the rotations now, mid compromise. And Alexi's not even gonna plan on the A side, knowing that it's a hot zone now. Camus snuck in towards mid, in towards their spawn now. What is the call, Camus? So many options, but which is the right answer? Here's the rotations of them going back towards the B side, but now Art is compromised. This is the spike, ladies and gentlemen. Alexi's not gonna check her back. Yeah, Peeps is there.
Spike down
Takes
A.
her out, and now the spike drops down towards Art. One more into the other side, now down
30
towards mid, and
seconds left.
Neri's gonna be the one to pick up that frag here, and it's all down to Piety. What a sequence of events so far. Push and pull around the map, stringing them for a hell of a run. It's gonna be Piety. How does she navigate this 1v2 up against the veterans of SEA?
Yeah, Piety with the clutch, much akin to the previous round in the first half. Having to clutch this. She has been the lurk, the flank for the side of Ascend, but now she has to bail all them out
Placing alarm bot.
of this dire situation to keep things going, to keep things competitive. The tap of the spike forces them to swing out, double swings, isolation left and right, but Enery able to get her hands first on Piety, and Ascend,
Ability,
they lose their pistol round, and it means that it's going to be even harder for them to get back into the game as Falcons, they strike 8, and with the guns they are dealt with, of course it's going to be very easy, but there's a lot of chaotic things happening, right? Capricious not spotted out, Mary just jump peeking that,
Yeah.
but this was out of the blue because Japips was just
enemy remaining.
hugging that box, left unspotted. And now the question becomes, does Ascend re-aggress again? Or will they still stick with their passive routes, or passive routes, excuse me? I do believe they will play this one a bit more passively, as Con will just play a little bit smart behind the smoke. With a Sheriff in hand, not the best gun you can hope for, but we know what Ascend can do with the Sheriffs.
I realize it's a double push down B long. The Jet and
The wall,
kill
though.
drive both creeping all the way up. Yeah, the wall's gonna detect them, but at the very least, they can calm to the teammates. Hey guys, it's most probably gonna be an A finish. Be careful.
Yeah.
Wall got tripped. I don't think the wall was tripped. The Jet updraft here. Oh no, Grahams! Big miss there. No! Camille recovers that. How the hell has she pulled that off? And now the B side is free for the taking. She's gonna call the rest of Falcons back over towards B. And just like that, Ascend, all that information kinda, but the execution a little left to be desired. This round is all for Falcons.
Yeah, smokes coming in huge. As the salvos also will zone out the players of Ascend. Spike being planted. They have time and space to reposition themselves, to create formations, to play the post plan. Sanery catches Japips in the back. Thornton Needles and now Camille in the backside still holding with low HP. Capricious able to nail one with the classic towards Mad V. It's a 2v4 situation. It's very hard for them to deal with this. Con again picking up the kills. Consolation prizes to be won by Ascend. At least hurt their economy. At least just dwindle down, deteriorate their guns.
Player standing.
And Con might look for another one, but Enery is just too superior in terms of the weaponry. And Camille will try to run back with the smoke being popped as well to save herself. Camille escapes death narrowly with 20 HP, and Falcons 9-5. They take flight finally.
I mean, that was all Camille in that round, right? Triple kill for her. She only had a ghost to kick off the round, by the way.
Yeah.
It still eliminates that flank potential. I liked what Ascent tried to do. They updrafted the jet across, so Camille had no idea. And then, yeah, this kill here was essential from Heidi, but unable to get that. And then the round just entirely falls apart. Fadeaway shot at the very end as well. Camille topping the scoreboard, 16-7 as the actual squad. In my opinion, one of the most underrated players on Zipto/Falcons, and well, time and time again, she's proving why she is that force to be reckoned with. Bonus round for Falcons now, execute towards the B side. Nobody within it, just Piety up and has.
Yeah, and now Piety has to lead this defense. Falcons, though, they have their sights on the site, planting the spike very, very soon. Capricious in front of Alexi, stares death into her own very eyes. Jabips with the 2 kills. Jabips has to look left and right. It's so hard for her to refocus and reposition. Alexi just couldn't stay alive for the moment, but she gets gunned down by Con. Enemy next to the chopping block, and she dies and falls down, hits the floor as Ascend finally break their deadlock. 6-9. Falcons on the back of that bonus round does get 3 players, and again, it looks to hurt very, very much dearly for Ascend. They lose 3 players, and now with Con and Graham's only able to save the Vandal and the Phantom, but hey, Coldan, they might be able to repurchase and rebuy their guns.
Yeah, but they gotta be bottoming out, right? It's all just light armor. I would have loved it if Falcons, at least one of them bought an Outlaw. I think that would be beautiful for this round, because they knew that they did so much damage in the previous, but still, I mean, who am I to say what Falcons should do? They are on an absolute tear, at least, you know, in this year.
Need that back.
Looking real good so far. Ascend now, see what they have in store. We've got to run it back on Con, and retake setup might be possible. The other side of things, they've got the Nightfall as well as Steel Garden, 2 fantastic ultimates. One execute or even for the post-plant delay. The position here is the call. Karen, flash into the face of Mary, but she's still gonna go ahead of things. Dodges the stun, and now she's gonna accelerate back in. They spot out where Con is, but can't do much. Yes, Razorvine's gonna keep her honest. The commitment of both of the ultimates into the site, but no one's there for the taking. Piety is just gonna opt for a safer angle, wait for her team to gather up, but still an advantage for the Falcon squad. Spike to be planted, nothing to deter them here. They've got control over mid as well. This post-plant position for Falcons looking real deadly. And a teleport from Mary as well, just to bolster up this B site. What do Ascend have? Tagged out is Mary, but instant teleports away, forcing them to waste utility, waste time, extend their ultimate, 1 tap away on your pips. Finding a third is for Mary. Even get the chance to tap the spike, and hastily deleted 1 by 1. Graham, what more can you do? Absolutely nothing. It's the Mary show, and we're all just living in it, viewing it as spectators. 10 rounds found for Falcons.
Oh my god. 1 away from the ace, but hey, fate says otherwise. Unluckily though for Mary, but still they're able to dominate that round with a good entry coming in from Mary. Even a tap of the bullet. Left, right, center, all in the hands of Mary. No Ascend. They have to be content with, again, echoing this round. But they want to play aggressively now. It's Mary will TP into her demise. Madvi, quick trade coming in. 1v2, or rather 1 for 3 now. 2v4 in the site. Is Henry and Madvi. Madvi will pop the spike. The wallbang is almost there. And Graham's is just caged like a bird in the back of the site. The claws are not out, and Camille will put her down. Piety again with the same situation a few rounds ago. Has to clutch this with yet again another pistol, but this time her enemies are with even greater guns. And Falcons 1 away from match point. How fast they're able to dominate the attacker side.
Yeah, and how the tables turn instantly. What is this 1 tap? Great stuff on, but after that, it's just a full force Falcons. immediately identifies that there's going to be heavy aggression down towards A main. They swing together, and I'm pretty sure most of the kills in that round, you can see if you look at the kill feed, there's always going to be at least 2 or 3 assists in that execute. You can see Graham's on the back of the side when she went down. 3 assists there. You got the stun from the Tayrawr, you've got the scan from the Fade as well. Razor Vines or Flash from Aneri, and this is the kind of full force chaos that Falcons can bring towards their opponents, right? It's always a bunch of players with the same mentality, with the same game plan, you know, coming at you like a bullet train. Like, what can you do? Sometimes when you get them, you find them on like a good day, it's just, oh, it's so difficult to try to break apart.
And this might be the last time out, and it is the last time out for Ascend, at least in this map. And now you can really see, right, Coldan, the potential, the untapped powers of this composition coming in from Falcons. Sure, defensively, you can't really, you know, dominate that much in the early rounds because you need exact information, and that means that the Fade has to play defensively. On attack, though, you have so much control over spaces, over neutral zones, with the Tejo salvos, with the Prowlers coming in from the Fade, and the Yoro as well. Just skimming and examining for information. And Ascend now hanging on a thin thread as Con, oh, the timing is so uncanny. She will back away, and Japip's playing in her favorite position. We have seen her in the same position. Graham's able to snatch 1 kill, and Mary gone. Their explosive power discarded from their own pockets. And how does Falcons want to enter the site now? Their only way is to walk up close, play this in a contactful manner. As Con and Japips
is a trap play.
is going to become a mini game play for Ascend. Oh, the timing is not good, but Japips in the backside whips the last shot.
Oh,
unlucky for her. As Falcons, they lose 3, but so does Ascend. 2v3, or rather now, Ascend lose only 2. It's just Japips and Con gone to the afterlife. And Capricious with Grahams and Piety has a window to win this round.
They know the op is here. Graham's the one to find the opening peg, but they don't clear the ghost corner. Graham's a beautiful tiny peek there. And the classic popped up as well. It's gonna find a kill to Camille. It's all Graham's this round. A crazy, unlucky timing down towards Art, but still Graham's recovers and leads the charge. 17 and 12 for our team, staving off 12 on the board, and a timeout. Another timeout being called, but this time I'm pretty sure it's the Falcon side. Bit of a unlucky timing here. Your Fibs, ooh, you can see that. And Alexi making sure that, hey, your Fibs is definitely dead in that round. Classic for the final as well. Lovely adaptations from Graham's, and yeah, saving up that 12 is really important. Now it gives them a chance to build back into this game.
And Falcons, of course, they need to close the game as soon as possible, because you know how scary Ascend can be when you give them a chance. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile, they'll take a kilometer. They're gonna go far with the lead that they have. And Falcons, 3 ultimates though, very significant ones at that. I mean, you have the dimensional drift for information. You have Matt V with the Armageddon, and as well as Camille with the Cosmic Divide. But Ascend, they do have the same tools in their disposal. Again, maybe Japips with the Nightfall, but it's always going to be easy for Ascend to retake the site when they have enough members to do just that, because the firepower from Grahams, from Con, I mean, the double duelists, very reminiscent of Forsaken and Jing in Paper Rex, it seems like. We like to call them the fork duo in Indonesia, but now Japips will lead the charge towards B site. The Prowler, or rather, it's going to be Alexi with Mary. And Graham's unwavering of the pressure! Looks at the wrong way, excuse me. As Camille takes her down. But Ascend wanna re-aggress with Japips and Con at the helm, but they're all gone! Deleted!
I'm back.
Betrayed by their own plans, and Ascend, they will lose 3 members quickly. Capricious and Piety left to hold this. It's just Piety again left standing. Standing no more. Falcons wrap this one up quickly. 12-7.
Match point.
Wow, I mean, this is reminiscent from that round in the first half where Falcons, they themselves tried to do something aggressive down towards mid. Remember that, Realize? They tried to go aggressive, they lost 2 kills there and it gave Ascend a round. It's almost the exact same scenario here, just that Ascend actually committed, I think, everyone to that mid push. And Falcons was so ready for it. And that was a Falcons timeout. Ascend tries to, throw a bit of a wrench in the works. They wanted to go aggressive, but yeah, Falcons too aware for that possibility. And look at the money, Realize. It's absolutely horrible. Your Pips is nothing but Graham's though. Aggressive. Lovely opening kill. Going deep to find Alexi. And now it gives them a chance back into this one. It's Con in a committed angle. How many can she find? It's just the one. Assisted by the stun and net these bullets as well. Pressure now onto the lone player. It's Capricious here, solo holding. Nightfall invested to assist Capricious. Has to turn around and decide where she wants to fight though. Gets absolutely nothing for troubles. It's all onto Graham's and the rest of the squad. Your Pips and Piety alongside her. Cosmic Divide invested. This is gonna be difficult. They don't have a flash to go through this one. They just wait it out, yeah, and oh my gosh, it's a commitment of the Armageddon as well, but Japip somehow finds the timing onto Camille. Now it's Graham's turn to shine. Shots are fired, the knives are in. It's just a Neri. 1 versus 3. Isolates the first, looking for a second as well. Wait for the shot. A Neri on for the clutch. 1 versus 3. Prepped up, served up, Piety. Played around the pillar. A Neri dancing around it like the queen that she is. Isolates the fight, but is there enough time? I think there is. Piety still clutches things up in the face of the queen of Southeast Asia. They still survive.
Annery holds her kingdom, but not for long. That was so intelligently played by Annery. You could take a look at how, on that 1v1 situation, she was just jiggling for information. Only shoulder peeking, not committing to the wide swing. But if you take a look at the replay here, Graham's with a very good entry kill. So, unluckily though, Con only gets 1, but Japip's a very important kill in this clutch. Or rather, almost a clutch, as she isolates the duels into 3 separate 1v1s, and this final jiggle peek was good, and she was buying time as well. Piety now successfully clutching it after given a lot of situations, much the same as how it was in the previous rounds, and Ascend still breathing life back to this game and this map. It's now Camille. Mid Plaza, she stands looking for information alongside Annery, having to atone for that loss in the previous round. And she is 1 away from the Steel Garden. Japips Prowler's back on towards Art. Now they will fall back as Piety will play in the back of the side. Left to get past, but she's not an Iron One. The back of the side, Mary just stops her right on her tracks. Con pulls one back, coming in with the run it back, but she teleports into her own body. The salvo will punish her, but she's able to dodge death, still unscathed. And Japips coming in with no HP. Capricious will also enter the side. Mad V through the smoke. Unwavering assault, but Ascend. They will no longer stand as the Falcons able to spread their wings and close out map 1.
Man, what a roller coaster of a ride, Realize. What a beautiful map to kick off the day. And, well, yeah, Falcons did walk away with that win. I think Ascend had shown so much resilience, so much creativity, and it really, had to take everything out of Falcons to put on a couple of rounds in that final, or at least the last couple of rounds in that game to really secure the win there. But what an amazing first match to kick things off.
Yeah, a very, very amazing first match. Again, very competitive and very, very close. It was a game of inches. Ascend still able to show how strong and how sharp they can be, how impervious in some rounds that they could be. I mean, Con and Graham's playing hand in hand, Capricious again, and Japips as a captain of the IGL. You would always argue that IGLs are the ones to just clean up everything, to play in the back, but she was able to showcase her firepower through that game, to that game number 1, and it was so insane. But we still have game number 2 to play, and for that we will ask our panelists for their insight. Take it away.
What an opening match that we have here at the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. I'm Tayrawr. With me is Zahk. we were just talking on Discord a while ago while everything and every chaos was happening right here. But I have to say, gunfights after gunfights from both teams, that was crazy.
100%. I mean, I think our casters also were talking about the resilience shown here by Ascend, and I think there were a lot of the rounds where individually they were able to pop up. It looked like they had some really good ideas, and especially on that attacking side, they looked really confident. But you know, kudos to Falcons. They stole away their opponent's map pick, and even though that first half looked really competitive, neck and neck. After their early start, I think that towards the last few rounds, even though I wouldn't say there was a moment where it felt like Ascend had ever given up, it just felt like Falcons were slowly but surely creeping over that edge with the kind of plays they had, and especially, right, they had such multiple layers of utility that it was just so oppressive for their opponents, especially once they were on that attacking side.
Yeah, especially once they are on that attacking side. Actually, I want to touch up on that as well, because that first half looked really good for the side here of Ascend, I have to say. Graham's really opening the opportunity for the entirety of the team to also frag out. Aside from that, the player that we had to look out for, which was Con, was also performing well. So having this double duelist set up already on that first half that are both online, it brought a lot to the table here, but it just wasn't enough on the second half, Zach.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to be fair, if you're running a double duelist setup, odds are that you're going to feel a little bit better on that attacking side. And I mean, Ascend, despite having a little bit of a slower start after that pistol, they were able to put together a couple of really good rounds with hero plays from players like Grahams. I think Grahams got like at least a couple of clutches. That said, though, I think that the difficulty starts to rise when that side swap happens, because when you've got that double duelist, you did see Ascend try to make some proactive plays, but most of the time they were being very reactive. And I think that against a team like Falcons, with the amount of utility that they've got and the initiative that they take, it can be really dangerous to play like that.
Yeah, exactly, right? During that first half, it seemed like Ascend was a little bit more in control of the pacing of every gunfights that we have right here. Double swings to come up. But then on the second half, it seems like Falcons were in a hold, basically, of how everything was going. And it was just more reactive for the side here of Ascend. Now, we did talk about it, that for this first map, which was actually picked by Ascend, I think it was very important for them to at least get this first map and have that bigger of a chance and bigger of a confidence. But I think, confidence aside, it wouldn't matter much. They look pretty confident in taking on those gunfights, and I think it wouldn't change much coming into map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, confidence boost aside, I mean, it's just nice to have like your own map safely in your pocket. You don't have to worry about being knocked down after or getting 2-0'd. So I think that, especially with Fracture being a map that I think these two teams have faced off before, there's a lot of question marks about how they're going to be adapting. But looking at the statistics, what impresses me the most is that in terms of first bloods, at least, it's very impressive that Ascend have actually gotten more than Falcons. So they've been able to win out these opening duels. It's just how they play the rest of the round, because so many of the times you saw Ascend being in a numbers advantage, right? Especially, you know, in that first half, like 4v3 or 3v2, and even then, like somehow it would be a conversion coming through from Falcons. So I think they have to kind of try to go back to the drawing board and figure out how they want to maintain those advantages.
Yeah, the advantage itself, but heading into map number 2, which was picked by Falcons here, it's gonna be a pretty interesting matchup. But we do have MadV as our MVP with a total of 23 kills here on the table, even a 46% headshot rate. That's quite high. I think the first days, or when you were actually in the panel as well, I think the highest was 50% headshot rate, right?
Yeah, I think, I don't remember who it was. I think it was Cavillo. No, it was somebody from Falcons.
Basically,
it was
almost
50%.
half of your shots, imagine, just go straight to the head.
Our headshots, yeah, it's just wild. That's insane. But yeah, MadV really putting up the numbers here. And I mean, this is another of those players who's been around the scene for a while, right? Played in EMEA before this, started off on the Raze, continued to IGL while on the Raze, and then shifted over to Smokes and Flex, and now here you are on the Tejo. So it's been a very wild road here for MadV in terms of the Asian compositions that she's been playing and stuff. So I think that being able to switch regions and still continue to IGL successfully, especially when, you know, the SEA region does have a reputation for being a lot more aggressive and wild in their plays, I think that's like a huge step up, that you can do all of this while having like an almost 50% headshot rate. That's kind of wild to me.
That's kind of wild to me as well. But it's cracked players. They're in game changers for a reason here, right? We still have another map here though, and it's gonna be Fracture by the pick of Falcon Vega. So that's pretty exciting, as we already saw in game number 1. But before we head into game number 2, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. So see you guys in a few, and stick around. This is Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back, and you're still watching Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. Tayrawr and Zahk here on the panel, and we're just getting ready for map number 2, which is gonna be Fracture here, Zahk. And Falcon Vega has a big percentage of wins when it comes to this map.
Yeah, I mean, this year, I don't think they've lost it yet. They've been able to pretty much dominate, I would say, in terms of how they've been playing it. So I think that it's going to be a little bit of a worrisome prospect for us, and going up against Falcons on their own territory. We were discussing this in the pre-show as well when we were talking about Pearl, like how important it was going to be for them to win it out. And I mean, unfortunately for the side of Ascend, they played only 2 times this year. They haven't been able to pull off a win quite yet. And one of the times they lost it, the first time actually this year, was to Falcons. So last time it was close. It was a 7-13. So maybe they've been able to go back to the drawing board, make a couple of adaptations, and they're ready to, you know, make that comeback look easy.
Yeah, exactly, right? They played it against the Falcons before already. It was a 13-7. And again, it brings a lot to the table when you have teams like Ascend that knows what to expect. We talked about it a while ago in the opening panel as well, where you kind of know your expectations. It's going to be a lot of aggression coming in from the Falcon Vega team, but at the same time, how can you perform or outperform that kind of aggression? Now, we might be seeing a little bit of a sneak peek when it comes to game number 1 right there, but do you think, is there any sort of adjustment that the side of Ascend here has to do at this point?
I think that they really just struggled in terms of their defense on that previous map, and especially on a map like Fracture, it's going to be a much more difficult prospect because Fracture as a map with the 4 different lanes tends to be inherently pretty attacking sided, especially when you're running like the Neon, which both of these teams like to do. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that difference shapes up. And I think that for Ascend, if they are able to kind of make those crunch plays and get those reads right, you know, figure out which side of the map Falcons are stacked on, attack the opposite, get that early information, and then be a little bit proactive on it. I think that this is a map they can very well try to get into their pocket to push us to that decider, because we saw in the previous series, or rather previous map of Pearl, that even though Falcons were high in every other metric perhaps, I think that the kind of the beam of hope there for the side, for their opponents, was that they were able to, Ascend was able to be ahead in terms of those first bloods. So I think if they can continue to do that and keep that advantage for the whole game, that's going to be what they need to do.
So many steps just to beat Falcon Vega, right? The aim duel, you have to win it. The next set of things, there's just so much. The rotations itself, you have to consider as well. But that's just pure Valorant entertainment right on your screens, ladies and gents. But I do also want to say, for the side of Ascent, we already saw that fragging potential. We also saw the stats that it's more of that post-plant scenarios that they're having lapses with as well. And I think if they can polish that more a little bit as well, not bringing emotions up to the table and just fragging it out alongside the other or the rest of the team, and have that composure, we can probably see much of a closer scoreline, I would say. Perhaps, maybe, hopefully, I would say.
Hopefully 100%. I mean, last time as well, it was pretty competitive, at least for like that first half. It was just in the second half, especially after winning that pistol, that Falcons started running away with the lead there. There were a couple of moments where it seemed like Ascend, they were able to reconsider regroup, especially some hero moments coming out of Graham's. I think that we'll need to see more of those from the rest of the team as well if they want to pull this one together. I think that it's definitely going to be an uphill struggle. You can't really overstate that because of how much of a dominant map this has been for Falcons this year. I don't think they've lost it once, and they even pulled off a 13-0 in one of the first tournaments they played as a team.
Just the normal day in the office of Alexi and Inari, right? I mean, we're kind of used to this at this point after so many years. That's why we're always excited when we see much more of a competitive play like Ascend bringing it to the table against the Falcon Vega team. So I'm quite excited about the agent composition, if they're gonna change and switch it up, since we've already watched Falcon Vega. They also have a VOD when it comes to playoffs, playing against Lilacs. And I'm just gonna see, or basically, we're just gonna see if how everything will just fall into place, because we're looking at their agent composition. I think Inari is also just sticking to that vice. Anything in particular you want to note on, Zach?
I think both teams have a lot of that utility in terms of that post plan, because they're running that breach and that Tayrawr. We've seen the amount of stuff you can just dump on people when they're trying to tap that spike. You know, you've got the salvo from Tayrawr, you've got the breach aftershock, the stuns, the ult if it's there. And I mean, the main difference that I see between these two teams is that duelist as well as that sentinel. So first, that duelist, right? You got Graham's, who has that little bit more speed, quick rotation ability, especially on the defensive side. I think it's going to be really valuable to get that early information and then move around the map quickly. But Mary has a little bit more in her kit in terms of just raw damage, right? We've seen the amount of kills that you could get just off the back of a lucky paintshell or two. And about the sentinel, I mean, Cypher is kind of like a standard for this map, but teams are starting to try out that Vice, and I think that the way Inari in particular plays it, she could prove to be a very deadly force by herself, especially if she decides to go on that solo. I can't even say she lurks, you know, it's more like a very aggressive kind
Setting
of
up for yourself.
play. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting match that we have right here. Pretty competitive for both of the teams, but who will make it to the grand finals? That's a question that's about to be answered as we throw you to our casters, Realize and Coldan. How do you think this will all go?
One away for a grand final spot for Falcons Vega. Meanwhile, Ascend, they have to prolong their lives in this series if they don't want to fall into the lower bracket. Still with me, Realize, and my amazing partner to my, I think it's my left. This left, that right. Coldan, of course. How are you feeling coming into map number 2? Looking at Ascend with that Neon and Tayrawr combo. That is a very, very disgusting combo, by the way. So aggressive and so powerful.
Yeah, if the first map is anything as an indicator for what we're gonna have here on Fracture, I do hope we get another banger, because there were so many incredible moments on Pearl, and now going to a map where they've actually played before, right? Ascend did lose to Falcons Vega early on in the group stage, and they played this exact map. 13-7 was the scoreline, and Falcons won it in pretty convincing fashion. So I'm curious to see what Ascend have in store for us as we head into the game. Do they have any new ideas? Do they have new strategies to bring in? Because the composition has stayed the same. So something has to change. It's got to be the strategy. It's got to be the philosophy, or at least like the understanding of how they want to play this map.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting. But Ascend, their lifeline down to 1 only. Now Falcons will start as attackers, and you would expect Ascend to play this aggressively. Look at that. They have the Breach, Tayrawr, and Neon. I mean, sure, in the side of Falcons, they also have Raze, who is no less oppressive compared to the Neon. But in terms of space-taking pace, it's going to be Ascend always having prio to just win out into the choke points that they want to end into. Look at this quick smoke. They know they can't let go of A main, and they control it constantly. And now for Falcons, all they want to do is just poke out their sticks into A main and pull back and just rendezvous together, play it in towards the B side, and it's just going to be Piety holding that B side area. As the backup does come in though from Con, she's rotating. They take the long way back, maybe re-hitting from drop.
Ooh, I like how they're playing a little bit dynamic, right? They're sussing out the setup. I think they know that there's a little bit of pressure down towards A main, so they send 3 players up towards Dish, 2 come in from main. I assume it's going to be a bit more delayed compared to the main brute force that's coming in from drop first. So it's got to be a main crunch. Let's see how they want to adapt to this one. A flash there from the defense just to stall things out, but here comes the commitment. The stun comes through, and so do the salvos. Players being flanked around. I don't even know if they're aware of this. Capricious though. Toss one back.
30 seconds left.
Advantage. Give it over to Ascend's side. Players still need to get that spike planter, but they're going aggressive. Oh, Alexi caught out, knife in hand. Ascend, they all chime in with a couple of kills, and they pick up the first round on the board. Pistol is theirs to keep.
At first, I felt like Grahams was totally oblivious of the threats looming behind her. She did not even flinch a single second, but all she did was very important. Focused her crosshair on that A main choke point, and she's able to get a kill towards the A main aggressors. Falcons, though, they were pretty good with the pincers movement on towards the A main, or rather A site, but still did not work in favor of them. And now Grahams will play this the very, very aggressive route with the stun and the salvos connecting. Henry will still be able to get out of harm's way. The duress though coming in from Ascend with the drone as well to spot out information. A wall, or the shear rather, being laid on by Henry to just mitigate any form of aggressiveness coming in from Grahams, but they have side control already. They want to take down Henry, and with a quick tap of the bucket, Henry is past tense, and Falcons, they have to hold their lines inside of the site, as now they split into 2. 1 holding drop, 3 holding A main. Alexi has to get 1, but it's spotted out by Grahams, who just maneuvers aggressively with the Neon. She is so notorious with this agent, and Ascend clean house on towards Sand. Flawless bonus round. Contradictive of what's happening in Pearl, they're able to save their weapons and not lose a single member.
Team A.
Yeah, this is actually beautiful coming in, and not dropping a single player. I mean, 2 of the players had ghosts, but still they found success. I like how they pushed in towards A main. They identified that, you know, And Neri's gonna be there, and most likely she doesn't really have a weapon. So yeah, Graham just takes the fight to her. Yeah, the backup comes in from Ascend. Every single one of them gets their kills, albeit, right, Falcons get that spike plan, so they have a little bit more cash to splash in this round, can buy up maybe 1 or 2 pieces of utility that they otherwise could not, but it's gonna be a full bonus here from Ascend. No rifles, only just that Guardian, and the rest, it's
All missiles away.
pretty close range weapons this time around. Falcons aggressive. Oh, maybe not actually. Just waiting for that aggression again. Graham's gonna be playing up close and personal with that Bucky. They're not gonna test her this time. Let her have that space. They're gonna explore the rest of the map. It's gonna be towards B, but realize, look at the stack of players. Ascend had 4 players,
Drone going out.
expecting it to be a B-side finish. It might be catastrophic if Falcons commit here.
No. Ascend, they're reading Falcons like a bedtime story. If they do walk into this bear trap of Falcons and unable to snatch one kill, Piety holding
Spike
that
down.
line. Capricious comes as the cavalry to clean up the players of Falcons. The birds, their wings clipped, and there goes Grahams. That is disgusting. What is that movement? This player is just
God.
out of her mind. And Ascend, they breezed past Falcons, 3 on the scoreboard, and they won their gun round, and now they won their bonus with minimum casualties. And Falcons, they have to go back to square one, back to the drawing board. Maybe just be courageous enough to refight and win the choke points, because they're giving so much space for Grahams to then create an over-rotation, a stack of players in the B side.
Lovely push and pull, exchange of information, the reads as well, and Neri now testing Fade, and Graham, well, she does her best when she's moving forward, and Neri takes the zip away, but a beautiful shot on a moving target, zipping away, and Neri gets eliminated now. Commitment, the rest of the team into the ace side, but all the defenders are here expecting this. Stunned up, a console finds the kill, Camille pushing on the issue, they want to take the fight space, and then Graham is in their faces, cracks them like a nut, and now it's just one player left alone, shotgun to the face. There's a team kill in the mix, but doesn't matter. Graham's quad kill found, and 4 rounds posted on the board.
Coldan, I'm on my feet. Grahams is just so spectacular on the neon. Round number 5, and she has the overdrive ready to
What
be
a
used.
start!
What a start! I mean, look at her. She's sprinting. This is
First bullet, man.
made to be a racetrack for her. We're not on a relay race, but she's the one just running around with her shoes. And look at the amount of skill it takes to do just that. Uh-oh, Mary! She might get punished, and she does. Japips just disintegrates her. And Mary is no more. Falcons without their spear to attack. And Piety, oh my god, Cypher with an operator. God, will be an iron one. The back of the side has to get past this. And Matt V is just gone in an instant. Ascend 5-0. It hasn't even been 15 minutes.
No, just 5 rounds, and the reads from Ascend have been divine. The shots even better. 7-1 is Graham's. Piety catching up to her as well. The Cypher off is something you do not expect at all.
Remaining.
They flood into the side again. It looks like Falcons are very much flustered. I think a timeout is very much needed, because right now everything that they have is going awry. This is by far and away, I would say, an attack-sided map, but I guess teams are starting to really like this defensive side. Seen a couple of teams opt to start on defense, and well, this is the same case here. Ascend choosing to start on defensive side, and for good reason. 5-0 now versus an eco. And if he has the Armageddon, so maybe something. And Neri 1 off the Steel Garden, Camille 1 off the Orbital Strike, but Graham's, well, 1 step away from danger. Inside the smoke, expecting place to be around a position, but not to be the case here. It's a Sands approach coming in from Falcons. Orbital Strike will shut them down. Mary takes a boatload of damage. Funnel them into Graham's, but only good for 1. Mad V! 6 shooter in her hands. Double kill found, a hit shot on both of the players. And now an opportunity to open up the map. But guess who's pushed them all the way on the flank? It's an AWP marking their retreat as well. They're stuck here. They need to commit. Armageddon invested, but Khan shuts down the push on Maneri. That's one of the pincers out of the round. Last three players standing here and says, but Khan mows them down. Piety comes in late from the flank. 6-0. No access, no chance, no rounds.
My goodness, Ascend. They're stepping on the gas and they're not stopping anytime soon. And Falcons are just fed to the wolves. I mean, take a look at Ascend and their aggressiveness. Timeout. Much needed one at that for Falcons. I mean, Ascend, they're not stopping with the pressure, Coldan. And it feels like Falcons, they have no choice but to fight. And when they fight, it's just Ascend stacking them up with utilities. And they're not shy of using the ultimate so early on. I mean, an orbital strike towards Sand that early in the round. But take a look at Khan. She's able to get half of what she spent into the ultimate orb. I mean, she was just using the orbital strike a few seconds ago. And now she's already up like, what, 5 orbs? And she just needs another 5 to complete that orbital strike. Or rather 4, excuse me, 4 to 8. So, Ascend, it seems like they have cracked the code on what Falcons are doing, but now Falcons, they are trying to grab, or rather grasp their way back into the game with this timeout. I mean, they have the ultimates ready to go if they want to use it as a strategic piece of utility to really get their round going, because now they're stuck on a long drought of rounds, 0-6. And Ascend, they're not stopping anytime soon. We're looking at Piety with an operator. We're looking at Grams just shifting left and right. Look at this. They're gonna fight this Coldan.
They're just gonna full send it yet again. Aggression from the Ascend side. But I think Falcons are a little bit more prepared for this one. Though you don't give away any opening kills for the time being. You let the utility from the Ascend side trickle out. And yeah, when Ascend don't find anything, they're just gonna back off. Don't want to give away overextended push and overextended kill. But I say that, but Graham's is actually underground. She's in to the underpass position. So that's an advanced spot that, yeah, they're not going to be expecting this. Falcons has taken down one of them, but Alexi's there for the trade, and they're going to accelerate into this one. Khan's the first, and there he, it's a running gun, blind spray through the smoke. It's a headshot onto Melvi. Oh, she's got to be molding at this stage. What are these kills? What are these rounds? Falcons again find themselves in the man deficit position, but the rotation a little bit overextended from the Ascend side. And yeah, now using the neural theft, they figure out where the commitment's gonna be coming from. Both of the players here detected towards the A side. Oh, but the Cypher deep utility is there, gonna stop them now, but the orbital strike gonna catch on the Piety. Now they want to accelerate into this side. Capricious here, back at the side, stunned up as well. But it's back coming in for your teams and light up headshot. Quad kill. Oh, sorry, not quad kill. It's a double kill found, but it's 7 on the board. This is ridiculous stuff from Ascend.
Japips gets 2 bites off the cake. They line up for her, and with one tap of the bullet, she mows them all down. But look at the defense from Ascend, and Khan is just playing like my teammate on a midnight rank game, just running around. But she gets the work done, and she's up to 11 kills, 1 away from the orbital strike. And Piety, look at this, the Cypher playing so up front with the operator. Enery's gone! Fast ends, and Piety will run back. Here comes the showstopper from Mary. But where are the targets? Where are the players of Team Ascend? It misses. The bazooka goes expired. Oh, Graham coming from the back. Capricious gets Camille. Here comes the lightning with the one overdrive being popped. Oh, she steals the kill. That's Alexi doing heavy work with the sheriff, but no more will she stand. Advi,
One enemy remaining.
Quick on the A side, and now it's up to Capricious. Having to watch this one kill. Hands of Falcons. Capricious heavy duty. Having to carry this round. Pulls this one out. Now goes a bit. And the reposition from Mary, she has to sense this. Mary comes from the right side of the map, right side of the field, comes in, and there goes the operator, Thrifty, for Ascend, rather from Falcons, excuse me. And finally, they break their drought, their long drought of 0 rounds, finally transforms into 1.
Realize, that's how you do it? That's how you get the first on the board? a thrifty round.
That's
and
true.
despite Heidi finding an opening kill, I think Ascend get a little bit too confident. A little bit lackadaisical. And Falcons, well, for the moment, they get that first round on the board. And maybe there's a chance to capitalize on this first win. Get a little bit of confidence going. Right? Know that Ascend aren't that unbeatable force. Like, it's crazy to say that. But yeah, from this map alone, that seems like it's the case. If you were to tell me, who do you think is the favorite if you just watch the first 8 rounds? Ascend looked like a fantastically orchestrated machine. I can't believe that they lost this map to Falcons in the group stage. It was 13-7. This was the max amount of rounds that they got in that map. Now they've already matched it. The opponents only have 1 round this time. A-side commitment from the Falcon squad. They want to pinch the players down towards A main. Mary lines them up. Backs are turned. No idea, none the wiser. Graham's, well, he'll be lucky to even find a single kill. Mary with the triple, looking for more. Alexi with the trade there. And Falcons finding their form, caught in a 1 versus 4. Spike yet to get planted, but her position has been noted for. Over the strike on, are you crazy? She wants to commit off of this. Okay, I respect it.
No!
She actually catches onto Alexi. Don't give her too many more kills, guys.
Wow.
Spike
I mean,
still there.
Orbital Strike is expended, and take a look at Con. I mean, she will fall down in the end, but like what I said, Coldan, I mean, Ascend, they're not afraid of using the utilities, the ultimates, the skills, whatever you want to call it. They're expending it in a 1v4. You pop the Orbital Strike and you were able to get 1. I mean, sure, that would have been more sensible to save it to the next round. But take a look at this, Mary. A very good stab from the back. And Piety might be able to pull one back, but still not enough. And Henry finally closing the round.
I guess the Sentinels just love to opt this map.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
We have a
very
Vice
unconventional.
with an operator, and now it's Piety, but now she's back to her roots. She's back with the Vandals because she wants to be more of an anchor with the Vandals. It's not the best thing to do as a Sentinel to anchor with an operator because you don't have that enough mobility. But now, look at how back, how far back Falcons are playing, but the push coming in from Ascend, they're aggressing so far towards the defender spawn. Now Falcons, they're still second guessing their trajectory into the site. The traps are broken, the drone does not spot Piety, hence she is not suppressed. But Mary has the rocket to work with. Here comes the showstopper looking for victims, but no one wants to be dismantled this early. The trap catches her, the stun connects as well, and Piety catches Mary. That's a very good kill to get the second one, she nails it. And now it's Ascend. Player advantage. Pips expects the push from Camille, and Urayams catches Alexi lacking, oblivious of what's happening. And now they want to regress to Enery. She's just caged in the side, in the headband, and Piety will close the round with a flawless win. Ascend. Will this be the map that they will snatch off the hands of Falcons Esports?
The read was so perfect from Ascend. They understood where the commitment's gonna be. I'm not sure if there was a tell or what was the call, but the double push down towards A main clears the entirety of the attack side spawn, and they didn't overextend. They didn't push too early. They waited for contact down towards B side before they went for that very fast flank. And it's not even the flank that was the main factor. It was Piety catching onto Mary, hitting one of her trips, finds a second as well, and then from then on out, 3 versus 5, it was an impossible task. Ascend looking to rise above the ashes. Here, contact play set up. And Capricious lines it up beautifully so. Triple kill found from the breach. Drops the spike. That's one of the pincers of this split. Instantly obliterated. They're just gonna sell that spike like an egg. Well, the last 2 remaining players are Alexi and Neri. The OG duo, only good for the one for Alexi and Neri. In an impossible task here. Flashed out and eliminated from the round. It's 9 rounds on the board for Ascend. This is a reality I never thought I'd see.
Feels like we're living in a parallel universe. It's all a simulation of how strong Ascend could be. And I would argue that in that last stretch, if Enery wasn't flashed, I feel like she was able to clutch that because 2 players of Ascend, they were dropping from drop at the same time. But thankfully, that was a very good flash coming from Capricious, and 2, even 3 important kills up in towards satellite or dish, if you want to call it that. But now, Falcons, will they be able to get number 3? Enery is just not aware! Piety! Changing up the patterns.
She's playing like a jet. Just
Yeah,
dropping the
she's
cages like Hilsalpers.
So aggressive, like Capricious inside gets the kill. Camille
enemy
though, with the
remaining.
Spectre making noise, but she is silenced. Not for long, she will sing. And Mad Beat, she has to go mad here. She has to go huge with the spray down. Grahams just shifts back. A ding connects, but Con with the Sheriff. And the Ascend 10-2. Double digits in their favor.
Go, go, go!
My god, what is this streak from Ascend? It's unbelievable. I've never seen Aneri being kept this honest as well. Alexi alongside her. Honestly, the entirety of Falcons, this is a clear team diff at the moment. Ascend's reads, the predictions. Piety is just disrespect. And she's gonna win out these gunfights as well. Granted, it was a low. I mean, they forced into this. They didn't have anything else to do. But still, it's remarkable, incredible work. And I mean, realize, is there even a world where Falcons can pull this back?
I mean, you can never count them out, right? They're Falcons. They're the giants of Southeast Asia for a reason. I mean, you never know what could happen. We saw this same scenario. It was much alike a Pearl, where they were struggling to get rounds on attack, or rather on defense, excuse me. But on attack, they were able to go back to that fluidity that they were looking for. And now, it seems like on defense, they might just restore that glory that they had in Pearl. I mean, you never know. Sometimes when the rounds does shift, when it's going to be attack, you would always, have a slight bit of change, and that might be what Falcons need. And Ascend, if that was how aggressive they could be in defense, imagine how aggressive they could be on attack. With the Tayrawr, with the Breach, with the Neon, Grams playing out of her mind, Con just being a constant threat, and Piety, the unorthodoxness, if that's a word, right? Unorthodoxness, like that, like the sheer amount of ridiculousness that this game has is just insane. But she's playing so good in this map.
Well, it's gotta start off with the pistol, as I like to say. You get this done, and maybe we can have a conversation. But Falcons, let's pressure onto Aneri. She's been having a very quiet first half. She needs to come up huge as the anchor. Beautiful flash. They line them up. It's a full force Falcons yet again. They flood back in. They drop the spike as well. Graham's barely in HP to boot. Will get taken down by Kabiyu, and the mid-side smoke, the survival smoke, allows her to play around it. Mad V comes in for the assistance. Piety's onto the side, but it's a 1 versus 3 for her. They both spot out her position. And Tayrawr salvos forces her out into the fight. The Falcons, they get that second pistol in this map, and
Make peace with yourself.
one by one, round by round.
Nope.
Round by round. That's one of the most legendary IGLs where it was able to utter those words. They came back from a 4-11 deficit, so I mean it's all very much possible. But a very good flash from Enery. Yeah, Grams comes swinging in. Camille with a very good kill as well, and Ascend. They finally are able to fall down after their win streak. Like, how many rounds was it? It was so much unstoppable. And Falcons with the much favored guns, but you know how much of an insane rush of aggressiveness that this composition could bring, right? With minimum weapons, I feel like when you're playing it up close and personal, you can always wreak havoc. And for Enery, she only has the Outlaw in her hands, gets the headshot towards Piety, though the sheer will stop their tracks. But look at where Grahams is! She's advancing into the base! She has to pull off spawn. Camille will try to hold steadfast in the site. Repositions, re-aggresses on towards Arcade. She will swing and play her cards. Just dancing in the open. Spike yet to be planted, still hold by Japips, but she will re-push towards heaven. Enery is just not aware of that. Grahams picks up another kill! A triple kill for Grahams, and now it's just up to Mad V. The salvo might catch Japips in the open! But Ascend, they hold their line, and the Thrifty secured once more.
Ain't no way, realize. Not like this. Falcons win the pistol? Yeah, that's great and dandy. Alright, let's get a good second round. And Neri, what a fantastic first shot. And then Graham's dashed straight into the side, activated the wall, but no one was marking her, marking her position. Finds a kill onto Kabiu. Your Pips is there for assistance, and the final kill to boot. Graham's magic out of thin air and forces Falcons on an eco. The money is absolutely gone.
I'm all out.
And now driver's seat.
Right here.
Ascend's gonna be having it. They have authority in this round. And it's just a matter of time, it feels. Falcons, they have to do exactly what Ascend did to them if they want to have a say in this map.
Yeah. And Falcons, 4 sheriffs, but you saw what Ascend could do with 4 sheriffs, right? I don't really see where Falcons can't replicate the same thing because they also have the same sheer firepower. But look at this walk coming in from Ascend. They're making Falcons overthink. They're just aggressing forward. Now they explode into the side. Roaring into life is Grahams, who catches Mary on towards the second level of the site. And Capricious holding the flank. Look at the Outlaws just coming in clutch for Con. And now the push. They want to crunch. Ascend into side. Mad V with the good kill with the Sheriff. And she's just covered. Shrouded in secrecy. 2 kills. He will pull one back to Con. Is so sharp with the Outlaw. But same goes for Enery. With the Sheriff in her hand. Let's show you the magic trick. And Enery's bleeding to death. 20 HP, the headshot is there! Enery triple kill! She bails Falcons out of that disastrous round. What? And Ascend eliminated. Falcons still breathing, gasping for air. And Enery comes to the rescue.
I said they had to do exactly what Ascend did to them. And I guess Aneri heard it. That was an impossible situation. 1 versus 3. They lost the opening pick. Neri goes down. The triple man flank attempted. Matt V expects the push. The first one's beautiful. Second one is incredible. And then Aneri does this to them. Look at that. 1 versus 3. Beautiful shot for the first. She's stuck in a corner. There's nowhere to go. Isolates the fight. And the final one, just a nail in the coffin. And again, the swing kills back and forth. But Alexi gonna hold her ground. Graham's eliminated. An opening kill for what feels like the first time. Let's not go her way.
Oh, Mad V, that aggressiveness. Just tone down a bit, and let's take a breather. Both teams just playing super passive after what happened in that round. Pure magic from Enery. And now she will be playing in B site. Iron Wall standing very, very tall. This is a tall order for Falcons to come back from that 7-round deficit. But everything, or anything rather, can happen. And the flash, very premature from Enery. And the salvos does threaten her place, but she's aggressing forward, and the spray down is perfect. Everything is coming up roses for Falcons. Enery with the 2 kills. And yet again, Ascend stumble in their conquest of getting match point.
Oh man, Falcons finding that groove. That was a relatively clean round. Great job coming in from them. They didn't expend too much utility. They keep their ultimates. They don't even let Ascend get a plant. That's all good, right? If you're Ascend, you're okay to give up these kind of rounds. You have so much to play for. I mean, you have so many rounds that you can have as a buffer. Now you've got your ultimates online, right? You got an orbital strike, even got the overdrive in the hands of Grahams, if required. Fully bought into this one. Vandals on every single player. It's gonna be a full fight fest here. And an isolated fight. Piety goes down. Falcons finding a groove time and time again. But Graham, again, same position. But this time, Enery's privy to that possibility. 2 opening picks. The Sentinel and then the Duelist. What more can Ascend do here? 3 versus 5. Orbital strike invested. The spike isolated. And Neri finding her form. Con and Capricious left alone in a 2 versus 5. Spike's not in their hands. Still a minute to cook though. Just gonna call a little bit of a pause to decide what they want to do.
Enery's back to her best. The queen finally seizing her crown. And Mary is just supervising the spike, but oh, Khan, a very good kill. And we know what Khan can do in these situations. Same goes for Capricious. The two powerhouses of Ascend. And she has the
30
orbital
seconds
strike,
left.
but the spike is stuck in a rock and a hard place. That's a very, very nigh impossible place to evacuate that spike from. But look at Falcons, they're hiding in their place. They don't want to over peak because they might be possibly blown away in the waters. But the time
10
is running out,
seconds
and
left.
I don't think Ascend will commit and chance this. They will hold and just save the guns because they need this economy. They need the guns for the next round. She does catch a sliver off Mad V jumping. Still, Capricious has to hold. She can't die, and yeah.
How's that for a plan?
Ascend still stuck in 11. This is where it gets serious. Coldan, this is where Falcon says, watch and learn.
Great opening pick coming in from Falcons here to kick things off. And again, Neri, not even just their aim, it's their awareness, right? That exact situation happened to them earlier. That's how they got ecoed. Graham sliding in towards that canteen position. And Neri marks it. And I was mentioning about her struggles. She was bottom of the scoreboard. Now she's at the top, 13 to 13 on Falcons, leading the charge. Let's see the last few rounds have in store for us. Again, realize, look at the ultimates on both squads. A lot of them are coming online. It's just a matter of time, in my opinion, before both squads just start slinging ults left, right, center. It's gonna be a 3-2 split down towards the A side. Nobody in Falcons within it. Playing a little bit more passive, expecting a boatload of utility, and that's likely what might happen here.
Well, Mary just standing very, very high. In this double box, they enter the site aggressively. The jump from Capricious might catch her lacking, but oh, Mary with the timing. So nervous. That possibility. Graham's. Look at how far she can go with the utilities given towards her. And now Falcons, they have to retake the site. The flashes come in clutch, but no follow-up yet. And here comes the Steel Garden jamming the primaries of Ascend. But no, they still are able to wield and see the Vandals. 2 kills brandished by Falcons. It's traded back by Japips, who gets 2.
Here we go.
And Graham's over by Pop Orbital Strike as well. Just stunning and just spraying down, buzzing around with some voice created. That beats one enemy forcing her way forward. It's the same situation, much akin to what happened. The Magician just lost her wand. And Japips with the quad kill. Ascend stops Enery from rampaging into the site.
Yeah, again, it was that full sling of ultimates. You can see Orbital Strike coming through. You had the Overdrive come in, a double Armageddon at the same time down towards A main. But it's your Pips. I don't know how she pulls out a quad kill in this situation. Under so much pressure, she comes in late on the push. Graham's with a crucial kill on one of the players. Advi tries to chime things back, but again, it's your Pips coming in from the long flank around, catches Neri in the final kill. We know how good she is. We've seen her in action, so shutting her down. Much needed endeavor here. 12 on the board, one more round to push it to a third map. And Falcons still have the economy in their hands, and off in the hands of Mary as well. The stun is beautifully primed. Oh, but they go ahead of the utility. Graham's instantly eliminated from the round without a say in this one, and advantage now give it over to the Falcon side as Ascend try to accelerate into what this A side.
We have the showstopper ready for Mary. No, not aggressively. They're gonna use it if needs be. If push comes to shove, if there is another retake situation, that is where maybe Mary will open up the showstopper and Ascend. I mean, take a look at how strong they might enter the site again. Mary with the operator might peek this one out. The flick is perfect. Mary re-peeks, but Japips is quick on the trade. And Falcons again shuts down the site. Ascend lose wind of their momentum in the previous round. And Falcons, they're back on track. The hold coming in. Sure, Ascend was quick as well to just refrag the losses that they were given to. But now Falcons, they have the momentum in their hands. I mean, take a look at their credits. Coldan. They have 3.7, 2.9,
Yeah.
3.6 as well for Camille. Maybe Mary a little bit deteriorating because of that operator purchase, but still. And now a timeout called by Ascend. They know this is where they start to become terrified of the possibilities of a comeback and even a possible overtime in the hands of Falcons.
I want to point out, realize, if you notice on that A side execute, there were 2 rounds back to back. They went towards A. Mary was standing on top of the double boxes towards Sets, right?
Yeah.
The round prior. And the round previous, she had an op out towards the heaven position, outside of rafters there. And there wasn't any smoke. There was no cover. So that is a major pain point coming in from Ascend there. If they execute towards the A side, they're coming from drop. They need someone to mark that angle. They need some piece of utility to push any players standing there off, because right now Mary has found a big gap. Could have converted a kill 2 rounds earlier, but kind of just shot one of the players down low HP. But yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out on that, because I think that is something that Falcons has identified, and I'm wondering if Ascend is gonna be effective on that if and when they choose to go back towards the A side from drop. But for the meantime, yeah, timeout being taken. I don't know if they have a strategy for this round in particular, because it's just an eco round. I mean, they have too many ultimates to work with. Just one of the Rolling Thunder, that might be something later on. Yeah, if we get the spike down, just a couple of kills, that'll be a decent spot for Ascend.
Yeah, but very good. Buying them time, but oh my god, Rams.
Smoke's down.
Gets a kill as well to her name. Falcons, though, they pull 2 back. It's
One
Con
enemy
and
remaining.
Japips. Japips
Spike down.
cut
B.
down in her place. The spike drops for her. Alexi will catch Con jumping around in that Jenny area. Falcons, they take another round to their name, but it's not the end of the world for Ascend, because that was just an eco round. We do think that, yeah, that round was kind of unfair in terms of the weaponry as well, right? Because all they had was sheriffs and buckies, but again, how scary Grams could be with the bucky. Take a look at that tap.
One enemy remaining.
Mary with the outlaw. It seems like the sniper was in town, and Falcons 8 rounds to their name. I mean, Mary has the showstopper as well to go with it. So again, this looks very scary for Ascend if they do commit aggressively. And I do like how Mary is just shifting her, her angles, right? She's just not holding in place. It's so reminiscent of duelists that always are very mobile in terms of the operator usage. She's just shifting left and right, just making sure that her patterns of holding the angles are not spot out by Ascend.
Yeah, they don't go into Mary, which is holding the up-down A main. I say that just as Mary peeks out wide. The Tayrawr Jones got a spot out. Nobody's down towards A main. Heidi might be the first on the chopping block. Mary trained on that angle. Lovely shot found. And now Ascend know that A main is completely compromised. They know that they can't really go back there without using utility to clear things out. The Tayrawr drone not even used for the side execute. It's just to clear the flank. Mary's long gone. She's rotated back towards the side itself. No need to give away an overextended kill, and Ascend now, their plan has been kind of figured out. But Falcons, they themselves, they're not gonna move too much. They're expecting it to be an A-side finish. The wall comes in from Graham's just to feign a bit of presence. It draws rotations
30
back,
seconds
but
left.
yeah, no commitment just yet. They're gonna go into the site of an area. The green of this squad, the one that gave them hope here for Falcons. Rolling Thunder into the site. No one's being tagged out. Falcons disciplined to play off-site, not to be a victim to that. And now, the Armageddon investor trying to flush them even further back, but again, Falcons privy to that. They avoid both of the huge ultimates from the side of Ascend, and now it's their time to strike. They've got all the utilities that they would want in their hands. Showstopper investor, but Khan's the one to pick up Camille first. Showstopper finds Graham in the mix. Off close range fight for Mary. But Yabips is there coming in from the heavens. Drops down, but Alexi will drop them as well as an Airy. And it's a concerted effort from the Falcon squad. They dodge all the heavy ultimate. They come in with their own. And they obliterate in the retake. 9 rounds on the ball. Falcons, bit by bit.
Now, I mean, Rome wasn't built in one night. So Falcons, they still have a long way to go. They're taking it very, very slow and steady. Because slow and steady wins the race, and for now, they're not winning just yet. But you can see signs of life coming in from Falcons. I mean, everyone is just on their feet, firing in all cylinders. Henry was like 3 kills to 9 deaths, and now she's 15 for 15. So
Yeah.
at least it's a sign of life for Falcons. Finally flying again, soaring high in the sky. But they're not done just yet. Ascend on a very, very harsh obstacle. Not really moving forth. Now they're the ones to play this slow approach, but take a look at the stack. 3 players in A side. This is a great read coming in from Falcons. If there is at least one. The stun comes in the salvo as well. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. They commit it, and Mary will come in with the operator. It connects towards Grahams. A very good kill coming in from Mary, and Falcons deem it enough. They deem it enough as 1 kill, but Mary gets executed. In that process, Capricious able to get Mary. Medv though is able to make some noise with a kill to her name, Camille. Next
One
on the
enemy
list to take
remaining.
another kill off
Spike
of Ascend,
down A.
and Camille drops the spike, and Con all alone in this world of loneliness. She will drop to the floor, and Alexi finally punches the double digits for Falcons. Ascend, their party, their celebrations are on halt.
And again, Mary, you mentioned it, right? Realize that Mary is always playing different angles. Every single round we see her in a different spot. This time she's playing on the double boxes, which she is standing there again because no one actually spotted her. Rolling Thunder was really well timed. We're expecting them to be in that close position. Mary swings out wide. Unfortunately, doesn't get a second, but the 2 defenders onto the side was more than enough. It stifled that aggression. The initial utility not to be the case. So Falcons could sit pretty within the A site. Just not usually the case, right?
Going out.
Yeah, when they expend all of Ascend's utility, take down the entry duelists, jump onto the boxes would be great, but never mind. Alexi's now in a really committed position. This is something I don't think they expect. It's a trap play setup off Mad V's contact. The stun's gonna come in.
Cam might give information, Mary.
Oh no!
Gets executed, but they don't check this Alexi! A spray down and 1 kill for herself! The aces will connect, and Alexi! Take a look at yet another queen that Falcons do have. It's Queen Alexi to the rescue yet again. An ace for herself. And Falcons 11 rounds. My goodness, Alexi. What a spray down.
You never expect a breach here. Why the hell would a breach be here? The adjustment for the 4th. And the strafe out for the ace as well. That is ridiculous from Alexi. Ain't no way Falcons do it. 11 to 12. 1 more round's all it's required. Ultimates not online for Ascend. Only the neural theft.
Wow.
They even have the Armageddon for this defensive side. Time and time again, they've tested this A side, yet it holds strong. Mary's back on it yet again. And questions for this position, right? Realize they don't smoke it off. They can just walk right out. So we'll see if that comes into factor later on. But Graham's up close and personal. The drone, in the meantime, clearing out A main and into the side. They go, but Mary's entering it down with an up in hand. Satchel's out, buy some time for Alexi to signal wide. Triple kill found, and we're going to overtime.
Switching sides.
Insane
Overtime.
scenes right here. And oh my god, who would have expected it to go the extra mile? 24 rounds are not enough to stop the quarrel, the fights, the clashes between these 2 teams. Falcons so badly want that final spot. The Game Changers, Southeast Asia split 1, and take a look at how they're able to come back from such an adversity. That was a margin of 8 rounds, 10 to 2 if I'm not mistaken. And they're able to win 10 rounds straight into their bag. And that is where it gets scary for them, where they start to shake. And Henry holding the flank far back. Camillo has to expect this glass cannon operator. Coldan, a Cypher that doesn't really play a fire. She's spotted down. And Camillo knows no traps, nothing in sight. Which means Falcons, they just enter the doorsteps of Ascend, knocking on that 13th round. The operator given to Henry. The Razor Vines being popped. retake will come, but Ennery stops Japips in her tracks. The smokes do come in. Ascend has to retake this. There's no way they are going to save this because this is overtime. Ennery behind the smoke. She is flanked to the pond. The flash is perfect, but no kills coming in yet. Alexi does pick up one. It's a 2v5 looking nigh impossible for Ascend to clutch this con. Shifting left and right, looking right and center. Head on a swivel. Ennery gets the kill. Con is still roaring into life, but no longer will she stand. And Falcons 13 on their board. Match point and series point after 10-2, Coldan.
You're kidding me, realize you're kidding me. How does Falcons do it? This time Piety caught out in the open.
Shame.
And then so poetic, Ennery picks up the up that was dropped on the floor, picks up a double kill. And look at the pattern, right? Both teams winning out 10-2 on their defensive side. Falcons just won the attacking side. This is the side they put a 10-2 masterclass on. The favorite side. How does this pan out? Mary up and above again. This position hasn't exactly been dealt with effectively. Not sure if they're expecting her up there yet again. Mary loves these high angles and bring up to the Falcons' name in high places. Shell to come through, and here comes the commit. There's a content play up. Not gonna reveal too much information. What is this sixth sense from Mary? Tax on Graham to 1 HP. And they want to capitalize now. Accelerating into the enemy. They're trying to clear out the flank position. But Mary is there to raid hell. And just like that, double kill found 3 versus 5. They fall like flies onto the side. It's almost a near perfect round coming in for Falcons. Just one remaining. The Falcons fly high. They take the series 2-0. They reverse the incredible half from Ascend. A comeback for the ages. And they take it to the grand finals.
You can take a look at how much it means to them. The comeback is insane. Alexi just embracing Camille in the moment, and Ascend
look at that
has to descend down to the lower bracket while the Falcons, they take flight. They are your first grand finalist of VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia Split 1 2025. But what was that game? It is pure insanity, pure adrenaline. I mean, Ascend were starting off huge with the explosive power that they had. They were kicking it off right. They were rushing into the site. Insane pace. They were dictating the first 12 rounds. But from 10-2, Falcons come back 12-12 and a 14-12 closure to win out the map and the series. It's just insanity. A lot of individual step-ups. I mean, there was Ennery with the clutch with the sheriff only, and Alexis
that's
Spade
where it all kicked off.
Yeah, it is where
that's where it all kicked off.
The switch just
Ennery's
flicked.
1v3.
Yeah, it was just insane. We're out of words, and I think it's time for our panelists to break it down for us. The mic is yours.
Indeed, I thought we had a series in our hands here, Zach, but as Realize mentioned a while ago, Rome wasn't built a day. In fact, it was built roughly around 1,229 years, but it took 7 rounds before even Falcon got 1 round against Ascend in that first half.
100% 0-7 to 14-12, or 0-7 to 2-10 to 3-11, or 14-12. It was like such a progression, and I think that being able to build up that momentum, just think about it. If Ennery hadn't clutched that 1v3, it would have probably been a win. But you know, that clutch really helped build up the momentum here for this Falcons roster. And once they got back into comfortable territory, I mean, all you need is 6 rounds, right? And they were more than capable of pulling it together in a row.
This rounds that we were looking at, right? We started off into a 6-0, we went to 7-1. In that first half, Grahams and Con, it showed that they woke up and they wanted to play Valorant. They were finding the good pickups, so much good openings actually during that first half. But I think also it was Ennery not having much enough frags during that first half that made it a lot more difficult for Falcons to also come back. But once that swap or that changing of sides happened, it seemed like they found their groove at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I think even though they lost that anti-eco, right, being able to win that next pistol round and just start to build momentum off of that, I think they had like 6 straight rounds to be able to make it to overtime at all. And once you were in OT, at that point, momentum had shifted completely into your favor. You know, you're feeling you're able to win that defense, that attacking round as well, which is where you really struggled. So when you're at match point, series point, at that point, all the confidence is in your favor. I think that one thing that we did see take a big change was the way that both of these teams played the defensive side. I think in particular when once Mary got this operator, it was just so oppressive for the side of Ascent to really go up against.
Yeah, they were moving a lot more slower, in a much slower pacing perhaps, and making sure where the operator is before they even make an entry happen. And most of the time that operator catches, for example, Grahams, which is basically the player that sets up the entirety of the team with the wall to just come in. But we finish off this map number 2 with a 14-12 scoreline. You know, it's always a pleasure to see like players like Inari and Alexi that is very much long-standing in Game Changers think much more when it comes to the series and the matches that we are watching, right? It's a little bit sweaty, but at the end of the day, that was a lot of rounds that they made sure to come back to here, Zach. And I have to say, biggest kudos also to Mary, that operator, the positioning that she had, and even the advantage that they took coming in from her, especially here on the second half. Such good holds.
Yeah, I mean, remember, this is the 2022 Game Changers MVP and World Champion Mary that we're talking about here. Sure, she's on a different team right now, but the point is this is still the same player. And even if Chamber isn't as powerful, Mary still hasn't been nerfed, as you can see. Gonna be the MVP for the team. 7 first kills. Yeah, okay. That's exactly what you want to see from your operator race player. I mean, the rest of the team is right. The scoreboard seems to be pretty even across the board for Falcons pretty much. But I think, yeah, it was definitely a team-wide effort. You know, that first half might have started really slow for them, but once they got on that defensive side, it looked like they were much more in their comfort zone, being able to play off of an area's utility or make those kind of proactive plays. Alexi and Mary, multiple rounds there. So I think Ascent just weren't able to adapt to the kind of gameplay or the kind of barricades that Falcons were putting down.
And during the time that we're looking at a scoreline where Ascend is almost getting that match point already, right? It was more of the adjustments coming in from the whole squad here. The effort that they did to really play back more reserves, waiting for that overextension that Ascend could provide here. I think that's one of the reasons that this comeback basically happened, right? But our MVP for this match is none other than Mary. We had the first day with Falcon Vega playing on Fracture as well. And if I remember it correctly, Zach, it was a Mary show as well in Fracture.
Yeah, 100%. I think that pretty much a lot of the time you can expect things to be a Mary show. I like that Mary is like expanding her repertoire though. I remember that it was only Jet and Chamber in the beginning, and now it's like Jet, Chamber, Raze, and even the Yoru and you know, other agents occasionally coming in the mix. So it's nice to see that Mary is playing a little bit more of a dynamic role there. But I think in terms of just the frags coming through, in terms of kills, she's always very consistent. Sure, the headshot numbers might not be flashy as Camus were the previous time, but as long as you're getting the job done, who can complain? Especially when a lot of the damage that your Raze does is like that aggregate damage, right? From those satchels, from those paint shells, you know, even the Rosa ults, they do a little bit of chip, even if they don't hit. And Mary was hitting some nice non-Rosa ults, I gotta say. She got at least like 3 ults from that Raze ult, so 3 kills from the Raze ult during that game. So that's definitely like one of the better Raze gameplays I've seen.
Yeah, definitely. And also, it's definitely a bagger of a match. We enjoyed that. Truly, we enjoyed watching that series as well. Kudos to Ascend. They still have a match later on. This is, again, the upper bracket. And we're still gonna see them later try and climb up back to the grand finals, right? So, anyway, we do have an interview. With us is one of the members of Falcon Vega. So, let's welcome her on our screens right now. Let's see who we have right here. Ooh, it's Mary, right? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Perfect. Now we do have some very serious questions for you here on the panel desk. Well, it was a big comeback coming in here into map number 2. The scoreline was pretty far during that first half. So what's your favorite food in Bangkok so far?
guys, I've been food poisoned.
No way! Really?
Yeah. So I mean, like overall, I love Thailand. Like the place is very nice, but I think my stomach didn't really like the food that much, so that was kind of unfortunate for me. But a nice opening line, honestly. I didn't expect that question.
Mary, maybe you have a comeback in this as well, right? Maybe your tummy gets better and you get to enjoy more Thai food as well. But Zach also has a good question here for you, actually.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
do. I didn't realize that. No, but jokes apart. Hi, Mary. It's good to see you.
Good to see you again.
I'm very happy to have you in SCA. I also see Alexi next to you. Hello there. I just have a question. So when Alexi pulls off that ace, you know, the one at 12-11, I just wanted to know what the team comms were like at that point.
It was just us like screaming. Like I was expecting her, and I see her like flicking there, and I'm calling behind you, and she like kills the last kill. I was like, oh my god, that literally gave us like the momentum boost, and so as the clutches Aniri also had earlier.
And speaking of a lot of screaming, we know that the princess beside you right now screams a lot as well. How's it so far meshing in with the team and playing here in Southeast Asia as well? Is it like a big change compared to, for example, EMEA and heading back here? Like, is it more aggressive? How is it for you?
Honestly, it feels all natural, you know, like we all just like clicked as a team, and I'm very happy. And obviously, like this is just the start for us. Like we're in like what 3 weeks of practice, and this is what we've shown so far. So imagine us just like hopefully by the end of the year possibly winning champions. Like that's our biggest goal.
That's the goal. Even Alexi is agreeing beside you here already, but you're there in the grand finals already. Do you want to have do you have any messages actually to all the fans who are watching? We have lots of fans for Falcons here on the chat. Maybe you want to give your shout outs to. It's the time.
I appreciate all the support, and inshallah our main goal is obviously the championship and to win this grand finals. But let's focus on the grand finals first, and then whatever comes next will come next, inshallah. And thank you so much for supporting, and honestly means the world to us.
Thank you so much, Mary. How about Alexi? Does she want to say something?
Do you want to say something?
Just closer to the mic. What did she say?
I don't know.
She doesn't know.
Always the humble queens that we have here in Game Changers. Thank you so much, Mary, for gracing us
you so much
with
for
your
having me.
presence. And good luck on the grand finals tomorrow. And we're gonna see you.
Hopefully. See you.
There we have it. Food poisoning, comebacks
Oh my
happen.
God.
A lot of storylines when it comes to Falcon Vega here, Zach, right?
100%. I mean, if this is Mary with food poisoning, I'm kind of like, it's like 80%, 70%, whatever percent power level. You know, imagine her at like her 100% or 200%. But yeah, I think that's a really interesting fact that they brought up, that, you know, they've only been practicing together in that boot camp for 3 weeks. And with 3 weeks of practice as a team, this is the standard that they're able to put up to. So I too am hopeful that perhaps this team can go all the way and win that grand championship. But like, you know, both the players said, it starts with the grand final here. And I think Falcons, it must be so nice to come together as a team and immediately just make it to that grand final without dropping a map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ascend is basically waiting who's gonna be their next matchup, right? So with that, we have a second series coming up later on, but right now we're just gonna go in a very short break. Don't go away, Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. We'll be right back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me, watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
The world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Boris. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Laura. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आधा है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? Put your back down.
And this is where it starts indeed as we head into the next set of series here. Tayrawr and Zahk on the panel. And this is already the second series, right? Out of the three that we have. Where we have one team waiting down there, which is Ascend for the next set of matches. But it's gonna be PPQ versus Mad Army here, Zahk.
Yeah, this is the next round of the lower bracket, the one that will decide who still has a chance to make that grand final in that upcoming map versus Ascend that you mentioned. But for now, right, it's these two teams that have been making their way through different pathways, I would say, but ultimately considering their run in the lower bracket. You know, for Mad Army being in that 4 to 8 seed position, they started off in that lower run. But for PPQ, you know, they had their first game against Ascend. It was a very close series, went to all three maps, but in the end, it was Ascend triumphing, going on in that upper bracket. And since then, PPQ, they've been fighting with their way through lowers. I think they took down Team Lux yesterday. I think that Mad Army took down Lilacs as well. So both teams have at least eliminated one other team from the competition. And now having confirmed top four, the only other thing that is left for you to try to play for is to get to that final, try to get that trophy. So yeah, that's the goal for these two teams, I'm pretty sure.
Definitely is the goal, right? We heard the interview a while ago from Falcon and Vega already, and the goal for them is going to championships. And I think that's
100%.
Everyone's goal at this point of the tournament. But we do have the two teams coming up on your screens here. So for everyone who's watching, who just tuned in, these are the two teams that we have. We have for PPQ, we have Sleepy Keiki, Kaz, Sone, Samphire, Oreophilia is there as well. And for Mad Army, we have Ginny, Muffin, Alyssa, Baby Teasy, and Kit Kat.
Yeah, so I mean, for anyone who's been watching Game Changers SCA in the last 3-4 years, you will recognize a lot of these names on both teams. I think Oreo, part of that original alter ego roster that was kind of stomping through SCA, at least in 2021 and 2022 from what I remember. And on the opposite side, of course, for MY, these are all familiar teams. Of course, Ginny, the IGL, the first team from SCA to go for that Game Changers championship, along with Muffin and Alyssa. Ginny also one of the few players in this tournament who has that multi-regional experience alongside Alyssa and Muffin, because these three spent a year playing in China. Ginny and Muffin were still together, but Alyssa was on a different team. So yeah, they joined up with Baby TZ and KitKat. They formed a very strong Thai roster here, and I think Ginny in particular would love to IGL her way to another grand final.
The gang is back together, right? And we've seen, and they've showed us the matches from what we watched from yesterday and the other days as well, where the angle isolating fights is there for the side of Mad Army especially, and having Baby TZ really hold down the fort for the rest of the team once everything starts to shut down for the other players. They just have whole, or basically covering the whole or the lapses of the team. And when it comes to PPQ right here, you also do have that experience coming into Game Changers. You have Oreo playing for so long here already in Game Changers as well. And when it comes to this matchup, would you think that we're going to be seeing more of a tighter score line again, or would it be one-sided in any of the sides?
I mean, I think it could go either way, but I mean, Mad Army, at least going by yesterday's matchup that we saw, it was pretty wild in terms of how one-sided some of those maps were. I think it was a 13-5, a 13-3, and a 13-4 going in the direction. Now that we've got a one-to-one coming up here, both these teams, they're duelist player. Muffin, of course, seasoned veteran, really able to put up those stats and maintain that consistent KD, especially in terms of finding those opening kills. But on the other side, Sleepy Keiki, a little bit of a newer name, I would say, but still going head-to-head almost in terms of the raw stats here.
Yeah, raw stats, raw firepower is what we're looking at here as well. Both players are Raze players as well, and we know what Raze can bring to the table. Once it pops off, it does pop off. And if that happens for today, for both teams, that would be a pleasure and entertainment, or pure entertainment for the rest of the people watching, and even for us here in the panel as well. But when it comes to the stats, it's not that far off coming into this two head-to-head players that we have right now. Would you say, though, in another part of the roles and other players that we have here, do we have players to look out for and players to really watch out for?
Oh yeah, 100%. And this one, you know, we're gonna start with Baby TZ here. I think Baby TZ, the first time I saw her play was way back in like 2022 or something, and she was one of the OG chamber players. I remember seeing her like absolutely going ballistic. And to quote, this is the player who tried to make sure a game ended pretty fast so she could go and play a horror game with her friend, who I believe would also be watching or watch partying this broadcast. So shout out. That said, I mean, Baby TZ in terms of the stats, having switched roles, still able to put up those damage numbers. I mean, 290 ACS, especially, you know, when you're flexing around, is no joke. And I think Baby TZ, despite all the role transitions, has just been such a good fit on this team, especially with the amount of lurks. We saw it in yesterday's games as well, right? The amount of damage she was consistently finding round after round.
Rat plays, as we call it. We've seen it in Fracture as well, happening multiple times. But we do have Baby TZ here onto your screens. I mean, I kind of agree, you know, at the end of the day, like, Valorant can also be HorrorRant, right? If you're playing against Baby TZ right here. But for PvQ, we do have Cass as well, following up the footsteps. When we look at the stats, obviously, it's a little bit of a gap when it comes to Baby TZ, but do not falter when it comes to what she can bring to the table here, because they do need that setups to come in to make sure and prep up the situation for every entry, and Cass has been doing that pretty well for the team.
Yeah, I think 100%. Cass also, you know, as the IGL for BPQ, having that additional burden on her shoulders. So just one more thing that she has to worry about. Also 25% headshot. I know we've seen some wild numbers like 50 something and stuff over the last couple of days, but 25% as your team's controller, as the IGL, is pretty impressive, especially when you consider the ACS that she's been putting up as well. So I'm pretty excited to see how this particular game is going to go for this team. I think Cass, especially as a relatively newer player, I would say, doesn't perhaps have the same veteran Valorant standards that Genie might have. But I think she's been able to adapt well, and I think PPQ, they've been able to make their run in the lower bracket look, if not easy, then at least convincing.
I think that's what every team needs, right? The adaptability, the resiliency, as we call it. We've seen it from Falcon Vega a while ago in their comeback match. And now they're waiting in the grand finals. But who else would be there in the grand finals with them? That's the question that this series would probably answer for us. And this time, there's no second chances like for Ascent. This time, it's lower bracket. You got one chance only. But I think from the very start of this playoffs, they've known that already, right? They're fighting for their lives here, their tournament spot here in Game Changers. And when we look at the map veto soon, are there any other maps that you kind of want to see? Honestly, like in general, like when it comes to these teams.
I would like to stop seeing Fracture, Haven, and
You're done with
Lotus, because that's all I've been seeing for 3 days. Like
It's the
whether
new
I'm
Ascent
casting
now?
or an analyst desk. Yeah. I mean, thankfully Ascent is back in the next round, so we'll get to see it a little bit more. And Breeze is still out, so I'm very happy. But speculation on the map pool aside, right? Yeah, okay, finally we're gonna be seeing a different map, and map 2 is still gonna be Fracture. But yeah, I'm happy to see Bind coming up. I think this is the first time I am seeing it this whole playoffs run. So
yeah.
It's nice
Me
to see,
too.
you know.
Actually, yeah, it's pretty nice to see when you see new maps come in as well, and maps that you don't have much VODs for when it comes to the playoffs that we are looking at. But we do have Fracture still. It's not gonna go away here as Mad Army picks that for themselves. I mean, they performed so well coming into this series that they played the other day. And for the decider, we do have Pearl here.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty excited about this Bind pick because firstly, like you said, it's the first time we're seeing this map, so excited to see what kind of agent comps we're picking. But also, it's interesting to me that PPQ picked this map because this is one of the maps that Mad Army actually played the most during that Swiss stage. And in contrast, PPQ only played it once. So Mad Army, they've played this map about 4 or 5 times since this year started, and PPQ, they've only played it once, that too in the Swiss stage. So it's a very interesting pick coming out of them, but maybe they've got like a secret weapon up their sleeve.
Yeah.
You know, going by the agent comps here, both teams they like to run or rather one team, the PPQ likes to run like a standard Sentinel. They like to run that Vice, going by the one time that they played it along with the Tayrawr. But on the opposite side, even though you have the Tayrawr, they still go for that more traditional Viper, that pseudo Sentinel, and having that additional bit of, you know, lurk capability. I mean, Baby TZU and Viper, we saw her on Lotus yesterday. It is no joke dealing with the amount of ghosting around the map that she basically does.
We also saw her on Fracture with the tripwire setups that
True.
gets 2 out of 2, right? So it's a pretty scary looking statistics that we can see here on their side. But when it comes to statistics and everything else, I would like to ask your predictions when it comes to this series. It's Mad Army versus PPQ. Who are you going for?
Honestly, after seeing that Bind pick, I'm gonna have to lean towards Mad Army here because, you know, I think that Fracture is also a map that they demonstrated they were super good on yesterday. I think it was like 13-3 or 13-4. It was a speed run coming out of Mad Army. So, you know, assuming that PPQ doesn't have anything up their shoulders, I think that Mad Army has the power to kind of go through this map veto because it seems to be so overwhelmingly in their advantage. But, you know, if PPQ, they can get Bind under their thing. It's the same condition that we put in that first series, right? You want to be sure that you have your map pick under your belt because the next couple of map picks are just so favored in your opponent's weightage, so you want to be careful about that. So I don't know, for me, especially with Genie being at the helm again for this team, I'm gonna have to say Mad Army here.
Oof, I have to echo that statement, Zach. I am also actually predicting for Mad Army as well. I mean, the stat sheet doesn't lie here, and more on the safer side now. I usually go for the underdogs when it comes to game changers, but it's almost the grand finals. But again, we are happy to be proven wrong here on the desk when it comes to this predictions. But Zach, I have to ask, do you think it's gonna be a 3-game series this time, or will it be a 2-0?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm hoping
Really?
for a 2-1. I always like to have it go to that decider map. But like I said, just because of the amount of reps that Mad Army have on this map, they haven't lost it yet, by the way. They've played it 5 times and they've won it all 5 times. Maybe I didn't mention that part. So I feel like, yeah, Mad Army, they have a lot going for them. I also do like their team comp more, especially I think the Viper can mitigate a lot of the early information and things that you can kind of pull off the comp that historically PPQ have run. Like, sure, you've got the Tayrawr in the sky, you've got, like, you know, that double drone dog kind of thing. You've got that utility available, but the Viper Wall, you know, you can play around it so usefully, and it's just another layer in that postman. So I think that as long as PPQ are able to come up with a battle strategy that works out well for them, they're able to use the Vice to control lanes enough, it's gonna be probably Mad Army coming out.
It's the decay, right? Also, when you want to go inside the site, you just couldn't. You just have to wait for that Viper wall to go down, or you just execute with it. It's either of the two, but at the end of the day, for me, I think this could go for a 2-1 actually. I'm pretty like 70% on that 3-map kind of scenario. You know, we want to see some fights here in a game changer scene and much longer games as well, but I am curious, do you think they would pick a different kind of agent aside from the agents that we just mentioned, like a Tayrawr, Viper? Do you think anything unorthodox will be picked? I mean, sometimes Yoru is being used in this map too.
Personally, I love seeing the Yoru pick. I think that was one of the key aces of a sleeve for T1 there, being able to constantly, you know, utilize the Yoru in a lot of the maps that they were playing. And I think most of the good teams that we saw at Masters as well were able to kind of slot that Yoru in, but that's a separate theory that I'm thinking about. Back to this particular gameplay, I don't think we're going to see too much of a variation because neither team has lost this map yet this year. So even though Mad Army have played it more times, PPQ, the one time they did play it during that Swiss stage, they pulled off a 13-2 win. So I think that they're going to probably lean into what's comforting to them. That said, though, I mean, if, you know, PPQ want to change things up to anti-strat Mad Army or vice versa, that might be something interesting to look out for.
Ooh, very, very interesting indeed. And as we maybe look into the agent select later on, maybe we see if it's still the same or is it completely different. I mean, I'm a big fan of Yoru. Yoru actually has a lot of lineups when it comes to bind. And not only that, but again, the TPs you could play around with the fake out, and even the dimensional rift just giving you so much information as well. But who am I to judge? It depends on the player who they pick. That's why we are looking at the agent select right onto your screens. Let's see, Zach. Give me the Yoru, please. No Yoru for me, but instead, you are correct. We are looking at that pseudo Sentinelist list, or rather, for the side of Baby TZ here. It's Viper being picked.
True, and Baby TZ, I mean, it's not just her being able to anchor down that site in those defense rounds. It's also just the raw lurk damage that she threatens on that attacking side, especially with that Viper wall that you can kind of condition down that A short or towards that A site. You know, constantly you're gonna have to worry about when that wall is up. You know, people might spend a lot of utility like the drone or the dog having to clear that out methodically. So there's a lot at stake here with Baby TZ's positioning in that map. But that said, on the opposite side, right, you've got so much utility available, the flashes from the Vice, you know, yeah, exactly, double initiator as well. And look at the initiators of those, the Tayrawr and the Sky. So you've got the post plant in the form of the Tayrawr, but also a great amount of information coming in from all three of these agents, including the Vice, because that flash is a recurring you know, thing. If somebody does get blinded by it, it's gonna give you like info. It's not perfect info, truth, it's not exactly a Silva, but it's still a very interesting team comp.
Yeah, let's see. We're bound to find out anyway what's going to be the result of this matchup. Will it go on the side of PPQ or will it go on the other hand on the side of Mad Army? Let's see what our casters think, Coldan, and realize, what do you think?
Another clash, another showdown to play. Still with me, Realize, and my amazing partner, Coldan. We are going into match number 2, in which we will see Mad Army take on PPQ. And Coldan, I think you know more about PPQ, so you gotta tell me what's happening in there.
What do you mean? They're Indonesian. You're Indonesian.
Coldan,
you tell me what's going on.
I can't really hear you, Coldan. Hello?
Oh, well.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. Now you can hear me. I was saying you're Indonesian. They're Indonesian. You tell me what's going on.
That's true. Like I said yesterday, I said it when I casted day number 1. I was like, you know, I'm Indonesian, and it's always a joy to see a full Indonesian lineup that can come through in game changers, and I do believe PPQ does have I'd say the skill ceiling, the potential to soar to greater heights. As we take a look at this match, it is going to be very spicy, and it's the classic Indonesia versus Thailand clash. You know, it's always going to be very interesting. We've had this in, you know, the regular circuit, and now we're gonna have it in game changers as well. As we take a look at Mad Army, yesterday they boasted a very, very amazing performance with that nasty clutch with the Sheriff, provided to you by Alyssa.
that was that was one of the most insane plays I've seen in Game Changers, especially not one of the Falcons or / Zipto squad. Yeah, that was play of the event so far in my opinion. But yeah, let's see if they can top that kind of performance here today. Mad Army up against PPQ, and yeah, as the Des mentioned, I think it's a bit of a questionable pick coming in from PPQ. I mean, Mad Army are just so good on this map statistically, but hey, at the very least, they don't have a lot of vaults on how they play it, and they found that opening pick already. Beautiful start to kick off the round, trade frags into showers as well. A Mad Army gonna come out on top of that.
Yeah, Trailblazer now by Ginny to find information, scan a reconnaissance mission to just look for individuals that might be lingering on the backside, but no, it's clear for now. And Mad Army, they will have control of this site. Spike planted by Kit Kat. She will try to hold the exact same position as they try to re-aggress towards U-Haul, or Lamps if you want to call it that. They have full control now of the site. Samfire, Exune, and Sleepy KK will be enticed and invited to retake this site. U-Haul will be the main focal point of attack, but Muffin will be able to get that headshot towards Sleepy KK.
One enemy remaining.
As Samfire falls low of HP, she will get the one tap towards Kit Kat, but no bodies to work with means that she will surrender into Muffin swinging right in front of her face. Mad Army, perfect pistol round. Even they lost 3, but I do believe it was methodical from them.
Yeah, a lovely fight coming in from them, despite them kind of losing the opening fight, right? It was actually peeking out from Hookah. Got that nice opening pick, but yeah, that showers fight was everything. And them winning that out, the post plan was just too strong for them to break apart here. Lovely fatally shot, but yeah. This, lack of utility, it's difficult to clear out these corners, and then a 1v3. And Sapphire did the best, but yeah, jumping into the second round, Mad Army, the better weapons, looking like a couple in a row, and we saw in the previous series how some eco rounds could turn out, so I'm never ever gonna count any of these teams out, especially if they got some crazy aimers on the squad. That should just deter some information. Cat gonna be moving up with the assistance from the Tayrawr utility. Shotgun up close and personal Sleepy Cakey. That might be something to write home about, but for the time being, so much map control, give it over to Mad Army.
They have control so far up into Octagon, but they're gonna take the route to rotate in towards A site. The teleporter create sound cues means that PPQ know too well that Mad Army are gonna invade this A site. Wide open for them, but inside the smoke lingers players like Cass, who just one taps the shorty, take down the spike planner. Muffin is quick on the reply. Is Alyssa still pouncing? Oh, left and right, she's looking low HP on Oreophilia. The one tap is good, but looking for more, as Exune will be the one to back up Sleepy Cakey with the shorty kill jump close, and it connects. Baby Teasy on U-Haul still holding, but Sleepy Cakey collects too, and it's body bags on A site. Muffin has to hold the Sapphire, a very good kill. No utilities though, so now they have to find Baby Teasy. Baby Teasy and the smoke to spray down is huge. 1v1 situation. Sleepy Cakey looks at that. The jump peek is good. The satchel just pops Baby Teasy out of triple box. They're playing this. It takes 2 to tango, and Baby Teasy is just tangoing all over Sleepy Cakey. Triple kill for her. She collects the Vandal and evacuates herself from the blast point.
I mean, Baby TZ was the MVP yesterday for a good reason. I think out of all the players on this team, she has provided the most consistent performance across years of Game Changers. And you put her in this kind of a clutch situation, she will not lose it. I mean, she is just incredible as a Sentinel. This Viper dynamic plays it to literal perfection. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Baby TZ for you. Mad Army strike with a second round, but PPQ do a lot of damage, so this bonus round of theirs, it's only really just Muffin with that Vandal in her hands to getting some interesting stuff.
Yeah, one tap even from Cass. Take down Baby TZ. The smoker is no more. Still have Kit Kat to play with the Brimstone. Oh, Sleepy Cakey forced to swing. Brings one to her grave with her. That is an important kill towards Alyssa, one of the initiators as well. They still have Jinny though with the flash. Only one. And Exune will tiptoe out of hookah. Alongside with her is Samfire to look for information. Oreophilia again, the anchor.
Look
This
at Cass, though.
backside. But Cass is just going to wrap around behind them with this Vandal in her hand. This could be disastrous for Mad Army, but no, she doesn't want to force the issue. But she does expect a teleport coming in from KitKat. But KitKat with the timing, it is so uncanny. She's still hiding in the door. My God, Cass! Thankfully, she gets the kill. The
30
showstopper
seconds
is out.
left.
And the spike planted by Jinny.
Spike
2v4
planted.
retake for PPQ.
Oh, the showstopper wasted as well. Muffin was hoping to find that Brimstone at the back, but Cass is wrapped around. Yeah, they get quad kill on the cards, perhaps? No, Oreophilia will find that last kill, but a triple from the Brimstone of Cass. That is perfect positioning coming in from her. And yeah, they avoid too much catastrophe. Only Sleepy Kiki going down as the first on the board.
Finally, PPQ, a much needed round with minimal casualties as well, I'd say. I mean, it's only Sleepy Keiki that had to bite the bullet of that round. Mad Army, though, if you take a look at that round, it was them playing, I'd say in a desperate manner as well, because they didn't really have that much of an arsenal to work with. I mean, they had to really be on a tight budget. But now, they might want to expend that Orbital Strike. Imagine having Tayrawr and Brimstone at the same time. We have argued that Tayrawr is one of the best initiators you can play in Bind because of his clearing potentials with the salvos. You can with one single tap clear U-Haul without having to expend the Orbital Strike. It means that you can harness or save the Orbital Strike for post-plant situations. And now they're advancing toward A side. Mad Army have control of U-Haul, Coldan.
Yeah, they just crept up close, and now the Showers players are under a lot of scrutiny. They use the Orbital Strike to flush them out. Sleepy Kiki took the teleporter all the way from the B side. Cass, though, actually catches onto Alyssa, but Jinny privy of that potential push. But in the meantime, the spike has been planted. Muffin detected as well. Here comes the retake, a prong attack coming in from Showers together with the back of sight. KitKat's dropped the molly as well. Got the Orbital Strike to play around with. Actually, hanging around with her utility, but post up and personal. Who else but Baby TZ? Light up on the second up to be the case. Samfire is there to pick up the pieces. Double kill found down in U-Haul. Orbital Strike invested, but that's quite early on. They still can get the diffuse down. Flash in, jump down, but it's Samfire to provide the cover fire. Down to just the one, but around the corner. Oreophilia, does she have time? It's gonna be so damn close. Oh, yes, she does it. With just a couple of milliseconds to spare. And it gets PPQ that second round on the board.
0.36 seconds. 36 milliseconds to work with. And she's able to defuse the spike with no friends to work with. It was just Samfire being the backbone of that defense. Look at the kills she's able to pick up. 3 huge kills. And Oreophilia in the nick of time, able to get that last kill. And now, Mad Army yet to reply. PPQ's Rampage. And round number 4, now round number 5, Muffin will be close, but Sleepy Keiki, good flash to pick up Alyssa with the operator. With the Razor Vines blooming up in hookah. Baby TZ still lingering around short, only with the Spectre, not the best flank weapon you can have. But Oreophilia is just digging up information. Oreophilia in front of her is Baby TZ, who wins the fight. One more. That's a very important kill, but Cass is behind her to become that second layer. And now the Seekers do come in. And Mad Army, they want to try to shut down Cass, disrupted by the flash. She's just blinded, full control of Showers. And it's Exune next on the chopping block. But the Trailblazer does spot her, and Exune will be no more! Gone till Kingdom Come, then Muffin with a one-tap that is very important now up to Samfire and Sleepy Keiki.
They have so much time to cook, realize. Look, it's 40 seconds left. They have the option of going all the way towards the B side. Now, PPQ are going to be doubting themselves. They have no idea, no information of where this could end up. So
left.
It leads to them being split. Samfire actually going to team up together with Sleepy Keiki, hoping that it's going to be a B commit. But as the flash pops on the A side, yeah, now backs are turned. Focus back here. But at the same time, Mad Army have no idea where the players On the defense are PPQ. They're ahead of things. They're into the B side already. Sleepy Kiki with the up in tow. Only good for the first. But the spike is dropped to the mix. Sapphire just needs to live. 1 HP to boot. Time, is there gonna be enough? 1 second left. Oh my lord, no time on the clock yet. The spike goes down. The round will continue. 16 HP. The sky hits ahead. Ginny set up for success, tucks herself close in this quarter. Does Samfire check it? Is our protocols in place? Not to be the case. Ginny strikes again. Down to 1 versus 1, but this time Mad Army strikes.
My god. It was so close. With the time ticking, it was of the essence, but thankfully Ginny was able to plant the spike in the right moment, and PPQ, that was a round that they were able to win. It was Samfire's for the taking, but she was exposed to so much damage, means that she can't really re-swing that angle. And take a look at the replay, it was set up very beautifully in the first few rounds, right? And a few of the PPQ players, unluckily they had to fall down. But this Sleepy Keiki was on point. Samfire, of course, she had to go for the swing because all she wanted to do was just cancel out the spike planner and play the time. But that wasn't the case, and unlucky for her as well. She did not close check that left corner, that pocket area, so she was taken down by Ginny, who was just easily waiting for the crosshair to come into her. And now, of course, this timeout called by Mad Army, by the way, means that they have a few tricks up their sleeve that they want to use. They still have the Viper Spit up and ready, 1 away from the Armageddon, and the Showstopper as well, going online real soon.
Yeah, I kind of like this timeout being taken by Mad Army. It gives them, it kind of just shows that they have a little bit of understanding that, hey, this could have been a very different scenario, right? PPQ had a lot of close rounds already, and they gotta be careful of this one because it's a low buy eco round. They might do something crazy. Baby TZ around the smoke.
My god.
Ooh, slips around the corner just in time, but as the smoke goes up, so do BBQ, they run straight ahead. Oh no, BBTZ shots fine, they know where she's coming from, but she's still not able to find a double kill. Looking for the third, runs away, no, but Sleepy Keiki's ultimate. The rocket will fly down and lay waste to her. ABTZ and Genie both lost in the mix. Still even kills in terms of the players, but weaponry still favoring the Mad Army side in front of the wall. They all go through the wall at the same. No, the spike gets lost in the mix. It's stuck behind the wall. It buys up just a little bit of time. Sleepy Kiki now comes in from the CT position, but just a bucky. It's not the ideal weapon. Gotta be careful on this one. Tap out the spike, commitment of the plan. Smoke's fading just as spike goes down, but nothing to be found just yet. Teaming up with each other, a couple of pieces of utility, a good flash perhaps, satchel into the side, a pink shell, clear some corners, Sleepy Keki's first in. They're all playing from the elbow position, all safe, long-range fights, don't want to give away anything to the TPQ squad. Flash in, detected, one around the corner, it's Sexy challenging Kit Kat, but the Vandal will win out that fight, and so do every other Vandal in this round. Mad Army stabilize, they avoid too much catastrophe.
Remember, no
only losing Baby TZ and Ginny in that process, and Baby TZ was subject to the mini game and the aggressiveness of PPQ. Just trying to play cheekily behind the smoke, and they were waiting for Baby TZ to come into the smoke. But you know, as a smart player, you don't really want to push the smoke. Baby TZ able to pick up 2 on the expense of a Showstopper as well. So I think it's a very, very worth trade. Because now Sleepy Cake is not with the Showstopper anymore, so no possible raise plays that are really going to happen in this round. It's a Trailblazer again, just freaking out information, but nothing easily enough for her, able to set foot on the side. The Viper Spit as well, just filling the void inside. Melissa gets the refrag. As Kit Kat takes back the spike to the teleporter, and she wants to rotate back to B, but it's all just a ruse because now Alyssa will be provided with an opportunity to win this fight. 2 kills for her, and it's now a triple kill for Alyssa as the spike is planted inside of the Viper Spit. PPQ, they are in shambles in this round. Alyssa dripping with blood. Low HP, Exune called upon from heaven. She has to reclaim this site, but it seems nigh impossible, Coldan, to pull off a clutch.
It's definitely a tall order. You got Samfire coming in from the flank, and Xune has got to be patient on this one. Just draw their attention, and maybe Samfire might be able to find one, but the time has ticked down so damn low already. Barrel spotted. First is nice, but yeah, how do you best this pit? Surely it's not doable. They're gonna go for it. They're gonna try their very best. Xune catches on the kick carrot. I'm not sure if the molly hits though. I think it's a little bit off, but yeah, time is ticked down way too low. Baby TZ trying to find us kill here to maybe survive, but no, both actually go down. So technically a clutch coming in on the Mad Army side, but it's a lovely pause in the action, right? Taking the teleporter, forcing a little bit of an inquisitive peek, and well, Alyssa just marking that Shower's position gets 2 kills off the back of that bench, and yeah, we are left in this kind of situation. 3 rounds in a row unanswered.
Not called, of course, and I do be from
Taken out.
it was actually a well round. All the possibilities happening right in that round. I mean, the fake TP coming in from KitKat just to run back towards site. I think they should have known, because the Viper Spit was still there, and as well as how there was only 1 teleport sound. There wasn't really 2 or 3, which doesn't really herald a full rotate compared to maybe only 1, and that was only KitKat making the noise and the ruckus behind the teleporter, right? And I think it was Cass lured into the site back, maybe taking for granted that the site was clear, but Alyssa was still waiting for her in that in bench. So I think Mad Army, they have total control of that round and the way they want to play it. I think still they lost like 3 players, even all 5, due to that last kill from Samfire. So at least something for PPQ, but now they have to settle with such minimalistic weapons.
Yeah, it's again not gonna be easy, but seeing them be a little bit creative on these 2 rounds. Pushing out towards a shot. This time, passive setup here towards the back of the ace side. Aurifila gets detected. Jump over the wall by Muffin. They evade that piece of utility pretty effectively. And, well, defenders haven't really got anything. And, oh, Steel Garden invested. You want to give this a look. What more utility do you have? Oh, the Snake Bite's perfect for this position. Actually, hoping to go through, but nothing to have. Armageddon's invested. Baby TZ with a shotgun there. The TPQ, they're lining up the kills. They are flooding the feed. They're flooding the site. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, it's just onto Ginny. They're diffusing in her face. And the Sky Smoke's gonna make things incredibly awkward. Samfire, 1 tap to the head of Ginny. Gets her revenge, and it's a thrifty round for PPQ.
Wow. The fact that Mad Army was using those ultimates to flush out PPQ from U-Haul, but still they recover, still they are able to win out the duels, the kills, the trades, and the fights. All with Spectres and Sheriffs and maybe 1 Vandal in the hands of Xune, but still, this is a very, very huge win from Team PPQ, considering the fact that they called the timeout previously, so at least they have an idea of what they want to do. Now Sleepy Keiki posted up with an operator in hand. It's going to be a very, very tough task for Mad Army to fight that, considering they have only Sheriffs in hands. The swing from the flash behind that. Samfire has to hold his ground, or rather her ground, but not able to stand much longer in Garden. As the Razor Vines, they grow very, very huge, stopping Mad Army from their push. But so it's a 1-for-1 trade, considering all the things given in the hands of Mad Army. This is actually a win situation for them, because they are able to pick up 2 Vandals, and they might cause even greater problems for PPQ.
Yeah, they even swapped the weapon. Okay, now they've got 2 rifles in their mix. Muffin's got the showstopper as well. They're gonna see what Baby TZ can find here on this A side. They saw the operator fire a shot earlier on, so just calling a bit of a pause in the action. It leaves PPQ split 2-2 on either side. Mad Army, what's the call? Looks like it's gonna be a B-side finish and then a late look from Baby TZ. But something has to give first. They're just standing in the open, hoping for someone to peek out. PPQ, they're not giving them anything. The smokes come in. Now they come in off of the wall. And oh, XDNA! Perfect isolation for the first. Baby TZ on the other side of the map gets one more. The cast in tow, flooding in for the retake. Oreophilia's there in the feed as well. It's just onto Jinny yet again. 5 HP to boot and no time left on the clock. It's technically a 1v1 for the time being. The XDNA's played it to perfection, just surviving. No time left. Run for the hills, cast. You've won it by just virtue of time itself.
Yeah, Jinny almost presenting us with probably a possibility of a clutch if Cass did not run away from the site. But at least for now, Mad Army trailing from behind. This hold from Sapphire though only gets one, but still it's a very monumental kill considering the fact that Spike was exposed and was Octagon that really needed to be held on. And now Operator in the hands of Sleepy Cake yet again, but this time shifting to Showers. Good flash, Trailblazer. I think it spotted the Operator. And now Mad Army, they're shy to peek this. They need a flash if they want to challenge this Operator. The Seekers are out, and the Showstopper committed. The flash, and Sleepy Cake is still not moved yet so whatsoever. The Armageddon as well, and Cass is full blinded. The baby TZ rather will plant the spike. It's all a catastrophe in A site. The smokes are out, the plant is down, and PPQ via Samfire and XDNA has to save this round. Ultimate's ready for Samfire only though. Seekers is on the ready to be used, but I think Mad Army, they still hold this 5 players strong, and PPQ, they will pull out. Retreat. And this means that Mad Army will be able to get round number 10. 6-4, Mad Army.
I loved what Mad Army had in this round, right? They used the Trailblazer to actually spot out the Operator, right? And then they did not leave anything to chance. Seekers invested, the flash in as well. And they weren't even the ones to take that first contact, right? The Showstopper popped up, but at that point in time, there were 3 players wrapping around from A short in towards Showers. It completely pincered the 3 players of PPQ stuck in that position. Armageddon flushes out every single corner. And if they ran out, it would be into the waiting arms of the Mad Army squad coming in from A short. So beautiful dissection of that setup. And yeah, lovely read from Mad Army. 6-4, looking to strike even more. We get a couple more rounds in this half, ideally. But money still in a relative okay spot for PPQ. They got a couple of rifles into this one, albeit the money is kind of bottomed out. They need to win this round if they want to give this half a bit of an even scoreline. If not, Mad Army might run away with things. Aho Salvo is just to clear out Octagon yet again, flushing back the defenders. Keiki, she's always been a little bit more aggressive. The Sky Smokes will keep her on as Satchel up to a different angle as well. 3 players on PPQ side here for this defense as Mad Army have gotten up close. They want to go in for this execute in just a few moments. But oh, never mind. 1 minute left. They still work the clocks, work the map, explore, see what you can find.
Sleepy Cakey, unorthodox position up in the hut. Baby TZ just jump peeking this, looking for information yet again. Cass doing the same thing, replicating what Baby TZ is doing, and teleports are taken. XDNA calling for backup, calling for the cavalry to arrive, but she has to wait. It's only her and Oreophilia. The salvos are on point.
Teleport?
The paint shells is not,
Teleport.
and teleports are taken. They're looking to flush the side and flood it with full players. Oreophilia full blinded. The swing will be backed up by Sleepy Cakey. Triple box under siege. But look at the orbital strike cancelling out the plant.
Spike's out in spawn!
Will run. The spike is brought up onto B, and Baby TZ is at spawn. What is happening?
Spike
the tug
planted.
of war being won by Mad Army for now. And PPQ will be called upon to retake the site. The Seekers popped by Samfire. Looking for information. Baby TZ again just being such a vexatious entity to deal against. And Sleepy Cakey will enter the site. The headshot is good. Can she land more shots though? Paint shells towards elbow to clear that area. The spike exposed, but Baby TZ again creeping and crawling from the back. It's just up to Jinny to deliver the clutch. One is good, but can she look for the second one? She swings, but no, Sleepy Cakey will close the round with a triple kill, and the showstopper still intact. And the spike defused, PPQ neck to neck, 6-5.
What a crazy round
Last
coming
round
in
before
from
the
Mad
switch.
Army. They might have, I want to say they overcooked it a little bit, but they actually pulled it off really well until the post plan, right? They actually looked like they were going to commit off towards B. They had so much control. They had hookah, they had long, but here on the retake, Sleepy he was just so proficient at finding that player in hookah, eliminated a lot of the angles, and then the trade tracks were in. Nice advanced angle by Sleepy Keiki. But yeah, Baby TZ, that lurk entity, lurking all the way through into that spawn onto the B side, but still around not to be won. PPQ brute forced out of it. Because of that, the money is still in an okay position. Vice can come in for that squad. No ultimate really on the cards except for the PPQ side. You've got Armageddon as well as Showstopper. Two really great outs for potential retake setup. Again, Mad Army taking their time to explore the map, waiting for pushes. Going towards a Guys, the next protocol now.
Already cleared, flushed out by utilities. And Exune this time adjusting herself into the B side. She was at A previously. And will this be expected? I believe it will be, because Exune presents herself into such a very tight angle, but she doesn't really has been taken down just yet. She's able to, still to stand behind the site. Salvos are out. Just to hold the players of Mad Army in place. Exune behind the smoke. Saved practically by Cass, who pops the sky smokes. And this might be the cue for Mad Army to come in. And they will jump in, but Exune still able to snatch one kill. They jump behind Kit Kat and Ginny as well. Just prolonging her arms out straight to get the kill. It's Cass inside to save this round, but no. The Armageddon as well, just expended special delivery with the grenades out as well. Ginny playing up close and personal, but no kills presented to her. 2v4 looking very harsh for PPQ to win this round. Will this be a save angle, Coldan?
Oh, it's the last round. You better give it all you've got. Sleepy KP has Showstopper. That is the only saving grace I could think of. It lands right on Alyssa's feet, but it's the judge close range. How does she navigate this one? Drops yet another, picks up a rifle now. One versus two, but yeah, the Molly just spelling her demise. Baby TZ hiding close corner. There's nothing Sleepy Keiki can do. The orbital strike and Baby TZ swing for good measure. Get Mad Army that lead into the half.
Switching sides.
That is a slaughter without any intention to humiliate, because look at the mollies coming in. Look at the orbital strike as well, just flying by. Mad Army and Sleepy Keiki was just in a death sentence at that point. Nowhere to go, but still. See ya. Down.
One enemy remaining.
It's Ginny with the judge. And face two players who are just playing the long game, running down the clock, playing the post plans, and getting the kills without ever showing themselves. And 7-5. A first half that is actually quite impressive coming in from PPQ, holding down everything, and now they have to go on the attack. Meanwhile, Mad Army, this is what we expect from them. Solid plays, just so methodical on every attack that they have, and just bringing out the, I'd say the wit, right? Just playing the fake teleport things and all that stuff, which I think really, really is a smart way to deal with PPQ's stronghold on towards the backside. And now, though, PPQ with the attack, almost the same compositions coming in. Just, I think, bar the Viper, right? Now they have the Vice, and I do believe Vice does have strong post plans as well. And I think PPQ will play to that strength compared to maybe Mad Army, who will just delay them till Kingdom Come. I mean, they have the Viper Molly, they have the smoke from the Viper as well, the paint shells, the Mollies, and the missiles coming in from Mateo. This will be hard for PPQ to traverse through if they don't get that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have that hard stopping ability that the Vice Wall provides. Yep. So technically they can still like disrespect the smokes of the Viper and still get into the sites, but we'll have to see how that one's gonna pan out and if the Viper utility is of a factor. But yeah, PPQ now up close and personal, creeping contact play up. Ginny just jiggling around the corner. Muffin spots out a boatload of players. Oh, and the satchel in. Sleepy Cakey, beautiful right click onto Muffin's head. But the smokes here on the side makes things a little bit dangerous. You're on a plant here. There's a lot of defenders around these smokes. Cat tries a couple of shots. Cass hears it, but Ginny's the one to pick up the kill. Taking down Sleepy Cakey. Cass now running in towards showers. Finds the pinch there. Spike still yet to get planted though. They swing backside. All three of them. PPQ. The power of friendship gains them that advantage. BBTZ. 1 versus 4. She's great at clutches, but is she 1v4 great? That's the question. Kaz gets topped up as well thanks to Senpai's heal. She doesn't have any utility to work around with, just pure gunfight. 1, 2, oh, looking for the third. Ooh, you can never really count BBTZ out, but thankfully so. Manpower advantage to PPQ, and so is the pistol 6 on the board.
Well, you said it. Is she good enough for a 1v4? And she shows shades of what she's capable of. I mean, 2 kills with the ghost like that. That was a very good blind though, towards Alyssa and Cass as well. I like how PPQ are just playing behind their utilities. But look at that nasty shot from Baby TZ. Now, of course, PPQ with the advantage of the guns, but they are triple stacking showers. KitKat, a very good tap of the head. Daryl pops the dome of Sleepy Cakey with the barrel. Yes, exposed, and now PPQ will aggressively push towards the showers. So teleport is taken by Alyssa. Mad Army, they lose another round. That's only due to the fact that PPQ does have greater economy and greater weaponry.
Yeah. Ideally they would want a little bit more. It's kind of funny, you could see the Guardian barrel in that corner, but yeah, the utility to flush them out after the first kill. Sleepy goes down, but yeah, you can see the Tayrawr salvo is making life incredibly difficult. And the teleporter attempt, I respect it, you know, try to back up your teammates, but a little too late for the endeavor. 7-7, we're all tied up. Who could have thought? Bad Army looking to strike first here with this gun round of theirs up against the borders of PQ. Again, Show's control, guarded trade of flashes from both sides. She'll stall utility thanks to the smoke of KitKat here towards a short. Meanwhile, Baby TZ is on a crazy roam. Isolated 1 versus 1. The timing could not have been more perfect. Ophelia has to be slamming a desk. That was truly unlucky.
Hopes that the desk doesn't break, but now Sleepy Cakey, again, just leading the charge towards A side, but they are still taking a sweet time to not hastily execute towards the site. I mean, Exune still on hookah, just traversing her way into that, but Alyssa will be able to pop her skull wide open with the tap of the Vandal, it seems like, and Cass walk her way into hookah yet again. They will refill and reposition themselves into the same position that Exune was stepping foot on.
30 seconds left.
Still, they hold their footsteps. Ginny might expect this peek from hookah, but it's shielded by a toxic screen from the Viper. The flash doesn't blind Ginny, but Ginny still is gonna get taken down. And PPQ explode inside.
Whoa.
They have control of it, and suddenly it's doable. 10 seconds to plant the spike.
10 seconds
They
left.
will take their time. The Molly is there to cancel out any aggression. Oh, the paint shells! Cass, thankfully though, will still be able to push through.
remaining.
And the KitKat, she rattles back towards Cass. 1v2, Sleepy Cakey taken down by KitKat. Not as sweet as chocolate because that round looked scary for Mad Army.
I genuinely thought the paint shells would have absolutely done her in, but I guess one of the small, you know, mini grenades landed behind a wall or the mid-side, you know, the tube. I don't know, small little geometry thing, I guess. But yeah, regardless, they still win out the round. So close fight given over by PPQ makes things a little bit hot under the collar, but technically it was just that bonus round, right? So not too shabby. Got the spike down, got a couple of kills in. Forces Baby TZ on the judge, but I don't know if that's a good thing for them or not, because yeah, she's one of that Viper Spirit. If she gets it, it's gonna be an absolute terror to try to flush her out of these close quarters positions. She's got to be up in hookah. Logical peek from Alyssa here. Gets spotted out, but not too much damage done. Has to fall back to save her angle.
Baby TZ with the judge. Such a menace.
Blinding crack. Flashing.
Hookah. Always going to be the scary choke no one really wants to contest. And the Trailblazer confirms the position of Exune being there just now. So Baby TZ, all she has to do is just wait and wait and wait for any push coming in. And Alyssa is also there to back
Look
up.
at the 3-man push down A short.
Oh, that's
it's
true.
getting so much info.
That's true. It's so deep into short, and there you go. The info is there. They know. Will they fight this head on? Because this could be catastrophical for PPQ. And yes, they get executed. Showstopper out. Doesn't connect to anyone. And the paint shells as well, just to stop them right in their tracks. But here comes the spike, and Exune still oblivious of Baby TZ waiting in the wings. And Mad Army suddenly up 2 players. PPQ losing
30
2.
seconds left.
Oh man, if that 1v1 went in the favor of Exune, I think this round would have been definitely on. But now that Baby TZ drops the lure, it removes the possibility of a B-side finish, and that one-way smoke just absolutely destroys Cass's push. Last 2 players are finished. KK will give it their best shot, but yeah, absolutely shut down at the door. Muffin with a triple kill. And they keep every single one of their players alive as well. 9 rounds to the Mad Army squad.
Mad Army. Thankfully enough, they're able to create that crunch play to squeeze out the remains of PPQ, who took the long way out the teleporter. And I think they were trying to excavate as much information as possible to look for avenues around the map. But that was a good push coming in from Mad Army, and it was just a growing threat at the end of the day for them. And look at this triple peek, a totem peek to welcome Exune to their waiting arms, and Exune spots it out. And they will flee away from the same position, but Cass wants to take matters to her own hands, but it doesn't connect, and Exune will be on the hit list, taken down by KitKat. PPQ. Their short 1 member, Exune, gone. And Cass as well, so low on HP. But Samfire might tend to her wounds. Sleepy Keiki down in long. And look at PPQ just toning down the pace of the game. Mad Army as well, not invited to play aggressively, to push out. And even if they do, they don't really go overboard with it. They're just gonna hold a single position, and that's it. They're waiting for PPQ to make the first move.
It's
and
the same
Muffin,
setup.
it's the same thing over again. Deja vu, and this time it's Cass having to bite the bullet of Muffin's Vandal. And PPQ, they want to aggress to the side. This is the needed entry that they need to win this round.
On the incendiary just makes it so difficult. They committed the
30
Tayrawr
seconds
salvos. They want to go in right now, but there's 3 players here to flash. Oh, but they get obliterated by Ginny. Just hiding under the smoke. They do not expect her in that position, and she gets all 3 kills. Mad Army post double digits. And they continue on this streak of 3.
Wow. I mean, this is the same setup, but with different players. I mean, previously it was only the Sheriffs, and now it's the Vandals, and yeah, PPQ, it seems like they're gonna call another timeout because 10 is too far. They deem it worthy of a timeout, so now they want to try to readjust their approaches, because so far they've been trying a lot of things, right? Playing direct, it did not really work because of the sheer power, either firepower or utility coming in from Mad Army. But second, they try to play it slow as well, but it gets spotted out by Mad Army, just banding together, creating that push, assembling like the Avengers and just fighting them head on. So I think PPQ, I don't know. They could always try to poke, they could always try to cut noise, maybe create rotational plays, or just try to win out the neutral zones, try to win out the first lanes, either at shower or at long, so that they have ease of rotations if they really want to do that. I mean, still a lot of choke points to really be won upon, but Mad Army, they're keeping PPQ in check, not giving anything for free, and it's either going to cost them a utility or just a dead body in that process. So Mad Army, props to them for having such good protocols.
Thing is, these this next few rounds might be extremely chaotic with a lot of ults coming online, multiple players on both squads, one off their ultimate, and Mad Army is just gonna do something creative down B long. It's a triple push out of the smoke. They flash it, they fully cleared out Fountain as well. Now they can go back and both drop the rest of the sites. An instant ultimate's committed for PPQ. No one's home. So yeah, they clear all this space, but now there's 3 people from the defense taking the teleporter from Showers. But PPQ, dynamic as well. They take their own teleporter in towards this B-side. Salvos shut them out at the peak as well, and the smokes as well. Makes it extremely difficult. The flood retake comes in. Alyssa's here. Guardian in her hands. Oh, doesn't even get the first. Alyssa's holding the ultimate out just to buy a little bit of time. Could not help her teammate. The spike should get planted without too much more issues. A flash in towards that elbow position. Actually,
Samfire.
Together with Samfire's there. Oh, Showstopper invested, gets caught, and Baby TZ. The Molly gets a kill as well. Cass actually answering back now in towards elbows. A big fight actually on top is Sleepy Cakey from top of the side. Guns down Ginny and staves off an 11th. PPQ stave off all the ultimates, and they come out on top.
That was a scrap. A skirmish happening back and forth. It felt like we could not really determine who were the victors of that round until it all came down to like a 2v1. And I think Cass and Exune played such pivotal roles into winning that round for their teams. And Mad Army, that loss, they're just gonna shrug it off because they can rebuy. But if they lose here, that's where it is going to spell trouble for them. And Baby TZ again, the executioner. B-side jumping in. Salvo is going to threaten her, but the Viper's been committed. She is not wary of how far the Salvo could reach. TZ spotted out. The Viper Spit come out in vain. And a special delivery connecting towards Long. But Sleepy Cakey will just jump in. This is her territory. But KitKat has something else to say. A ding connect. But she is not good enough for the kill. Her fingers tremble on the trigger. Only good for one. The Seekers are out. Pain shells as well to disrupt the players. PPQ. Mad Army. They're flooding into the site. PPQ just campering around, scattering. Broken into 2 pieces, but Samfire triple kill! Looking for the quad, but stolen by Cass. And Alyssa does shut her down. PPQ say, no, we don't care. We get the 9th round. And 10-9, a margin of 1.
Wow, I mean, Baby TZ there, I think a little bit over eager. She was a little bit disrespectful on how she was playing, right? She thought that she was able to drop down the pit and then go back in. Yeah, immediately shut out Samfire, holding down the flood retake attempt in front of the smoke. Beautifully done. But yeah, that first pick onto Baby TZ was all that set it into motion. Finding her on her creep back in towards her pit. Cass, brilliant awareness of the angle that Baby TZ might have chosen. And this time, ooh, clash of the Titans here towards Long. There's so many utilities being thrown out in their faces. It's a trade fair going back and forth. Sleepy Cakey and Baby TZ going down respectively. Again, both of these squads relinquish control over this position. They're both gonna take control, but Alyssa though, getting a little bit inquisitive, will fully clear out B Long. It's great information for this defensive side. Again, PPQ haven't really exactly committed off of anything as well, so they still have time to decide where they want to commit. The drone to spot out short to see if anything is there. Eating the Trailblazer. So now they know there's one more there, but oh, Exune getting caught out on a lurk. 2 players spotted down towards the B site. So what's the call for PPQ? Not too many great options.
Not many options.
I've got your
You'll
trail.
agree that. But I think this is going to be a last resort for them. Brute force into A site, heralded by Oreophilia at the helm. But this Molly just disrupts them again. Such a nuisance to deal with. Wrapping around, being caught by Cass. The alarm bells are ringing. PPQ, this might be their salvage. But no,
Spike
Ginny.
down A.
2 kills
10
quickly.
seconds left.
To shut down any form of attempt of winning this round. Samfire playing a merry-go-round to find Ginny, who's just hiding in the shadows, and the Salvo as well. Secure and cement the round of Mad Army. 11-9. And you can take a look at how PPQ, they were really just picked off one by one. I mean, Exune caught in a bad position by Alyssa, and then it was another one who was taken down. They were trying to really change the trajectories left and right. Take a look at the replay now. Baby TC good hold behind the salvo as well. I think that was supposed to be a death sentence, but what a shot by Alyssa though. And Ginny just saved this round, I feel, for Mad Army, because she was able to pick up 2 with such low HP. She was basically susceptible towards a lot of threats coming in towards her, but Mad Army, again, just showing how, you know, how tenacious they could be in those late rounds.
Ooh, it feels like PPQ are not really finding the answers that they're trying to look for, right? The B-Long attempt was not too bad at the start, but then once that opening kill went both ways, they kind of just were hoping that, well, maybe Mad Army pushes out, we can find a kill and then play off of that. But when Mad Army don't give them anything and instead take away their luck of Exune across the map, they were really left with no other option, right? They just had to commit back towards the A side, but at that point in time, Mad Army had the read in place, and so now discussions need to be had, right? PQ money bottomed out. They're fully invested into this one. Yes, there's a couple of credits on a couple of players, but it's not going to be enough for full buy next if they lose this. So if Mad Army win, they're going to be up to 12. They're going to face up a low buy of PPQ. Pressure now on PPQ to do the difference. But within the slow, the flash peek out is beautifully timed. Mad Army picked up a triple kill. Orifile only good for 1. Meanwhile, the other 2 players outside of Hookah just scratching their heads. Their teammates have been obliterated down towards long. Spike's lost in the mix as well, and Mad Army are not even going to give them an advantage or a chance to come back in. They're fully vacated back out towards the site.
Yeah, they don't even want to contest for the control over the spike, right? And they deem it enough. Like, you're able to snatch 3 players, only losing 1.
There.
That means all you have to do is just sit and wait inside.
Yeah.
And Mad Army, they know too well that PPQ might re-aggress towards the B side, and that is going to be the case. Cass just trying to hold her footsteps, slowly but surely entering towards Octagon, but she does not know of the looming threats waiting for her. But Cass shuts down 1. Alyssa replies with 3 kills to her name. Mad Army, they pound towards match point.
Now,
PPQ again caught with their guard down of that possible smoke flash flame. Take a look at this. The poison cloud was there. The flash wasn't even full blinding everyone, right? It was momentary blind, but still, the fact that Mad Army were able to swing behind 2 or 3 players and they were able to shut it down, I feel like it was good enough for Mad Army to get those kills. But PPQ now then their backs against the wall with not much to work with. I mean, sure, they have the Vandals and the rifles, but only a judge to Sleepy Keki's name, or Ophelia with the Bulldog, as well as Cass with the Guardian. So this is, of course, a very tough ordeal to be in. And now more so than ever, they need a kill, and Cass will present 2 kills!
Ooh.
To kill the beast, you must aim for the head, and 2 heads popped. Cass might just breathe life back to PPQ.
That is an incredible double kill to open up the round. Just like that, the round essentially might be just over. Ginny is on a long flank, and maybe might be able to find something, but the side is completely given over. I think PPQ should be aware that a flank potential might be on the cards. Exune, Showers is a potential. See how this fight pans out though. Wall is right in the face of Baby TZ. Do they want to test it? No, Ginny finds a kill instead, but yeah, now turning around. Alyssa's there. It's 2 versus 3, but they're locked out of the side. Yeah, now, ooh. Armageddon invested, but it's not gonna hit anyone on PPQ. A pressure, so many angles to worry about. Mad Army have no idea what the setup is.
Brim.
Yeah, the Brim out is available from Cass as well, so there's not any answers. I say that as Alyssa just delete 2 of them, expecting Cass to come in as well. What is this 2v3? Retake from Mad Army, it just demolishes everything PPQ wanted. Alyssa, of course it's her again, and Mad Army secure it. Nat 1 is in their pocket, and a close match, but still victorious at the very end.
Mad Army are starting off with madness in their eyes. What was that retake? What was that 2v3? We talked about the orbital strike being ready. We talked about the off angles they're able to play, but still, they lost on the final hurdle. And PPQ, it must have stung a lot for them to have lost in that fashion. But props to Mad Army, Baby TZ and Alyssa stepping up huge. Practically everyone on the team, right? I mean, Ginny was also landing nasty shots. Yeah, everyone was just on point. And this is such a deserving win for them for map number 1. But there is still map number 2. So for the breakdown, panelists, time is yours.
That was just a bind that we watched here during our game number 1. It's a best of 3 here, Zahk, and that game was an absolute chaos when it comes to the kills as well. And when it comes to that retake scenarios, it seems like Mad Army has the upper hand.
Not just the upper hand, but also just, like, the sheer confidence, right? Already you have like half your clock ticked down, like that final round, for example. You know, Alyssa just committing that they hold, using it to make sure that nobody's playing up close and personal. Then they're so aware of the angles they need to hold. They tap the spike, immediately holding the 2 most common angles, getting those 2 double headshots, and just being able to convert that round, making that look like such an easy win for the side of Mad Army. And I mean, from the beginning of the game, even though this was PPQ's map pick, they looked a bit competitive in that first half, but once again, you know, with that side swap happening, Mad Army just able to sweep through and put together a very strong hold here.
I mean, when it comes to the lurks of Baby TZ, we've seen it from the very start already, but I feel like for the side of Mad Army here, they finally realized the formula when it comes to making those first pick-off happen as well, Zahk. Like when MY or Mad Army doesn't find those first pick-offs, it seems to be a lot more difficult, but they take control, and they basically took control of the parts of the map here heading in to that side swap. It comes to the point where 2 to 3 players are needed just to push out the smoke, just to make sure you get 1 player out and eliminate 1 player, and that already brings so much value for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think keeping track of those kills is definitely a key point and something that you really need to consider if you're heading into this particular one. And I think for Mad Army, one more point was just like the kind of synergy that they had. And I mean, we were talking about the players to watch before heading into this particular one. I think that both Baby TZ and Cass have really thrived on this particular map in terms of being able to put up those numbers. Cass especially, that last round, those 2 opening kills, it was really well done by her. Just a little bit unfortunate that the rest of the team couldn't convert off the back of it. And of course, Baby TZ, like the rounds that her Vipers could manage to help close out, the lurks that she had, the delay that she bought with her utility, just so much that this Viper brought to the table here, aside from just whatever a Viper can usually bring. And overall, I think an extremely well executed campaign for Mad Army on this map. Despite, look at this, the first kills. They didn't even have half of their opponents, but still they managed to play catch up and win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of strength by numbers at some point when it comes to those trades that we're looking at and really pincering and pinching down enemy lines here. You mentioned it yourself already. In my notes, what I have here for you, it's about the ending, but Cass from the very start already brought so much value when it comes to even the lurks and the setups for the rest of the team, and allowing her to really catch some of the players here from Mad Army and really making this scoreline a lot more tighter. And what I do like about this exact matchup is that it's bind, right? You have teleporters, and I think both teams were really able to capitalize on that.
100%. I think that for Baby TZ in particular, looking at the statistics here, you know, the first kills aren't as many as Cass. I think that the impact cannot be understated. The whole of the team, of course, as well, kind of stepping up here for Mad Army. I think that Muffin would definitely be higher up in terms of the first blood percentages, but even, you know, agents that you see insofar as much as support, I think that was 16 assists on the Brimstone there, for example, for Mad Army. So yeah, even when, you know, the kills aren't obviously there, there's still going to be a lot of impact. But talking about impact for this map, at least the MVP is going to be Baby TZ, one of the players that we highlighted as one to watch out for. And, you know, usually you're used to seeing this kind of ACS numbers on the Raze or a Jet or something. So Viper with the 272 ACS is kind of wild.
I mean, how many MVPs are we about to see from Baby TZ here? Each and every time and every day I've hosted for Game Changers, I keep seeing her face on the screen here, doing so much value for the rest of the team. Now I'm pretty excited what will happen on the next set of matches here, especially this game number 2, as this first map was actually picked, like we talked about it before the show started, right? It was picked by, yeah, exactly, and they lost that. And here on map number 2, which is picked by Mad Army, which is gonna be Fracture. It's gonna be a very interesting fight, especially when it comes to map picks and bans. But that is game number 2, which is happening after this very short break. So please don't touch your tabs, grab some snacks, and enjoy the rest of Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. See you guys in a few.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back to the panel. Tayrawr and Zahk here, and you're still watching Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. But we're now on our second series, second matchup, and the map is gonna be Fracture. A while ago I mentioned it already, but it's picked by Mad Army and this time around, and I've seen their stats here, Zahk. They've always picked it as well, and I don't think they've ever lost so far here for Game Changers Southeast Asia.
100%. They played it 3 times, and I'll tell you the score for all 3 times they played it. They won 13-3, 13-4, and 13-5. So it's been a pretty dominant map for Mad Army so far. I think the consolation here for the side of PPQ is that they've also gotten their reps on it. They also have a couple of dominant victories, but they've only won it 3 out of 5 times, so they don't have the unblemished dominant record, I would say, that Mad Army does have on this map. That said, though, I think that because of the amounts of reps they have and the practice they have, I don't think this is an entire, like, we should be counting them out quite yet, but it's definitely going to be more challenging, especially with that bind having gone into Mad Army's pocket, so the momentum is going to be in their favor.
Yeah, the momentum itself, the confidence probably, and also even the series point, knowing that you have that upper hand. But you also mentioned that for the side of PPQ, despite that this becoming a map pick by Mad Army, they've also picked this map time and time again during their Swiss stages, right? You mentioned it's not as clean cut as it is for the side of Mad Army, but I have to say, you must have confidence on the map if you always pick it as well. So I'm pretty excited to see what's gonna happen here on map number 2. We still have some players that could still pop off as well, and we're seeing more of this basic fundamentals of Valorant, right? It's not just about the aim duel again, it's more of those post-plant scenarios. Having Tayrawr on the team perhaps really brings a lot of value when clearing out the corners. But at this point of the stage, in the lower bracket, you only have one chance, Zach. What else could PPQ really prepare here against Mad Army?
I mean, I think the biggest differential that's going to be happening in this map here is going to come down to the agent composition, because, you know, you were asking about PPQ, and they run like the most optimized comp currently that runs in the meta, you know, with the Tayrawr and the Breach, lots of utility. They run the more standard pick of Raze on this map. So again, like, just being able to try to overwhelm your opponents with those layers of utility and be able to kind of have an impact off the back of it. However, you know, I was going through the different team comps, and most teams seem to run some variation of this. They like to perhaps, you know, substitute the Raze with the Neon, or maybe even a Jet if you're feeling like that's something you're more comfortable with. But the most interesting thing in this team comp for Mad Army that stands out to me is Ginny's agent pick, because of all the initiators being run on this map, right? I see a Sky, I see a Tayrawr, I see a Breach, and all of these agents are really annoying, but Ginny is playing KO, which has the perfect kit to shut all of these pesky agents just down. And we saw that so many of the rounds in the previous games that Mad Army played on this map, right? Ginny was consistently able to hit those knives, you know, go for those double flash peaks, really set up Muffin on that Neon for that early peak and success. And I think that ult could be just so pivotal in both attacking as well as denying retakes for the site. So my eyes are gonna be on Ginny and her utility for this game.
Oh, that's so true. We were doubting it the first, that was day number 2 of the playoffs, right? When she was, she pulled that up and it just worked. I mean, you have smokes around the map, and we all know PPQ also likes playing around those smokes. We've seen it on Bind and really waiting and holding down the fort, but allowing and having that knives from the KO at least lets you know whoever is hiding behind these smokes. Not only that, but suppress them as well. So that's actually a pretty interesting watch, I would say. If it still works this time around against a team that also played a lot of Fracture and really sticking to what's more optimal, as we call it, when it comes to this kinds of picks and agent compositions. But at the end of the day, sometimes it's all about the synergy as well. Whoever you are helping out, whoever your duelist, or what kind of role you're put into. We have teams before that we have talked with, and they already mentioned that some of them like just listens to their IGLs, like put them into position, and you have the freedom to do whatever you want to do, but you have to, again, it reverts back to that IGL role, like that quick decision making. What do you think about this?
I think that for Cass, especially being on the smokes, you know, we were talking about this a couple of days ago about how a lot of duelists traditionally play like that sentinel or that smoker role. And recently, though, you're seeing more of them switch into that initiator position. And I think that that could be also a major difference between these two teams, with Ginny being in that KO, leading the charger as that IGL, while, you know, on the opposite side, Cass and that more passive Brimstone role. I mean, I say passive, but she had more first bloods in that opposite game. So I don't think you can really call it that. But yeah, agent comp wise, nothing really surprising. Both teams sticking to the same compositions that have found them success in the past. And I mean, like you're saying, the most interesting thing to remember here is that for the side of Mad Army, this is a map that they have not lost on yet this year. Forget lost on, they haven't even lost more than 6 rounds.
Exactly. It was 13-4, 13-5, 13-6. Is it right? I
No,
mean,
no,
we're
3-4-5. Close
3-4-5. So we're still looking for the 13-6, right? So
Yeah, that's the next
who
one.
knows? Maybe today is the day, or maybe it's gonna be going to game number 3 anyway. It's a pretty good comp as well. And even on game number 1, you're still glued to your seat. You still don't know exactly what's gonna happen, right? There's not really like a point where we were talking and saying like, this is a sure win for the side of Mad Army. It's a pretty tight
True.
game what we have right here, but I guess it's about to be the casters to bring you to the action and bring you to the game. So Realize and Coldan, this is game number 2. Do you think we're going to game 3?
Possibilities are there. There is a possibility where we might be seeing a game number 3, but still, I think we still have one map to play, and we have seen the form of Mad Army being so flawless. Still, for Team PPQ, they still have that sliver of hope because they were still able to explode at least in that altercation against Mad Army in map number 1, Coldan.
Yeah, they did have glimpses of hope, right? They had good ideas, the executions. Some of them were like honestly really well done. But I think going on the map of Fracture, I think the analyst desk perfectly just summarizes the kind of dire state that PPQ kind of are in, right? Fracture is such a home state map for them. They haven't lost too many rounds, even the number of games that they have played on that map. So for them to lose this one, PPQ, I think, has to come in with a stellar game plan to really rock the rock that is Mad Army. They are so good on this map. It's gonna be a tall order, and as you mentioned, the KO pick coming in as well, a little bit unorthodox, but if you have those lineups in place, I think you can have some stellar setups.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at retrospectively from series number 1, it was Ascend against Falcons. They were able to maximize, right, the usage of the Neon and the Breach alongside the Tayrawr as well. So impressive. But with KO, I think you really want exact information and at least a counter towards the Cypher, because the Cypher naturally counters the Neon as well with the trips. So I think that's why Ginny really picked up the KO later on if they are going to operate as the attackers. But for now, they will settle as defenders, in which PPQ are going to play towards that B site. A long trap waiting for them. Rope up itself, but that's under heavy fire, has to be positioned. Mollies are out. Side sees PPQ, and they might want to push this. They might want to aggressively, and they do that successfully. 2 players down. Up to Alyssa, Muffin, and Ginny, the core trio of the old Full Sense lineup, and the Extend as well, and they're making use of the time and space given towards them. Muffin able to get a kill, even 2 shots, and now it's up to Ginny, the captain, to save Mad Army. And again, PPQ losing such a huge advantage again and again.
It was a flip of the positions. The attackers both found the 2 defenders coming in from defender spawn, and it kind of flipped. All the attackers are playing from defenders positioning. Mad Army, the triple flank comes through, and somehow they make the 3 versus 5 work. Great job coming in from Ginny to find that double kill towards the end. But this is how it kicked off. Action A and Senpai both pushing the issue. Yeah, all these fights just going in the favor of Mad Army.
Yeah, the fights are all in their favor, like you said. Connecting as well. That is what is needed, right? Mad Army. 3, even 4 if you want to count Baby TZ in, but Baby TZ was deleted in that fight. So now PPQ have to play with reduced weaponry. The stun's coming in, good flash, blinds everyone in that area, and Muffin picks up the triple yet again. Alyssa to close the round, and Mad Army with the quick take towards A main. PPQ left without a reply. And look at Mad Army and their power to take space again. The Neon and Tayrawr. You don't even need a breach to really be independently taking space. At least you have the flash from the KO, and they're able to make it work. Look at this, so beautiful.
Yeah, the flash for ages, and you gotta give credit to Ginny, right? It's not easy playing KO on this map. You really need to know where to throw your flashes because there's a lot of tight corridors. But if you have it in place, sometimes it can be even better than a breach flash. At the time being, spots out a lot of players. Drop Ginny, just gotta throw the knife out, back off. Stall utility comes in as well. PQ, if they can flood out of this site, if they can fly out of this smoke into the site, might be an opportunity for them, but positions have been noted for. The rotations of the defenders are already here. The longer they wait, the more difficult it's gonna be.
So difficult for them to win back space. I mean, take a look at how much players they're stacking at A main. Even now, the rotations are coming in. Drop is exploited by Sleepy Kiki, leaving a void in that space. But now Sleepy Kiki will swing to no avail. Exune gets the kill though, but KitKat replies with 2. Cass as well, just trying to dissect the site. Or Euphelia restabilizes things for PPQ, and now retake coming in from Mad Army. Muffin and KitKat together in hand. But this is going to be a tough task for them.
Go, go, go.
Trying to break space from the smoke. Fast lane as well popped, giving them time to really maneuver around the site. But Cass standing huge behind that heaven. And KitKat might stick this. Cass has to peek this. It's halved already by KitKat. Triple kill for her, but not enough as Cass will come out on top. Mad Army, 2 rounds to their name. Or rather, PPQ finally breaking the deadlock.
Yeah, it's the tie round up against the bonus of Mad Army, so winning out that round was very important for them. Lost a couple of players, but still not the worst thing in the world. Sleepy Kiki is going to be opting for that judge instead. Mad Army made it a little bit close. There's a good understanding of where the commitment was going to be coming from, so having most of their players there. Now PPQ, what is the call this time? All 5 players leaning towards that B main position, sorry, the arcade position, coming in towards the B side itself. There's 2 players here, the stall utility on KitKat as well as Baby TZ. See how that fares up against the brute force of 5.
Launching smoke. Sleepy Kiki KitKat shields herself behind the smoke. Will go back towards B main.
They push main.
They're leaving the space, and they might want to wrap around again, just leaving this huge proximity to be given towards PPQ. And again, they have to play the retake game. Instant defeat for Mad Army, but Exune just creeping in the shadows. Underpass is her domain, and Samfire waiting in the wings. Far in arcade, still has the aftershock if she needs to use it. Baby TZ marching into the side. The salvos come in. It's chaos. Complete chaos inside. Sleepy Kiki stands long, but not for long, as Alyssa is able to pull one back, but not enough to deal with Cass, who smuggles her way into heaven and gets yet another round. PPQ, they equalize the score. And I do like the thing you pointed out as well, Coldan, that Mad Army, they were basically crunched. So what they did was trying to push themselves out of the site to take control of A main, but they did not notice that Exune was moving underpass, and I think that was the smoker as well, the brimstone, or rather for KitKat, who was opening the smoke, so there was really no alertness on where Exune could be. And now Mad Army being left with a minimum weapons, but again, we have seen a lot of thrifties happening today. So that is something that we cannot scratch off the board. KitKat with the Bulldog might be the heroic buy that Mad Army needs.
Yeah, well, KitKat's on the wrong side of the map. They're gonna clear out the north side, which is good information at the very least, but they're gonna lose side control completely. And if PPQ are aware of this, they should be pushing a little bit, at least hold on to some form of control of the map. And yeah, you can see initiative taken by Sleepy Cake. He's gonna be pushing up all the way towards drop. That's exactly where a couple of the map players were, but now they vacated that area and they're gonna take the zip line across. They wanna come in from the flank. It's gonna be an interesting one. It dodges the tripwire, so I'm not sure if they're aware of it. Now they definitely are. Oh, back to turn. Baby DZ opens things up. Oh, the lightning fingers just fry them up into pieces. Baby DZ with one more. It's just Sleepy Cakey. She has a judge up and drop. That's the worst position to be in with the judge. It's so far away. Time is ticking down low. Paint shells being dropped over. up, defuse. Oh, looking for more smoke on the spike. It's gonna be close, but yes, they get it at the very end. Mad Army. What a flip of the script. Low buy round, but they still pull it away.
We called it, Coldan. Thrifties are imminent in today's matches, and it happened on the insanity of the flank as well. They're able to dodge the trip. I mean, Muffin also made noise, and it took them a few seconds to realize that there was a flank coming in their way. Like you said, PPQ with Sleepy Keiki only brandishing the judge up in drop. It's not the best place to be in. But now, ultimate count 2 for Mad Army, and only two as well for PPQ. But Samfire 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, and you know, this is one of the best maps you can play Breach in, because number 1, the stuns, but number 2, the way you can just collect and assemble the orbs for yourself. You basically have 4 free orbs that you can take, and that's basically 4 points for the ultimate. And now Samfire only needs 1. If they really want to reaggress and execute towards B side, that's going to be a very, very interesting case. Because take a look at Mad Army and how deep they're playing this. They're just leaving the side open with traps and filling the void in Jenny and Canteen. And it seems like PPQ, they will choose this site as the site they want to claim.
And it's a good understanding from Mad Army to play off-site here, avoiding all the ultimates. But then again, PPQ, contact play up is lovely to do, and they don't even need to expend their ultimates to gain control over the side. KitKat sitting with their iPad out, expecting the plan, and here comes the orbital strike. No commitment of the flood just yet. Molly thrown in as well. Kaz pushing ahead of things, jumping through the smoke. KitKat lights up a triple kill, and still raining hell from CT. Goes up range fight, and Samfire's only good for that one. Alyssa's there for the trade. Mad Army expects the push, and credit to KitKat, mow down City there towards Jen.
Like you said, so smart of them to just wait in Jenny and Canteen, because they know the threats that could come into their way. I mean, there are a lot of AoE ultimates, right? You have the Armageddon and then the Rolling Thunder, but now it's trouble for Mad Army, even if PPQ does have a shortage of weapons. But if you count their ultimates, they're not short of any of that. Now PPQ under pressure with the salvo. Sleepy Keiki gets the headshot. Where is the trade? There is the trade. Far inside. Sleepy Keiki still wants more, and she bites off more than she could chew. And now the information is in. Hero theft activated. PPQ, they want to attack A side.
Lovely salvos, but they don't come in off the back of that. They're not sure of where the players could be coming from. The spike's still in their hands. They've lost complete control over A main. Gotta flash in, jump it back into the site. The pathing a little bit interesting. Gonna go all the way towards the spawn. Ginny's gonna catch the lacking Samfire there, the last one of that pack. They've got this space, but how do they navigate this one? They have Baby TZ to worry about on that B side. 3 seconds left on the clock to roam around the map, and this camera, ooh, that is lovely information.
My eyes are down.
Taking this unconventional angle. Why would you expect the Cypher to be anchoring at B main? Pops the cage. Puts a little bit of confusion in their heads, and again, PPQ have no idea where they want to end up on. Mad Army split 2-2 essentially across both sides, and still A main under their control. They have no worries about this. This crossfire setup is incredibly difficult to break, especially without any utility. Contact play up. Jitty marking these angles. Royal gotta spot her out, but gunfights go both in the favor of Mad Army. 5 now on the board.
Yeah. 5 rounds for Mad Army. And it's looking bleak for PPQ. Yet to call a timeout, Coldan. I would expect that they could call... Yeah, there you go. I was about to say that they should have called a timeout here, because number 1, they have 5 ultimates to work with. Number 2, it just stops the momentum that Mad Army are developing right now. But as for Alyssa and Ginny, they're able to hold their ground in sight. So now PPQ, of course, 5 ultimates to work with, 2, even 3, even 4 oppressive ultimates. You would argue that this is going to be disastrous for Mad Army if they do stay inside. So I think PPQ must know that Mad Army is not going to play inside. So at least you have control over that site. If you are able to dodge the traps, if you're able to dodge the first line of contact, because Mad Army also knows too well that they don't want to play in sight when things are like this. It's a timeout coming in, but it's actually a timeout from Mad Army. So, okay, I think they also want to know how to traverse around the ultimates that PPQ has, right?
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
to
you have the null command on Ginny, right? It
Yeah.
gives you a window of opportunity where no abilities will be available, and maybe, you know, within the chaos, if Ginny can pop it and get a team to maybe flood out for a retake or go for an aggressive push, that could be that chance to even up the scoreline or even up the gunfights, even though your opponents have all 5 of their ultimates. So a small window of opportunity. We'll see if Mad Army actually uses the null command here, but for the meantime, PPQ, they have everything going for them in this round. Full gun buy, every single ult you could wish for, and an empty A site to boot. So this post that we might see some chaos realize.
Yeah, I think they were piecing together the bigger picture of PPQ's,
Right there.
you know, tendency to play towards arcade. Their attack halted as for now, and this has to be Samfire carrying this round. The responsibility to take the kills, and 2 kills tweeted back and forth. It's
1 enemy
4
remaining.
for Mad Army, and suddenly it becomes a 1v1. Or Ophelia with the Armageddon, but she's suppressed, and Ginny will play hide and seek, and Armageddon popped, and Ophelia wins it. Triple kill for her, and PPQ stabilizes the conditions only at the expense of the Tayrawr ult, and that is going to be so well for them because they now still have 4 to work
Yeah. Look at this. How does Samfire get this kill? She's fully blind.
Enemy remaining.
Ophelia finds a gap in the smoke. Triple kill found from her. And the only ultimate used on the PPQ side was right at that final 1 versus 1. Mad Army, I like the idea though. They tried to play ahead of things, use a null command to catch them before they have the chance to even use their ultimates, but they lose out on every single gunfight. And that just spells even more disaster. They have so many ults here. Today, in a face of hurt. I mean, fully blinded as well. Triple push, they're coming through a PPQ. They get immediately identified by the KO. And well, the numbers are slowly dwindling because of that. So many defenders here to bolster up that B side. A completely open for the taking yet again. It seems like that's a bit of strategy for Mad Army, right? Let one of the sites be free for taking, play heavy towards another. It's
Smoke's
a
down.
retake setup here coming in from Mad
Smoke's
Army.
down.
Let's see what they have in store with the man advantage.
Yeah, it's a rinse and repeat type of situation for Mad Army. Oh my god, Kit Kat is an absolute seer, knowing that through the smoke, Cass gets a kill, but Alyssa replies, and Samfire is walking on eggshells as Ginny will shut her down, and Mad Army bouncing towards
Make
6.
peace
They
with
are
yourself
absolutely
before
mad,
you
but what was that shot from Kit Kat? I mean, in this patch, you can't ping the smokes anymore, right? So I think that was an independent ping. Like
Yep.
she
It
was
was
just
just
picking the
understanding.
default. And yeah,
Yeah.
she knew the default plan, right? Because PPQ, they were also on a crunch, they were squeezed out. So I think she was just so canny of the plan situation and just spraying it down like that. Now PPQ with 3. Still 4 ultimates to work with. But now they are short of guns. But we talked about the thrifty possibilities always happening, always right, and across the street, it's always happening. And now for Cass, she only has to settle with a classic. Meanwhile, 4 sheriffs banging the doors of PPQ, but Mad Army again with the same strategy, Coldan, just leaving vacant a single site while they try to fortress and stronghold the other site.
Well, quick of the trip, but Muffin is so aware of this. Showstopper not invested. Doesn't even get a chance to fire off. Muffin easily takes down Sleepy Cakey. The smokes there will deter the rest of the team from accelerating into the side. No trade frag available. Actually, has been spotted out towards arcade as well. No access, no guarantee, no entry pathing for PPQ. They have to somehow manufacture an opening. Just these sheriffs. Well, Mad Army, I feel like they're not gonna give away anything. Ophelia caught in the corner with the spike as well.
down, B.
Samfire's tagged down to 1 HP.
1 enemy remaining.
Yep.
30
By 1, they
seconds
will
left.
fall just like that. 1 HP left. You're not gonna want to save that. So yeah, beautiful, flawless round coming in from Mad Army.
Almost as if it is so seamless for them. I mean, it just hurts more Sleepy Keiki expended the ultimate, but this dodge, it wasn't even a dodge because Sleepy Keiki wasn't able to shoot the bazooka out of the launcher. So timeout now for PPQ. 2 ultimates used, none in unison. So now I'm very curious on how they really want to navigate when the conditions are like this. Mad Army, they're back to restoring their ultimates almost. 2 for Muffin, 1 for Alyssa, and Baby TZ as well, 2 away from that neural theft. So yeah, a lot of possibilities for Mad Army in their bag. But for PPQ, seems like they've hit a wall. They're in a cul-de-sac, unable to really get out of that slump. Sleepy Keiki is not having a good day in this map, and yeah, I mean it's almost imminent because Mad Army, their fracture is actually very, very good as well. It's their map pick, right? So PPQ, they're not having a good time under pressure as well from Mad Army.
Oh, I have to say, they've been saving a lot of these ultimates, like the Rolling Thunder as well as the Orbital Strike. 2 fantastic ults to be used to gain access to, you know, either the site or fighting for map control. But I haven't really seen them used in unison together, right? We haven't seen a concerted effort. It's been a couple of rounds already where they've been staying on these ultimates, and well, you gotta use them eventually, and hopefully not in vain. 2 ultimates that were used as a showstopper and the Armageddon, both, you know, in isolation by their own users' intuition. But I would love a strategy where PPQ use their ultimates, because right now Mad Army are just running away with things. Again, aiming control under their remit, no contest just yet, but Ginny, a little bit of an inkling that she might think it's going to be an A finish, but it couldn't be further from the truth. All of the PPQ players on the left side of this map, and oh, look at the drone, the Tayrawr drone clearing out the entirety of A main. That gets them so much information. They could go for a fast flank or fast rotate, and looks like the flank is the option here, and they're gonna be fast on it. PPQ, they need to accelerate into the sites right now. Break up the trip and into the sites. Here we go. ABTZ still playing around the smokes, but no activation of the trip. So yeah, Spike to get past it, but look fast on the flank as well. But Empire now realizing that they need to be aggressive. They need to take some piece of control. Sleepy Keiki straight to their spawn. Hit by the neon stun. Here. When is the flank gonna be coming in? They have access towards the sidekick cat. Found the kill on the Sleepy Keiki. Backs a turn. Sandfire now goes down. Molly sending as well. Baby TZ's a rat in the corner. They can't flush her out. Kaz and Oriophila, last 2 remaining. Orbital Strike invested. Is planted in the open, but they need to win out these gunfights. Cast up in tower, pressure bound, trades are there, and Mad Army stave off the ultimates and only lose Muffin in the process. 8 rounds beautifully executed for that flank, and they're absolutely running away with this map.
And again, right, Mad Army with the retake, breaking almost no sweats, and that was a clutch stun from Muffin as well to keep Kit Kat at bay, to keep her safe from the apparel of PPQ's pushing into the base. And so far it feels like Mad Army, they're like hot knife cutting through butter. PPQ just melt and dismantled by the players of Mad Army. And 9-3 might be imminent if the trend continues, but we know how much of a cursed number that scoreline is, and Sleepy Keiki might want to resort to miracles. If that is the case, the Guardian in her hand, the paint shells as well coming out, a trade of utilities. The stun is there, and Sleepy Keiki forced to expend 2 of her satchels. Mad Army are relentless, but Cass is able to show what she is made of with those 2 kills, and Exune as well catches Ginny with her guard down. 5v2, suddenly it becomes PPQ's round to win, and exactly that, Kit Kat has to do the heavy lifting, but it's too heavy for her. PPQ 4-8, they deny the 9-3.
Switching sides.
Oh, this map is really turning into a defender-sided haven, I guess. You know, with the Tayrawrs on both squads. We saw it in the first series as well, right? With Falcons made that comeback. 10 rounds on their defensive side. So 8, not too shabby. You got 4 as PPQ. You need to start winning a couple more important rounds, right? The pistol is going to be one that's very important. We'll see how that's going to pan out. We've got the KO now swapping over to the attacking side, so let's see how those flashes are instrumental on getting Mad Army into sights, as well as that 0 point right? It gives you a lot of information of where the setups could be, especially in taking down the Cypher, allowing Muffin to actually slide into the sites.
It really is looking very easy, I feel like, for Mad Army because of the nature of the composition as well, right? I mean, you're basically putting Muffin in her element, you know, one of the best agents that she could play as well. Back in the day as well, she really likes the Neon. And then you have Alyssa just constantly on the support, and Ginny, I think, is so underrated with the KO. The flashes are on point, the knives as well to keep PPQ at bay. So Mad Army, everything is just looking perfect for them. But PPQ, still life in this game. I mean, they have half of what Mad Army has, but I think 4 can always easily translate to 8-6 if they can start the pistol round well. Because then they can buy out the guns for the next round, and then they could start snowballing from there. But Mad Army, we know how neat of a protocol that they have. But in attacker side, they might just explode like fireworks because of the nature of this composition. Yet again, talk about how aggressive this composition can get even without the breach. But for now, they're expecting PPQ to utility dump that A main area.
Jiggle coming in from Muffin.
I'm out of here.
Contact found just yet. If your site is the B site for PPQ, but Mad Army, I don't see any contests in A main, so they'll gladly take that with open arms. Xune, interesting camera spot. It's going to be able to identify any players up close in towards A main. A trip on side itself to see if they can find an easy pick as the execute happens, but PPQ gotten up. Oh, sorry, Mad Army gotten up so close without using much utility, and yeah, good pieces of the salvo to prevent any potential frags coming in for the peak. And yeah, now things are gonna get a little bit dicey for PPQ. They haven't really found any access whatsoever. And now they have a threat of a flank coming in late in the round from Baby TZ as well, but focus here on the actual execute, or the retake rather. Scanned out, deterred. Oh, Alyssa's stuck in the corner, can't get anything out of it. Now through the doors, Sleepy Cakey finds a double kill, but Kit Kat and Ginny both finding kills as well. Flank coming in from Baby TZ, but Kit Kat's got the lineup ready. Lobs in the molly. Buys them a little bit more time, and that's when Baby TZ will strike. Smokes there, but it's Baby TZ in the feed. Triple kill as backs are turned, and Mad Army yet another pistol in their pocket.
Oh, Baby TZ simply babysitting the players of PPQ back to their spawns. Take a look at how elusive she could be moving around like that. And Mad Army, it seems like everything is just perfect for them, just breezing past every round. PPQ, their life on a thread, a thin thread. Mad Army, with those upgraded weapons, they can do wonders and just run into double digits. It's Muffin again, jump peeking, information gathering, just trying to look for more. But A main so far has been the main point of contestation, as now PPQ stacked 3 at A site, but with minimum weapons, what can they do? We've seen Thrifties happen, but I don't believe this will be the case in this round. The salvos are out, and Muffin will force her way into the side. The stun is good, but Muffin exposed to 2 players. Isolation angles, but Baby TZ yet again. A baby crawling from behind. This time, oppressively, and Samfire coming from the back. The traps, alerts Mad Army of a potential flank happening. It's 2 of the players coming in. The stuns do come from Samfire, but now, how do they want to win back the site? Kit Kat exposed. 2 players. Top of the Guardian. Not enough just yet. The satchel is there, but Baby TZ yet again backing up Kit Kat to get the last round. 10-4, Mad Army. They're looking mad.
Gun here.
Yeah, and Baby TZ is shot straight to the top of the scoreboard. I mean, 16-7, back-to-back triple kill rounds from her. And she doesn't even have an upgraded weapon. It's just the ghost. She walks in. It's easy fights. They are not even looking at her position. Lovely stuff coming in from Mad Army. And yeah, if you have your Sentinel player, your Lurk player finding so much impact to kick off the second half, what more can she do with upgraded weapons? But for the time being, it is just this bonus. Mad Army. Let's see if they can make some bit of a dent. This less than ideal buy, but on the other side of things, PPQ, they're 4 and 10. And their opponents have reached double digits. They're not even half of that. So they need to start putting numbers on the board. Control by Sleepy Keiki early, advanced. Drone to spot out her position, but that's all just a ruse, right? Alyssa's gonna draw attention on the A site as the Mad Army squad creep up on that play. Baby Teasy doesn't check the corner. Aurelia Filia, easy kill from her. Acceleration into the site itself though from the Mad Army squad. They've gained control over tower as well. Muffin's gonna go up there and reclaim that piece of map control. Spike goes down. Most of them gonna be playing all the way out of sight. Yeah, they have a couple pieces of utility. Oh, but Sleepy Keiki, that is a can opener. A chance now. Oh, but the underhand flash from Ginny. They don't check the corner though. Still one more kill to be found. PPQ finding success now. Just one player standing. Aureophilia. Triple kill found in PPQ with a solid anti-bonus.
There you go. A spray down from Aureophilia to save the round for PPQ. And with minimum casualties, that's all, right? Only losing Sleepy Keiki. Again, Sleepy Keiki. Always going to be the spearhead. The tip of the attack for PPQ and Mad Army. They have to lose this round. Aureophilia, a good spot right here. And this underhand flash is good enough, but Sleepy Keiki able to pick one up before she falls. Mad Army only have a neural theft in their hand. Sleepy Keiki, though, does have the showstopper. This is where it gets real. If PPQ does have the chance to get that 6th round, then I think it's game on. Because Mad Army are just inches away from them. But as for now, they have to focus on multiplying what they have. Because Mad Army are running with this lead. And Sampire opens the door. Just trying to give space for Sleepy Keiki to push ever so slightly towards A main. They know the possibilities of a crunch play right here. But look at Sand! It's exposed! Where is the backup? Muffin just slides in, and Sleepy Keiki, death sentence given to her. On towards A main, showstopper is out! Sleepy Keiki awaken into this area. And Mad Army, they lose 2. Same goes for PPQ. Retake on the cards right here for PPQ.
Spike planted out in the open. There's still one more player in the site itself. When does Kit Kat reveal her position? Do they even know that she's here? Suspecting of it. Awareness by Sleepy Keiki, no, but Alyssa provides the cover fire now. Crossfire setup. XUNA is confused on where to choose to fight. 3 versus 1. It's an impossible task. Toy with their food. XUNA is good for the first, but time has ticked out way too low. There's no chance for her to win this one as the page falls. So does she. Alyssa, triple kill found. Nice crunch attempt coming in on Mad Army squad. Destroys the PPQ setup towards A main, and Sleepy Keiki, well, she did her very best, but still not enough to get that round win.
Oh my. I mean, Muffin was just given ease of access into Sands without anyone even noticing. Sleepy Keiki was holding on for dear life, but it's just not enough, and Mad Army 2 rounds away from winning this series, wrapping it up in a 2-0 scoreline. As the timer comes to a stop, it seems like there is going to be a tactical timeout, but no. If the screens is not gray, it's not a tactical timeout, Coldan. It's a technical pause. And we've seen Zahk and Alyssa yap, and now it's our time to yap and buy some time. I mean, as of now, it feels like Mad Army, they know too well what they want to do with the retakes and rather with the post plans and the attacks as well. I like how much of a variety that they have, right? How much of I think a pattern that they could really maintain, but at the same time just be flexible with it, with the attacks. Sometimes they play direct, sometimes they play contact, and then the next thing you see is that they play on a crunch play coming in from drop and then from A main as well. And I like the patience as well coming in from Mad Army, right? They know that TPQ also has the same oppressiveness posed in their hands. So all they do is wait like this. Contact play it patiently, and they will walk into arcade.
Nothing to be seen so far. Sights given over. It's pretty much a retake setup here. If they can find anything with the chips, that would be absolutely divine, but for the time being, Mad Army are crossing the T's, dotting their I's. It's nothing that they're gonna get here. Break up the trip as well. Both trips, they're gonna be broken in just a few moments. And the spike to go down. Delay from the Tayrawr, give them a little bit of a chance here. And oh, backs are turned. Sleepy Keiki now coming in for the flank. Now there's pressure under their sleeves. Hot under the collar. Stuck in the corner is Alyssa. Uses the ultimate, but it's Baby TZ from the underpass. Again, she strikes in the night. Beautifully done. Neural Theft to find out the remaining players.
Armageddon.
And Armageddon available now. Used early on. Get them access in towards the side. The spike's not planted for Baby TZ's position. It's all onto Cass. What can she do here? Around the backside, Ginny comes up clutch. Oh, around the corner, Smokes is in their faces. Baby TZ is up in their face. It's a quad kill being found time and time again. It's not the duelist, it's the Sentinel with these clutch plays.
Oh no. It was so close. Pros never fake. But Mad Army are on fraud watch. They're able to spot out that stick. PPQ, they lose grip of the game. Meanwhile, Mad Army, they grasp this opportunity. 10 fingers, both hands. Mad Army, one away from closing out this series and possibly challenging Ascend for a spot at the grand finals. As Alyssa with her teammates, look at how patient they are, and they're just sending Baby TZ across the map to scout out for potential pushes. They have the Neon to play aggressive, but no, they don't want to do just that. They know that PPQ can be as annoying, as vexatious as they are, but now it's their time to walk in. A main controlled, orb available for a potential overdrive in the hands of Muffin, but the orb still left unattended too, as they will scout out because they know they want to keep the noise at a minimum. They want to cut this all, and they want to be shrouded in secrecy. So PPQ, this is a momentary lull that they have to break and cut off.
All missiles away.
Silence and then the action. Pressure now on towards the A-main players. A great stun together with the salvos will deter them access. And now it's Baby TZ's turn to strike. Isolates this kill to perfection. Senpai is next on the cards, but she's aware of that as well. Baby TZ playing it to perfection. Dodges the flash. Samfire. Oh, under scrutiny. Baby TZ thriving in all of this chaos. 2 players left remaining. Mad Army looking for a 2-0 win here. Give themselves a shot in the lower finals. 2 versus 4. What more can they do? They don't have the weapons for the job. Exune, Spectre, and Cass with the Sheriff. Mad Army playing it safe in their crossfires. Baby TZ lobbing out a bunch of utility, drawing attention away. Exune is so paranoid of their potential, but it's Kit Kat to find the first. Last one's there to swing onto Cass. And Mad Army, dominant showing coming in from them. They 2-0 the series, and it gives themselves a shot in that lower finals later on in the day.
A brawl with Ascend on the cards as Mad Army close out the series 2-0. As now, the players of Mad Army, they will pounce into the dying night. But for now, the players of Team Mad Army, of course, it's going to be their moment to shine. It's going to be them stealing the spotlight. And I think as of now, yeah, we have to give appreciation as well. Commiserations towards the players of PPQ for their valiant run. I mean, they were able to give such an amazing fight as well. So unlucky for them, Mad Army stands in their way. I mean, this is a roster with so much experience and so much firepower as well. So yeah, they have to fall and on bended knee in front of the players of Mad Army. But now, of course, we will toss it back to Eliza and Zahk for an insightful breakdown. Take it away.
Back here on the desk, Tayrawr and Zahk, and we finally see who's gonna be joining Ascend later on their series. It's a very clean 2-0 coming in from Mad Army in a complete dominance here on map 2, Zahk.
100%, and this is what we were worried about as well. heading into this map number 2, right? We were talking about Mad Army's record on this map so far, and it seems like it's a record that's going to continue really showing off like this dominant success. I think it was once again that 13-5 threshold not being crosshair on this map. This continues to remain Mad Army's stronghold of a map, and it's going to be interesting if this map is in fact going to come up in that upcoming series, right? Because with this win, Mad Army, they've not only eliminated PPQ, they've also confirmed a top 3 finish here in this tournament, and they have a chance to go up against Falcons again in that grand final tomorrow. But there is one team that stands in their way.
Yeah, that's true. And that is Asan later on, right? And for this matchup, it seems like it's going to be Mad Army stopping the dreams here of PPQ heading to the grand finals. But I do want to ask here for you, what could have been the pivotal rounds here? But I have to commend Ginny's flashes. You know, like the caster said, it's so underrated, but it sets up so much for the rest of the team.
Yeah, Ginny's utility this entire game, right? So many times, like, players just getting suppressed, and her being able to have that opening debuff, so as to speak, it was just so crucial in a lot of these fights. But I think another player who really stood out for me was Baby TZ, I think, especially in that second half, right? So many clutches, so much damage that she was able to find. Absolutely fantastic teamwork coming out of Mad Army here, and now they're going to be left just one more game away from the finals. And I think that overall they look very comfortable as a team as a whole on the map, right? Both initiators, as well as, you know, the Cypher going around for alerts and stuff, and Muffin on the Raze as always, or on the Neon this time rather, being able to find those openings. So it was just a well-oiled machine. They played this map a lot of times, they haven't lost it yet, and they don't plan to anytime soon.
I think it shows how much time they spent on this map as well, like the coordination even, and when it comes to the timing with Ginny setting up the flash overhead, and you just couldn't assume it's gonna come, you know? And it surprises the players of PPQ to the point where they could not react at all. They just surprised after the flash that there's 3 people right in front of them waiting for them to swing out as well. A very dominant win coming in here from the Army themselves. A 13-5, like you said, not really crossing the threshold here so far when it comes to how Mad Army handles this map. But any guesses on the MVP here? Are we gonna be surprised, Zach, if it's not Baby TZ? Probably.
I mean, it's probably Baby TZ, let's be
Right?
real. I mean, we've seen so many impactful rounds coming in from her. So many of the times it's her being able to find that crucial opening pick in the defenses here of her opponents, or just, you know, on the lurk being able to pick apart and find like the lurker herself. So a lot of impact being had by the Cypher, very high info. And I think that along with the Tayrawr util, it has just been so difficult for the side of PPQ to really find any kind of footstone against, because of the sheer amounts of early info and the proactivity that Ginny and Muffin have been showing in terms of the pushes they've been making.
I see, and as we can see also onto your screens, 22 kills on the board here for Baby TZ with a single-digit death, right? And 9 deaths total for her this entire round, this entire game as well. And you could really see when it comes to the scoreboard who really supported the team from the back lines themselves. As we always saw, even on day number 2, when we saw this map in the hands of Mad Army as well, I remember vividly mentioning about the fact that, yeah, Muffin can be in the front line. She's doing a really well-oiled job, good job in finding those opening pickoffs. But then if you lose Muffin, what's gonna be the next solution? It's always that back lines, and that's where Baby TZ and Ginny and the rest of the team comes in. And heading into this after this series, right, we're gonna be having that 3rd set series later on. Do you think it would be a factor that they've just finished a 2-0 series, a highly competitive series, and then they're heading to another game later on immediately? What would be the balance here, Zach?
I think it's good because they came in prepared to play 2 games anyway, and it's one thing if there's like multiple overtimes, 3 maps, a lot of delay, but now that they have this confident win, especially with a 13-5 win like that, I think that you're gonna be heading into your next series feeling a little bit more confident, especially when you consider that for Ascend it's the opposite case. Sure, they've had a bit of time to recover, but they still, especially when you lose a game where you have such a lead like that, it can be very difficult to recover from. So hopefully Ascend, they've been able to go back to the drawing board, make their mental strong and make it into this one.
At least they were able to watch the second series, right? They were able to scout at least who the players are and who are popping off in this
I really
game.
hope they ban Fracture. That's my only comment after watching that.
You know what? After that, maybe they do, but let's see later on, right after the break. But before we head on to that, we have an interview set up for you guys. Are actually talking to the winners right now, and the highly MVP line here, it's with Baby TZ. Baby TZ, sawadika. First of all, and I wanna ask, because Mary is having a hard time so far with the food in Thailand, do you have any recommendations?
No.
No recommendation.
maybe try Tom Yum Goong. I don't know.
Tom Yum Goong?
Yeah.
I see. Okay, I keep that in mind at least for me. And anyway, congratulations, first of all, for your win here. How was it so far being the MVP for multiple times here in the team, knowing that you are a Sentinel as well?
I don't know. So I don't really care about MVP because I just want my team to win. That's it.
That's the important part, Zach. It's about winning here.
Okay, and I completely, Baby TZ is doing the most to make sure that her team wins. So my question to Baby TZ is, what is your favorite agent to play and why? Do you like Cypher or do you like Viper more? Or something else?
For now, Viper.
Viper?
Because I'm bored of Cypher already.
You're tired after so many years.
Cypher, yeah.
I get it.
Do you miss playing Chamber? Will we get to see you play Chamber again, like the old days?
Maybe.
Ooh,
Let's see.
Baby TZ is already teasing us here on the panel. But Baby TZ, do you have any shout-outs, thank yous to anyone, especially the fans right now watching the show?
Thank you to everyone who support us from Thailand and everywhere. And I want to say I love you, Sleepy Keki, and thank you to Tash Bunny. Always support me. Yes.
There you have it. And thank you so much again for joining us here. And last time I was taught already, Kapungka, if I'm saying it correctly. Thank you so much for joining us here on the panel, and see you on the next match later.
Kapungka. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tired of playing Cypher, already bored now onto the Viper. Maybe a Chamber next. That's what we got from Baby TZ here. Even good food recommendations for Thailand as well that Falcon Vega can actually follow on to. But Zach, I'm really sorry, but I think I have to say goodbye to you for the meantime. Someone else is joining me for the interview later on, right? But anyway, while we're setting that up right now, how about you? Have you tried Thai food yet?
Oh yeah, I was in Bangkok. Yeah, for a master. So I did, but I have a different problem. So I actually don't eat meat, so it's hard for me to try most of the important things.
I also have a different problem. It's about the spiciness.
Okay, what's yours? Spicy is fine. I had some really spicy tofu. It was wild. It was like some local sauce. I forgot the name, but it was like basically Thai street food, and it was amazing.
We should have asked Baby TZ, right, to bring us around in Bangkok during that time. Maybe had some, teachings coming in from a Cypher main and players playing the Sentinel role here. But who knows? I mean, we also saw Coldan in Bangkok. He was also there. He was also...
Wait, what? I didn't know that.
Exactly, he was also there, actually.
This is the second time I've been in the same city as Coldan and have not met him for whatever reason. Yeah, because I remember like when I went to Spain for the first time, when literally the day I was there, that was his last day there, and we decided we'd meet in the evening, but I had jet lag, and I think he also we never ended up meeting. So,
maybe it's Coldan that doesn't want to meet us, right? Coldan, he couldn't reply right now. He doesn't have any rebuttals on this. But he's also surprised that you were in Bangkok. I think we were all surprised, but at the end of the day, you know, it's a Masters event in Asia, right? Everyone's there, everyone's happy. But also at the same time, for Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia, I mean, there's a lot at stake here. Players that wins this gets to stage, the top 4 teams actually, right, goes to the stage 2, and that stage 2 is also very important because it shows us who's gonna represent Southeast Asia coming into the champions. But Coldan already telling me he couldn't defend himself. Don't worry, Coldan, you'll have your time.
Chance, Coldan.
Yeah, you're gonna have your chance right here on the stage. But any favorite moments coming into this series so far, Zach?
I think that retake and that final round on Bind was just wild to me. Like the confidence to click that ult, 20 seconds, 2v3 situation, no information about the positions, just complete confidence coming in. I think that was probably my highlight moment, although there were a lot of fun moments on Fracture. Let's be real. Either way though, I think it's time for me to say goodbye and for you to head into a very special interview with Coldan instead of me. So I'll see you on the other side. Bye.
See you on the other side, Zach. All right, let's have our next interview here for Valorant Game Changer C. Hello, hello. I have Coldan with me, and with us is Sampire. How are you feeling, Sampire? You look very happy for someone who just loves the series out there, huh?
No, it's just like it's nice to see a friend here, but
Hey, hear that?
we lost.
A
It's
friend,
a nice
guys. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a nice try, first of all, right? But I do want to ask, like, how's the experience so far? At the end of the day, here in Game Changers, we're all pretty familiar with ourselves here, right?
Well, to be honest, me and my team, we didn't expect us to be like on playoffs, since we're like we're practiced for less than 2 weeks in total, and then we have no coach, so we're just doing like do or die, win or lose, it's fine, just do our best.
And I think you pretty much did that in this series as well. And Coldan, I have a question for you. Do you coach?
No, I don't coach. Oh wait, I'm muted on Discord. Sorry. Yeah, 1 second. Yes. No, I don't coach. I don't think I'm that good in terms of coaching.
That's why you.
I know you do
it.
a bit of coach. You do a bit of like coaching support. I see your name in VLR.
Hey. But nonetheless, before we get off track here, maybe you have a question for our friend here, Sampire.
Hey, what's up, Sam? How you feeling about getting to playoffs? It's pretty cool, no?
Should I go out?
No, can't
Don't kick me out. Okay.
I mean,
how is it like getting to playoffs? I think it's quite a achievement for y'all.
I mean, being back to Valorant is actually nice. I feel nice to play on playoffs, and obviously my team feel it too, since 2 of them are new in playoffs, Seune and Sachi, but they played so well so far. So I'm really proud with my team. I'm just gonna be like, okay, we lost, it's fine. We have split 2. We have to prepare ourselves.
Yeah, it's split 2 that matters, right, Coldan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you're top 4, right? So you're guaranteed group stage at least. Yeah, so that's insane already. So yeah, huge congrats to you on that. But I also have one more question. I remember you mentioning about Japan. When are you going on the Japan trip?
I already did, actually.
You already did?
I did already.
Us? Me and Coldan?
Yeah.
I posted it on my story. I thought you saw it, Coldan. Wow.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were going again, you know? I want to go to Japan, you know? So
yeah,
Let's
I
go
mean,
together, y'all.
Our director is already saying we still have 30 minutes on this interview. Do you guys want to set up?
What do you mean? 30 minutes?
No, it's not real. Oh, sorry. But Sampire, having you here, any shout outs, any thank yous to people who are watching right now?
I would say thank you so much, everyone who supported us. It was really nice to have people on our backs cheering for us. And we won't disappoint you on Split 2, so y'all watch again. Okay?
Ooh, okay. There you have it, Sampire. Thank you so much. How about you, Coldan? Do you have any messages?
No, huge congrats. You made it this far. I think it's a huge achievement. And yeah, Split 2 is going to be interesting. Maybe interview you again, you know, back to back.
Okay.
Last GC, now here.
I'll
But
see
you
you
gotta
guys
make it
again.
you gotta make it to when I cast though. I don't know if there's a range.
And
You gotta get
and then we're
yeah,
gonna
gotta
see
get
you
the production
in
side.
Tokyo, maybe Samphire.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, so it's Tokyo?
Oh,
yeah. Pacific,
no.
right? Pacific. Pacific
Just for a
has
Japan
stage two.
trip, just a random Japan
okay.
trip.
Oh, Tayrawr, you gotta be there too, right?
Yeah, I could carry your bags, guys. No problems. Anyway, thank you so much, Samphire, and see you
Thank
on
you.
Split 2, Stage 2.
See you
There
guys.
you have
later.
it. See ya.
Bye.
Well. Oh, hello. Caught in 4K, Zach. You were daydreaming there. You were just happy with the interview. How it went.
Hey, you said Japan trip, so I was like, how do I get in on this? I don't mind
haven't
carrying
been.
some bags either, you know, if I get to go to Japan. Just thinking like that, you know. But yeah, you know, I felt a little bit like I was intruding in that interview. How about you?
I know. I almost went out of my VMix or something at that point, but I mean, they still have that slot. Samphire was right, you know, like they still have that slot towards stage 2, and they're gonna be better. They're gonna try to make it better, and at the same time, of course, thank you so much again to Coldan for joining us on that interview as well. But there you have it, 2 series here at the Game Changer Southeast Asia, done and dusted already. But I don't think we're done here, Zach, because we're still looking for one more team joining that grand finals tomorrow. So we have another set of series coming up on your screens later on after this very short break. Don't go away. Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia will be right back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
The world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on
It's the last series of the day that we're bringing you here on the panel right now. It's Tayrawr and Zahk, and finally we are down to the last set of matches here, Zahk. And you mentioned it already, right? It's fast 2-0 so far. We want to see something pretty, like a tight game this time.
100%. I mean, both of the games so far, they were 2-0s. I mean, for a second, I thought that first one wasn't going to be with that 10-2 start
True.
that Ascend got off to, but great comeback coming out of Falcons. So they are in that grand final tomorrow. But who is going to be facing them on that opposite side? That is kind of what we're going to be deciding with our final game for today, Tay. And it is going to be Mad Army going up against Ascend to decide which of these two teams will be moving on to that grand final tomorrow. I think that both of these teams, they've had a pretty good run so far. Ascend, of course, their only loss being to Falcons today. And Mad Army, they haven't lost a game yet in this playoffs. Sure, they started off in that lower bracket, but it's been flawless from them otherwise.
It's like they're just playing on the upper bracket, right? And at the same time, the only difference is you don't have that second chance, second opportunity. Everything is a fight for your life and fight for your tournament life at this point. But we're looking at the two teams right now on your screens. We mentioned them a while ago already. We have Ginny, Muffin, Alyssa, Baby TZ, which we've talked to a while ago, Kit Kat, and of course, for the side of Ascend, we do have Con, Graham, Spitey, Japeeps, and Capricious as well. Both teams actually played one set series for today already, and just basing the performance on how they played today so far, Zahk, what are we about to watch here? What are we looking out for here?
I would really hope that Ascend decide to ban out that fracture map. I mean, they're no slouches at it either, but especially after their loss today, I don't know. I feel like it might be a bit difficult, but I would also love to see fracture coming out of these teams in that map veto. So aside from that, I mean, from both of these teams, I think the IGLing has been pretty great. It's been Ginny leading the charge here for Mad Army, and she's been able to kind of figure out all of the answers here, at least in the previous match accordingly. Baby TZ has also been a menace, and I think that the biggest factor here might in fact just be the fact that Mad Army is coming off of a 2-0 win versus Ascend is coming off of a 0-2 loss in the same day. So that momentum could be very crucial as a factor.
And when we closer look into the teams anyway, we do have that head-to-head, which is with Alyssa versus Japeeps. When it comes to the stats, we could already see that it's heavily favored on the side more here of Alyssa. We've seen her multiple times clutch it out, even make a winning round out of a Sheriff on a Thrifty.
100%. I think that clip is going to be
forever.
I think it's still probably the coolest clip of GC SCA so far. I mean, yeah, we've had some wild rounds coming out of multiple teams, but Alyssa, in that clutch situation with the Sheriff, I think in the interview, she said even she didn't know how she did it. So yeah, it was just instincts on all cylinders and Alyssa pulling it off here. Japeeps is no slouch either, though, because remember, this is one of the most experienced players you have. Again, one of those players who's also played in South Asia alongside SCA, so a little bit to watch out for here. I think Japeeps is a little bit more of that supportive kind of player in terms of like the utility that she provides for her team, while Alyssa's, put in those situations more often where she has to take the fights here. So I think that could be attributed to the playstyle difference. So I think these stats overall, both players have an insane amount of assists, which means that they're doing their job quite well.
Yeah, the stats might show that for the side of Japeeps, it might be on the lower and the negative side even when it comes to that KDA. But nevertheless, that performance in our match a while ago showed already a glimpse of what Japeeps can bring to the table. I mean, this player has been long-standing as well in the game changer scene, and we've seen her frag out, but at the same time, it's more of that, what is exactly your role when it comes to the team? But a player to look out for here for the side of Mad Army is none other than Muffin. We saw her on the Neon a while ago, how she can puncture towards or inside the side and really create that space.
Yeah, again, one of those players has made it to that global championship not once but twice, and each time for a different region. So it's been pretty impressive coming out of Muffin. performance-wise so far. I think that for her as well, her main role, like we were talking about, some players they have a bit more of an ambiguous role, but for Muffin it's very clear. She's that tip of the spear, she's that entry fragger, and I think that she has one of the highest successful first blood rates. She's always willing to get very scrappy in a fight, and I think you can also see that from her agent pool, because her duelist pool is very versatile. I think she's played almost every duelist at some point or the other, and I think she's one of the most veteran duelists you do have in GCSEA at this juncture.
And speaking of duelists as well here, Zach, on the other side of the T, we have Ascend here. We do have Con as a player to look out for. Now, for Con, we also saw her, I think, on a Phoenix in a Pearl map the other day, and she was also able to really perform out there.
100%, and even today, I think against Falcons there on Pearl, they had a pretty good first half. It was just toward the second side that the lead kind of ran away from them. So Con definitely, as a Phoenix, you know, it's very weird because I think when we started seeing Con play, it was at that Sova, kind of like the most dedicated Sova clutch player that we kind of saw coming out as a rookie. But now, you know, shifting over to the duelist role, playing a little bit more flexible, especially on this team. It's really nice that, you know, they've been able to come this far since being signed, especially when you consider that this organization, or rather this team, they were the team that almost made it to the World Championship, just one map away rather, from being able to qualify. So a little bit of a heartbreaker there, but it's nice that, you know, they've been able to come under an org, they've gotten a new coach, they've been working on strats, and now they're here again, just one lower final away from a grand final.
It's really a trend right now in Valorant, right? Not only here in Game Changers scene as well as the others, that players are much more willing to go out of their roles, to maybe flex a little more, especially with the amount of agents that comes out already here in Valorant, and we have Waylay coming up maybe on stage 2, right? So there's a lot of other options here on the table, and I do like seeing players really shift around and see what really fits with the synergy of the team, how the team plays, just as we were talking about, like how you didn't have a breach, instead you had a KO in the hands here of Mad Army, but you don't have the stun, you have a neon instead. You know, it's a lot of mix-ups coming out here, but when it comes to mix-ups, of course, the first fight here is the map veto. Are we gonna be seeing Fracture banned out here, Zach? What do you think?
I think it could genuinely go either way, because like we've seen, both teams are feeling pretty confident on Fracture. Even if Ascend didn't pick it as their map pick, they still look like they could put up a damn good fight. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that come into play. And yeah, in fact, it's going to be allowed through that veto. Mad Army actually going to be allowed to pick it up first. Ascend starting off on the defensive side as well. So this is the side where they did find that 10-2 lead, I think. So perhaps not entirely hopeless for them. But yeah, map number 2 going to be Pearl. Familiar comfort pick. This is a map where they went head-to-head against Falcons of all teams, so should be like somewhere comfortable that can lead it. And the decider as well, Lotus, a map that I think both these teams are pretty familiar with. I mean, for Mad Army, the only time that they really lost it was in OT during that Swiss stage, so not something that they're too worried about. And I don't think that Ascend have lost this yet. They managed to beat PPQ recently in that decider through that upper bracket, so yeah, I think this is a pretty good map veto for both of these teams.
Both have good performances, like you said, right? We also saw them play these 2 maps also already, and with VODs as well. And even a while ago, multiple Fracture maps. I don't think Fracture left us for today. I think all of the series that we played, if I'm remembering it correctly, had Fracture. So we kind of know what to expect, right? We kind of know what kind of setups they have prepared for us, and how Baby TZ could just roam around the map, lurk around the map, and they have to be really careful when it comes to that. But how will, for the side of course, for the side of Con and the rest of the team here, what can they do, like, to really punish those kinds of rat plays that we are looking at?
Yeah, I think the biggest rat player of all, I think, in a good way, of course, would be Baby TZ. We saw the kind of impact that she was able to have just in that previous series. And you heard it from her first, folks. She might not like playing Cypher anymore, but she's still able to completely perform on that particular agent. So pretty excited to see which team is going to be coming out on top, because the map veto, I mean, Pearl is a little bit more advantageous towards Ascend, I would say. Mad Army, they only played it once, and they did lose it to Ascend, in fact, which is when these 2 teams faced off during that that Swiss stage. So pretty interesting to see if the result is going to be the same again, because Ascend, they came out 2-0 the last time in that Swiss stage. Mad Army were not able to come through, and back then as well, Pearl was the dominant map here for the side of Ascend.
Now that we've seen the map pool, the map veto already, I'm gonna try to lock in my predictions here, Zach, based on the stats and based on everything I've seen for today. I would have to say it's gonna be a 2-1 here in favor of Ascend, just basing on what happened today so far. Now I have to ask you as well, Zach, what's your prediction here?
I generally don't know. I can't decide between these two teams, because I think, if this had been the first game of the day, I think I would have completely agreed with you. And I still think that Ascent, especially with that Pearl coming into the veto, they have a pretty strong chance. But I don't know. I feel like Ginny has just seen too many lower bracket runs, especially coming off the momentum of the win. It could genuinely go either way. So I'm just gonna not decide.
I see. There you have it. Zach, undecided, cannot decide for her predictions here. That's the first. That's actually probably a first here in Game Changers Southeast Asia. Zach putting up the ranks out there, but nonetheless, as you don't have any predictions, maybe I have a pick rate at least of 50% here. Anything that really, like, from your gut feeling? Nothing? Both teams still? Nothing changed since 1 hour ago? Nothing?
I mean, seeing that Fracture, it gives me a little bit more confidence for Mad Army, because they kind of need to lock that in. But if Ascend can steal Fracture away, I would say it's a 2-0. So that's my gut feeling.
Ooh, 2-0. You're just gonna give me the scoreline here at least.
If Ascend win Fracture,
Ascend wins
if it goes
Fracture.
to map 3, I'm not saying who wins, because I think both teams are equally good on Lotus. So I'm not.
So at the end of the day, I still got your prediction. See what I did there?
That's why you're the host.
Not undecided.
Making everyone like,
Exactly. Anyway, we still do have that agent composition, but are we surprised that it's gonna be a Neon here on Muffin? We're seeing and looking at the same comp that what we saw from Mad Army, but for Ascend, we also have Grahams on that Neon. It's gonna be a good fight out there.
100%. But looking at the Neon versus Neon thing, what interests me more is the controller choice here, because KitKat's gone for that more traditional Brimstone, along with the Orbital Strike, the light ups, all that pesky Brim utility that's really annoying to deal with on a map like Fracture. You have the Astra coming in for Con, a little bit less of a traditional pick, I would say, especially considering the current meta. But there's a lot of power in the Astra as well, especially with those narrow choke points there. I think Astra can be useful to kind of hold off the push for a little bit if you combine it with the Breach utility or the Tayrawr utility, but also just so useful in that post plan. So a bit of an interesting pick to come out of Con here. I was low-key hoping we were going to be seeing a double duelist, like Con on Razor, Phoenix, and Grabs just locking in that Neon. It would have been pretty fun to watch.
But it's a very important matchup, right? It's a slot towards that grand finals, even if we have the slot for them already for stage 2. And with that, of course, now that we see the agent compositions, the map veto, I think we're ready for the last series of the day. So passing you on to our casters, Coldan, and realize, how will this day end?
To be honest, Eliza, I don't want it to end, because today it has been a 2-match banger. It's gonna add up another one again in this match particularly. Mad Army against Ascend. Still with me, realize. Of course, beside me is my amazing partner, Coldan. How are you feeling in today's matches, Coldan? Or rather, in this particular match, because this is going to be the decider of who will face Falcons Vega in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think these two teams, Zach kind of put it in a great way, that they are so neck and neck with each other. I think it could definitely go either way, but I just gotta rep the Thai squad. I got my Dawn of the Jewel shirt here.
Okay.
Thai represent, so leaning a little bit in the favor of the Thai squad here, but I think it really could go the distance. And emphasizing Fracture, this statistically has not been a great map for Ascend. 0-3 on it, 0% win rate. And just on the other side of things, we saw Mad Army actually take it in a victorious fashion in the series that we just casted. So it's a rematch here on the map of Fracture. Ascend lost to PPQ previously as well. So if you do the VALORANT math, if Ascend lose to PPQ and then Mad beat PPQ, does that make Mad better than both of them? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. A bit of a switch up in terms of the controller of Con as well, going back to the Astra that she had played previously. So yeah, a couple moving pieces, but still a bang of a matchup I think we have on our hands.
Yeah, the switch from the Brimstone towards the Astra. Now talking about the delay power and the overall control that you can have alongside, it's going to be so surmountable. The sheer amount of utilities that you have, basically 5 stars, will just pull you out and want to stun you. And that is going to be a hard task for Mad Army to deal with. Now, Mad Army, they are advancing towards heaven. They salvo it just to make it clear. But thankfully though, Ascend, none of them are playing inside. They will do and pull out the 3-player flank from behind. So they will try to spot out Baby TZ again, the backbone of this team. But KitKat is the one to call dibs on the kill towards Chapips. The slide from Grahams is good, but will she get the kill? No, she won't. It's not good enough for her as Baby TZ collect the bodies of the fallen players. Capricious does enter the fight. Grahams yet to fire her bullet right to the skulls of Mad Army as Capricious, the last player to stand. It's a 1v3 situation. We know what she can pull with this. As the salvos do come in, the missiles will try to halt her efforts to defuse the spike. As she falls to 23 HP, Muffin will slide tackle her back to the base. 1-0 Mad Army.
Oh, lovely stuff. They were aware of the flank push potential. And oh, I'm actually so excited for this map as well. I think Fracture is one of my most favorite maps to watch / cast. So yeah, having 3 of it here today, ooh, there's so much dynamic nature in this match, on this map. So very cool to see that we already have a flank push on that pistol round. It just goes to show that Ascend are not going to be afraid to go for those kinds of plays, being a lot more aggressive on the defensive side, taking map control away when they know no one's there. So Mad Army, the good pistol win in their pocket. Wait out the utilities of the Ascend side. It's just Capricious here on the A side. They're gonna test things though. They see the rockets and they want to test the B side for the time being. Capricious, a little bit eager, will stay put for the time being as the rest of the Mad Army team will go and investigate the B side.
Yeah, Chapips again. Try to spearhead this defense. 3 players here, but only pistols to work with. As Con meditates, pops the smokes to make a blanket of space for them. But look at Mad Army, they're not having it. Nah, we don't want to play with your smokes. We want to enter the site, and that will be their rotations up towards A side. Capricious could get a huge stun with the salvo as well, but it's way too far for them to reach out. And Grabs will be aggressive. 3 flashes are out, but Melissa settled to get Grahams and Ginnylex as well to contribute to the kills. The party of kills in A main. But Mad Army are the hosts, and Ascend are not invited. 2-0 to Mad Army. Ascend, they had to set up pretty well. But Mad Army, look at the respect they have. They know. Okay, Ascend are limited in terms of the weaponry, but they don't want to force the issue to just push into the side because they know how lethal the classics could be in the hands of Ascend, especially when you have a smoke like that to just give you extra cover. And that's what Ascend were able to pull off. However, Mad Army, they instantly neglect that, and they just go for their and they just went for their rotation up towards A main.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Mad Army. They wasted the utilities a little bit. Time around, gun round for Ascend up against the borders of Mad Army. Again, instant A main control. Give it over. The drone to spot out that there's nobody actually around there. So Graham's gonna disrespect things. Go out just a little bit, show a little bit of presence, and back off. B side. That might be the protocol. Con on this Astra. A bit of a change up from what we saw previous. When Army waiting for the utilities of that team is to clear out these close range positions. Ginny's got a spot that no one's up close in arcade. And here comes the commitment. The smokes are in. Bit of a stall before the flashes are through as well. Into the side they go. Muffin up towards the tower's position. The spike to go down. They have a lot of control for Mad Army. Ooh, a little bit of delay utility, and yeah, has to put up the wall just to allow the spike to go down. Alyssa's gonna die. Yeah, to the salvos of your pips. And now it's an advantage situation. Cage in. accelerating in towards this retake. Piety's the first one onto site, none to be found. Tower, next spawner call. Con finds the first one, but still fighting around these corners. They want to take the fight straight to Muffin. Sliding in, Neon on Neon action. Graham nails that one out. And the defuse of the spike, yeah, it's not planted for Ginny's position. So a beautiful, flawless retake comes through from the Ascent side. They only lose a single player, which bodes great for them. But still, not too shabby for Mad Army. They get the spike down at the bare minimum.
Yeah, much needed win for Ascend, and the fact that they're able to pull out a flawless, it means that they can still harness the Vandals that they were able to pick up early on in this buy round. And of course, for Mad Army, it's not the end of everything. They still have the chance to go toe-to-toe with the players of Ascend, with the Vandals that they might be able to repurchase as well for themselves. Now the salvos again, early control is the name of the game for Ascend. Always not going to leave the space vacant for Mad Army to work with. It's always Graham's here. The Pips though shifting now to A side with the drone just looking, seeking for information. 2 revealed, 3 more unknown. And Ascend just layering the smokes. And you practically could have like 5 smokes if you want to stack it. Bar the cooldown maybe, but for now, Mad Army, they're still traversing their way back, maybe towards B side, where Con and Piety are waiting. 2 of the strongest anchors of Ascend.
The Astra as well as the Cypher. 3 stars still available in the hands of Con. Here comes the audio cues. Into the side they go. Piety swings out wide, forced out by the utility, but Con doesn't pick up a single kill. Ginny into the smoke will take down the anchor now. The players of Ascend away from the action has to make that long rotate over, but look at Baby TZ flanking in all the way from the attacking side.
Oh no!
Dish. Capricious is none the wiser. Back's gonna be turned. Baby TZ is full control over CT. Now they know they're both coming in from the B main position. Alyssa wary of that. Avoids the stun as well, but Japitch the one to find one. But Baby TZ's there for the final one too. Mad Army, beautiful understanding of the rotations. Baby TZ, yet again she strikes and finds crazy impact.
Classic Baby TZ movement. Just crawling from the back and yeah, just gets the kill, nailing it all in one. But of course, holding the site was Con and Piety. Unluckily for Con, she wasn't able to pick up a single kill. But Ascend could rebuy this Grams with the bucket. We have seen the magic that she was able to cast with this Bucky and the Neon as well in her hands. It's so much of a spectacle to witness. Mad Army, frozen in time. But it's only going to be Alyssa and Baby TZ scarring that base, or that spawn area. Meanwhile, Ascend, they sit in their places. Now Capricious will play up into that B site. And Graham's already so far front with the Bucky in her hand. The sand door, they want to keep it open because they know if the sound cues does if it is going to be heard by Mad Army, then that's going to spell trouble for them. But here comes the null command alongside the missiles as well. The pop flash given by Ginny, and they're all suppressed. No utilities to work with. They have to play this vanilla style. As Japips, back of the smoke, still wanting to deny the plant, maybe waiting for the spike to be planted. But will the missiles hit the right spot? It will, and KitKat has to reposition, relocate for the replant. They will still get it in time, I feel like. And Mad Army has to hold this post-plant.
Look at the minimap as well. Baby TZ's going for a long around flank, but is it going to be in time? Oh,
there you go.
Bucky, perfectly placed. Opens up the round. KitKat goes down. Time for the spike. Here comes the post-plant utilities. All flooding forth. Ginny's checking these corners, but they're all within the sight. They burst out of the snow. You hit with the first Muffin, trades it out. Capricious con. Ginny all in the feed. It's all just onto Ginny. 1 versus 3. Gets caught in the flash. And Ascend assemble the retake, and they absolutely obliterate Mad Army. They take the fight to them into A main. They walk out with 3 still standing.
Beautiful retake coming in from Team Ascend. That was almost seamless. It feels like when you have Grahams on the helm, you're always... I feel like you're always going to have that human recon or a human drone Like, you could always have Grahams to mess up with the crosshair placements of the players of Mad Army, and she would always be the one to look for information and just play the mind games with the movements that she is able to post against Mad Army. And now Mad Army is still intact in terms of the economy. They can rebuy and repurchase, restore their weaponry, and again with the same formation, 2-3. In which the Cypher and the Astra will play together hand in hand, Con and Piety. Meanwhile, Baby TZ might look for a crunch play towards A main, a Muffin. Up and towards Arcade. They control Heaven, and this is going to be theirs fully. Will Heaven be intruded? That is the question. Oh, Piety still holding, but Muffin comes from the back, just bonks her in the head. The flash comes in. Preparing what could be a rolling. Here comes Graham back. Ginny oblivious, the stun connects! Oh my god, Grahams going absolutely insane! The movement error is not there. The bullet lands right like a homing missile.
Yeah, that was such a long-range fight, and all the way up towards the tower. Graham's insane work from the Neon. Look at that in the replay. It was Piety first to open things up, but yeah, back to turn. Graham's throws the stun in. Ooh, beautifully placed. Doesn't matter if she doesn't get the third. The teammates are all there to support her as well. Tactical timeout now being called. You can only assume it's from the Mad Army side because their economy, yeah, it's in question. They have a couple of good ultimates, so there's a discussion to be had. Do you want to buy around the overdrive as well as the orbital strike? Is that an option, or do you want to go for a bit more of a conservative option?
Yeah, that's the question, right? I want to approach this in a pacifist way because I feel like for most of the time, Mad Army, they really played conservatively in the first few rounds, right? In the first few minutes of the rounds, excuse me. They wait for control in A main because they know it's something that is always imminent, the control towards A main, and then they rotate towards B side. But for most of the parts, it's always going to be them cutting the noise and then playing directly into the site, exploding inside. So it seems like Ascend, when they can hold their ground and when they can land the shots, it's always going to be a win for them. But that was also supplemented by Grahams flanking from the back and getting those backstabs. So it's almost like Baby TZ-esque type of flank, which really helps turn the tides around. Now, Mad Army, they have to settle with what they have. Play the cards at their will, and there you go, Grahams gets Baby TZ. Just fries her. Oh my god, the zip line! But Graham still standing up on top. Not for long. Muffin shuts her down. 1v3, Muffin behind the fast lane. Run! No, she can't run anywhere. Escon will just shut her down. But that was a round full of chaos. Flying fox galore, zip lines, taking victims.
It just fully sent it through the zip line. The team just not willing to let Baby TZ go down without a fight themselves. Wow, look at this. He gets the lance the first shot. Oh,
this one.
Bye-bye.
Nice try. Good damage. That's about it.
Well, now then, Grahams. Operator in hand. Oh, perfect kill towards Alyssa. No Armageddon on the tabs for Mad Army. That means they're short one utility, one ultimate to take space. It's only Kit Kat with the orbital strike if they really want that oppressive space-taking tool. Mad Army still just putting off their running shoes. They're walking this time. Hiding behind the smoke, shades of what could be a standing player, and that is Con. Piercing the smoke, and Muffin will take the fight to her face. Exactly. Baby TZ chimes in with a single kill. It's 3v2 situation now. They will theft activate it. Retake for both Japips and Grahams.
A must-win round here for Mad Army. 2 versus 3 for Ascend in the retake. It's unfavorable. They don't have a lot of information on where these post-plant positions are coming from as well. A little bit of frustration there from Graham's trying to spam through the smoke, trying to find something. Fast lanes through, Muffin isolates the fight. Graham's dancing around. Neon versus Neon wins out that fight. The ADHD nature flying around the server, flying around the map. Can't find anything though. And Tower is of concern because Jenny has avoided her vision and will strike as our back is turned 4-4. Mad Army tie it up yet again.
Wow. Very, very good round for Mad Army. But there was actually a pick-off coming in, right? From Grahams with the operator. It was actually a very, very good pick-off because they knew the spike was down, but this over-aggression, or rather the amount of swarming coming in from Mad Army towards the site, it means that Ascend couldn't handle the pressure. And now, Mad Army at least, they still have Alyssa with the Armageddon to just insult damage and inflict damage. And now Grahams with the operator. Will they expect this? They will salvo it, but Grahams run around! You thief in the night! It's not just one kill, and even the second one? It was a 2-for-1, it seems like.
Yeah.
And Capricious with the flash connects towards Baby TZ. The Baby TZ will respond in time. Japips is down. 3v4 on with the Sheriff, but Alyssa exposes Capricious from her angle. And Pyre looks death, stares it at its face. She will try to reposition, takes the ropes down, and Mad Army tone down the pressure. They will move back towards base and might look for potential rotate.
Yeah, lovely cut of the noise. Ascend now getting a little bit antsy. Not sure where the commitment's coming from. The Cypher utility is still on the B side though, so rotations back, forth. Camera's not gonna spot out anything for the time being. Mad Army is gonna gather their forces. All three of them heading here towards this B side. Cypher utility gonna be difficult. Oh, but the null command does it reach Piety though? I don't think it does. Chip's still there. Oh, but they light up. It is just 1 versus 2. Con can't control the spray enough as they trade each other out. And Mad Army. Wow. How they brute force through that one. The Cypher utility still online. Tags one of the players, but they win out the long range gunfights.
That was given to them on a silver platter, but take a look at this. She bites twice.
So
Yeah, but
3
they still
versus
won.
5.
That's true. A piercing shot in the opening stages of the round, and yet Mad Army are still able to pull it back. It's insane. The resolute that they are able to show, or rather the resolution they're able to show. And now Muffin has the overdrive. The Armageddon as well, still intact for Alyssa. The Steho ult could spell trouble for Ascend. A jump peek from Grabs. I don't think there's a sound cue that is being made. Constantly jumping though. It's just silent jump. And they have 3 players posted up. Oh, a flick off the astral plane as the stuns do come in, but Graham's left unstunned. Capricious, good one tap again. Alyssa is the initial victim. Still yet to reveal her hand, but Con plays it to perfection. The flash is there, but Capricious taken down. Do they know Grams is there? They do. They know, rather they fragment him down. They molly it away. Ginny takes Grams down. Piety swings for the kill, but isn't going to get anything. But do they expect Japips to be here? They do! They line up, the firing squad is ready. Quad kill for Ginny. And Japips taken out of the fight. 6-4, Mad Army.
That could have gone horribly wrong for Mad Army. Thank God for Ginny to provide that quad kill. And a little bit stubborn, I would say, from the side of the Mad Army squad. I mean, you know that there's a trap play set up here. After losing that first pick,
Enemy remaining.
I know that there's at least 1 or 2 more of these players. There's a potential stack, which was that, you know, that it was literally that. There was a stack full of defenders there. It could have gotten really, really dicey. There was a couple more pieces of utility, a couple better shots found by Ascend, but not to be the case. And again, they're gonna push the issue here. Alyssa catches Grahams. Japips tries to pawn things back. Oh, and the overload strike is gonna catch up to Capricious, force her even further back towards the site as Piety, with the Cypher up, drops the spike on her push down dish. And now it's Capricious' time to shine, picking up the ult orbs, but they have to walk into this line of fire. Flash is there, dodge of it. Piety still marking that angle as well. Con, while catching a player down towards the site. How do they pick this one up? Ooh, just around the corner. The long arms will reach onto the spike. A little bit of a pause in the action. Mad Army, after a kerfuffle, managed to find themselves a 2 versus 3. That is so good here. Capricious aware, but Ginny better on the trigger. Piety took the zip across, misses the shot, has to run for the hills.
One enemy remaining.
They lose all their flashes, and Coldan now coming in from the back line. Muffin 1 versus 2. Beautiful shot to counter the AWP. And now they're just gonna run straight towards this A site. Con and Muffin.
Running low.
1 versus 1. Plant given over to Muffin. She has all the time in the world to reposition. Where does she choose to play from? Con now coming in from the back line, expecting things. Drop and open up the door by hit-to-hit fighting. It's Con to come up clutch and ascend, stave off a horrendous round. They managed to pull things back in their favor. And down to the 1 versus 1 for Con, and winning that one out will do wonders for their attempts here on this map.
Last round before the
Felt
switch.
like the kill towards Pyre was the finishing blow. Coup de grace for Team Mad Army, but Ascend,
One enemy.
they are still able to pin their hopes on Con. Was able to cause a ruse with the classic throw towards the sand doors, but I don't think Muffin called the bluff. I don't really think she was she was bought by that fake, so it was down to the crosshair and the fastest player to just tap their mouse. No Mad Army. 6 on the scoreboard. Ascend 5. As they will try to play this yet again. Cutting noise. Just getting to the choke point and then running in like this. Roll command will deactivate any possible utilities, traps, or whatever you might want to like inside. Spidey now, without the powers of her tripwires, will be just a Cypher with a hat. A white hat. And now the Armageddon pop the stuns as well. The Rolling Thunder to reply. The spray down. But Muffin not enough. Piety gets caught in the middle of the crossfire. And now the players of Team Mad Army try to storm into the site, but Ascend, they say no.
Diffuse.
With Grahams on the lightning on her hands. We'll fry them one by one. 6-0. My god, this is going to be a series all tied up in the first half.
The 2 times we witnessed fracture, right? It was 10-2, and then it was 8-4, now it's 6-6. So a little bit of a trend there. It's getting closer and closer, these matches. And I mean, if you recall that Falcons game, right? It was Ascend that had an incredible defense half to kick things off. This time around, the attacking side, not too shabby. 6 rounds on the board. They only managed 2 in the previous encounter with Falcons. So now swapping over to the defensive side, can Mad Army, win this defense side out? It's historically been both of their team's favorite side, the defense. So let's see. We've got the KO now on defense. Opportunities to stall out executes with the 0 point, now command. But Graham's at the same time. Yeah, I mean, she was insane on attacking side, Dion. So very, very interesting to see how this second half pans out.
Well. Now Mad Army on the defense. Meanwhile, Ascend on the attack. And you know the ceilings that Graham's is able to reach with this agent with the neon on her hands. It's going to be very, very interesting to see because now they have the breach on their hands. Meanwhile, Mad Army, they don't really want to run the breach and fracture, right? They prefer going with this composition. I mean, Capricious with the breach has been very supportive of Graham's with the flashes and the stuns. And on attack, I think it'll be very, very hard for them to deal with. But if they can stop Mad Army, or rather Ascend, from the very first get-go, I feel like they do have a chance to do just that. But Ginny with the KO will hold huge responsibilities on stopping the advancements of Team Ascend. And now they will walk slowly. Grahams might just want to jiggle peek this, but still second guessing it, as the drone will be tiptoeing into a main. They stun it up, and Grahams with the stun might go huge, but she's stunned in her place, locked in time. As the flash comes in, no follow-up, and Mad Army will take that kill as a big prize to just boast and be content with. A weak drone coming in, this time from Alyssa. Mad Army up 1 player, Graham's gone. This just made things easier for Team Mad Army.
it's all between the Cypher head-to-head. What happens on that 1v1 on the other side of the map? Will Piety actually call her teammates over? At the same time, so is Baby TZ. She's saying, hey, maybe they might be testing out this B side. Let's have a couple more players here. That's exactly what's gonna happen. 3 attempting to siege this B side, but there's a response here from Mad Army as well. They're ready. They want to flood back
30
in.
seconds left.
Avoid the utility for the time being. Oh, they put Piety in tower and they send it all the way back towards A. Con now calling her teammates back on the other side of the map. Isolates the fight. Pops Alyssa out of the round, and now things are getting interesting. Another Cypher look coming in on the backline. 13 seconds left. They need to get the spike down though. They want to contest this right here, right now. Dashing straight in. Muffin's there. Fighting within the side. The crossfire is being set up. Capricious the first. Bounces back. Looking straight down. Ascend in the feed. It's 7 on the board. A second pistol. Back and forth nature. But somehow all 4 still stand. And a convincing rotation and round conversion right there.
Wow. Ascend able to resuscitate that round. They salvage it from the wreckage. It almost seems like they were able to just be beaten down by the clock.
I realized it was 4 versus 5.
Yeah.
And they didn't lose a single player after that.
That's true.
Flawless.
The absence of Grahams did not really mean much to them. It wasn't much of a worry. But still, you would prefer to have Grahams when you can really just rush into the site. And now B site fully vacant, avoided. No one is at home. And KitKat with her teammates will wrap around towards the back. Spawn has now Ascend. They are feasting inside. Grahams will just wait with the Bucky in her hands. Damage can be disastrous, but the firing squad is there. Now Graham, she realizes the magnitude of the situation. Gets one though. Ginny trades back 3v3. This is looking very costly for Team Ascend, but their investments are only on the pistols and maybe a couple of rifles that they were able to buy, with the Bucky as well gone now. They will hold very dearly on towards the entry points, the choke points of both sides. The flash might come in soon for Ginny. The pop flash does connect, but no one is there yet. And there goes the missiles. The post-plant power from Japips is too strong to deal with. As Ascend, they come out alive with only one player remaining.
Yeah, that's costly. Even though Mad Army didn't exactly, like, they weren't the ones to get the kills, they still forced 2 deaths due to the spike. Costly right here. Made things very interesting. Bucky, not the best at the longer ranges, but still damage done. So this bonus round is not exactly very bonusy. You got discussions to be had. Vandal here, Guardian, a Bulldog, Bucky and a Ghost. Let's see if they can have something to answer for against the full rifle squad, the Mad Army.
Yeah, Muffin. Vandal in hand. Again. Speaking out towards A main. This time Ascend, they're taking their time. That the sand has been stepped on. Only by the drone though. With little to no information relayed towards Japips. No Mad Army players were able to show themselves. And Muffin might take the bait to just peek out. Con will move back. And no, Muffin does not present herself in the right moment, in the right timing. The smokes do come in. B side is going to be the subject of attack for Ascend. And they will come in. The trap. Broken Molly's out though. And they can't stop the plant just yet. This is going to be a post-plant situation yet again for Ascend. Baby TZ on the wings. Muffin will come from the back. Has the fast lane, full util for her to work with, and they know the stun just flies up. Has to hold this. She does get one. Muffin traces it back quickly, just in time. Capricious, good angle for a flash, but no follow-up. She will be under pressure. Piety picks up a kill with the Ghost only. The tap to lure out the players of Ascend. Look at the sheer amount of utilities. This is just raining down hell on the players of Mad Army. No time. KitKat has to stick this, but the time is running out. And Mad Army
People, come on now.
beaten by
I'm
the time. The
anticipating my
clutch
congratulations.
taken by Khan.
Wow, just the virtue of time itself. Khan on 5 HP gets dinked as she went for the peak, but at that point in time, there was literally no more time left. There's a nice attempt for the flank, but yeah, not winning it out at the very end. And thanks to the Astra, right? If she was on the Brimstone, might not have been the best angle for a Molly. You know, in a flustered situation, you can quickly put down the gravity well,
Whatever they're
force them
doing,
off the
I
spike.
like it.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. It works both ways, but
That's a bonus.
yeah, it's a bonus as well. Claimed by Ascend. Lady Luck on their side. But you can take a look at the post-plant power, right, from Ascend. There was like, what, a stun, a missile coming in, and then there goes the gravity well, and everything. The kitchen sink thrown towards Mad Army. That's Muffin. Posting up close. Ah, she's caught in a bad place. Oh, Piety is stunned as well. They're both the same effects. Mad Army, will they take
Console
the bait
flash.
to fight even further? Khan is also flash.
Look at the
She's
B-main
just
push.
spraying down, but look at this. BBTZ with her compatriot.
throw setup.
Kit Kat, look at the total big 1, 2, 3, 4.
Spike down. Attackers spawn. Thirsty.
No way!
I don't know how to get by without money.
Mad Army, they're all dead. In a single instance, the sheriffs, the hand cannons, small but deadly. And there goes the piece of the puzzle that Mad Army were looking for. That round, that thrifty, might change the course of the game.
Absolutely perfect. They each find a kill of their own, and then Baby TZ just goes on an absolute rampage.
Down. Attackers
Quad kill found through the smoke for the final one. Lovely work from the Sentinel, the MVP for her team in the series previous, strikes yet again.
Wow. What was that? I expected them to at least collect a couple of kills, but not all the kills!
It's Baby TZ, it's Baby TZ, you
It's
put the
Baby
respect.
TZ. It's
She's
Baby
earned it.
TZ and Kit Kat as well. They're both very good at the Sheriff, especially Baby TZ. So good with the hand cannons. The Spike Planet Ascend. They have yet another bout
planted.
of holding the site with the post-plant powers that they have.
Wow, instantly splashed out, taken out the round. Capricious, good to claw one back, but now she's under scrutiny. They know of her position. Spike planted already, time ticking down low. Piety, the sliver on the ankle. Baby TZ again! How does she know where to spam? It's all onto Capricious here. She's the only one that can do any work here towards A main. Spotted out, marked on the angle, eliminated from contention, jumping straight out into harm's way. Piety goes down, and it's all alone to Capricious. Spammed out. Only good for the one more. Triple kill found by her, but it's still not gonna be enough. Mad Army, thankfully so. They stopped the streak of rounds from Ascend. They put 1 on this second half.
There
or at
you
least
go.
the second round in this half.
Mad Army takes the win out of Ascend Sales. It's just stopping. Their steam train running out of steam, basically, after what was happening in the previous round. It was insanity, but this is where Ascend might call the timeout. I think it's going to be Ascend's timeout. Oh no, it's Mad Army's timeout. And I think they want to realign their hold, I guess, with the defense that they have. It has been very, very good, right? It's been flexible for them. If they want to reaggress, they can do that with Muffin, just pushing up top. Or if they want to play passively in the back, they can do just that as well, because they have Alyssa with the Tayrawr, with the missiles just always constantly flying, and then Kit Kat as well with the Molly. So much delay power. But for Ascend, if they do get to the point of that post plant, that is where it gets sticky for Mad Army. I feel like Mad Army wants to really traverse around the post plant, because a few times where they were able to win the post plant, it's because they were able to get the kills before Ascend are able to put their utilities on, before they're able to get into a better position to play the post plants with the utilities. But now, speaking of the ultimates that they have, the Rolling Thunder, the Armageddon as well, but I feel like they don't want to use it now because they're really short on weaponry, only the Sheriffs to work with. So I feel like they're cooking up something for the next round in their bye round. But still, it's 8-9. Still a chance to equalize the score for Mad Army. Ascend, though, leaping
Right there.
fast into heaven. And this will give the time and space for Grahams to sneak in her way towards heaven, only with a sheriff though, so no one as well to welcome her in the site because they're all playing far from Canteen and Jenny.
And they're letting him have the side, but look at the north side of the map. Triple flank coming in from Mad Army. Ascend none the wiser, I have no idea of this. They haven't even got the spike down, and around the corner is going to be 3 fully armed defenders running them down. Now they realize what's happening. Out of the smoke, they peek out. Oh, it's chaos. Grahams manages to find a kill on Kit Kat, but not without taking a boatload of damage. It's a knife kill coming in from Con, catching Alyssa. Utilities in hand. Grahams, 1 HP, pops the ultimate. Oh, and he's still gonna get the final kill. Graham on a rampage.
My goodness! Ascend! The dream was slowly alive for Mad Army. But Ascend rips it off from their fingertips. And that was Graham's. With the sheriff just dancing around, pops the ultimate, pops the overdrive. And just electrocutes the last player, that was Ginny. It's kind of ironic how you would electrocute a robot, right? It's malfunctioning as for now, but for Mad Army,
1 HP. Oh,
now they're lost. Look
and
at
a
this.
knife kill.
The thing is, Coldan, the audacity to do that when your team is fighting for dear life in sight.
Yeah, Graham's 1 HP.
Graham's
Just like
1 HP.
Fighting World War 3. I'm gonna go for a knife. Adds flavor, makes things spicy.
That's insane.
I'm all for it.
Con with the bravery, the courage to pull off something out of that caliber. And this just shows how much confidence they have. Ascend will smoke it off. The cross, to be particular. And here comes your Armageddon. So much stuns coming in. Graham's still stuck. And this was where Mad Army will run out. But oh my god, they clean house! Triple kill Piety. Able to pull one back, 1v2. They will come raining in, but Muffin ails the bullets that will spray down towards Ascend. Japips, last player to stand. Again, the captain. We've seen her pull clutches in Fracture just 2 days ago, but this time it's not similar in terms of the situation because this is a 1v4 with all barrels pointing at her.
30 seconds left.
Maybe safe angle. I don't know. Look at that money. It's all over the place. Con is 3.4k, Graham's is 3.7. Everyone else less than 1,000. So
That's
this
true.
rifle save here might be instrumental. She even has full armor, so no need to repurchase that. It's just gonna be, yeah, fully saving as far back as she can. Man, Army
10
not gonna be
seconds
chasing
left.
that. They're gonna respect her, let her bring that gun into the next round, but still, Mad Army with 4 still standing on a full execute there. Ultimates being invested, that is crazy work from the defense.
Yeah, very, very good work. I mean, they were basically pinched, right? From 2 angles.
Exactly.
Like
they had to choose and fight, and they were stuck in no man's land. There was no
That's
cover.
true.
They just had to just shoot their way out of it.
It was claustrophobic for them. I mean, the Armageddon came flying in. It was
Yeah.
almost blasting the ground. And Muffin as well, alongside her compatriots. But they took the chance to fight back. They were able to take down Grahams, who was coming through drop. So, yeah, that was a very, very well played round for Mad Army. And now Ascend back again with a few buys here and there, playing with the cards they're dealt with. And Baby TZ playing at B again. This time occupying Heaven because they know that Grahams really like to sneak and smuggle her way into Heaven. But Ascend, they will pull back, taking the underpass route.
Launching
Still,
smoke.
might re-strategize their hit towards B site.
How does Baby TZ survive this? She's basically left alone by herself. K-Cat's gonna do her very best to try to provide a little bit of support. Actually gonna double up with Baby TZ. I like that initiative coming in from this defensive side, repositioning around the corner. Baby TZ here. Ooh, now under scrutiny. Yapips doesn't clear the corner. The spike gets dropped in their lap as well. Oh my lord, what a flip of the script. Now they have to run through the defensive utility. Capricious caught out through the smoke. And the spike sitting like an egg, but there's a fight down in the defender spawn as well. Grahams pulls one back. Con is there, but Baby TZ up from Heaven will provide Overwatch. Piety Grahams now to do the heavy
30
lifting in
seconds
a
left.
2 versus 4. How do you navigate this? Muffin spotted out. Notes the presence. They've got access to Tower, but Tower is still a crazy tight choke point for you to go through with 3 defenders still here. Camera spotted out Graham the jump peek around the corner, and they just line up easy shots for Mad Army. And there we go, realize we're tied up 10-10. Both teams reached double digits. We're reaching the tail half of this map, and it could not get any closer.
The equalizer is there for Team Mad Army. And take a look at that execution. KitKat was just left unnoticed. It was a very big oversight for both teams. Rather for KitKat behind that box, and now Asan called a timeout because they know they're lacking rounds. They're stopping. They're on a slump, not really delivering the rounds needed. Meanwhile, Mad Army, they have a couple of ultimates to work with. Again, Muffin with the electrocution or the overdrive, and then you have your Armageddon ready. So the Tejos do play a huge part in most of the rounds, especially in the early rounds, because you have to take space, you have to take control, and they did take a few times control towards either A main or B main, but thankfully, most of the times they can't really hold on to the last stretch because of the nature of the fighting it has been. It has been so chaotic. It has been so, I think, rushed at some of the moments. So yeah, I think it's very even for now. 10-10. Who will get 11 first?
Looks like Mad Army might. The economy in question, not a lot of ultimates you can work around with. You got the Cosmic Divide, but it's not one of the greatest ultimates for you to close to the side. Graham's gonna try her very best with just a sheriff in hand. She's still so confident. How does Muffin go down? Not a single shot was fired. Oh, did Graham's even tag her? I'm not too sure, but yeah, falling victim to the salvos. It's a massive pick to find despite being on such a low buy.
Locating targets.
They are indeed on low buy. But again, we have seen low buys delivering. It was Baby T's Sheriff, and then it was Graham.
You are divided!
Same scenario. Cosmic Divide splits the side into 2, and Baby TZ opts to play in front of it as Grahams will just roll a red carpet to welcome her and her teammates into the side. Baby TZ shifting left and right, not able to follow up the kills. Good flash! And Capricious will capitalize behind that, and Alyssa executed. Public execution in B-side. Again, a thrifty for Ascend. What is going on today with Sheriffs, Thrifties, and all the teams playing?
Was that the Costa Coast?
You called it.
Like, oh, you asked me, who's gonna win this next round? Like, oh, they have nothing. They have a couple of Sheriffs. They have a Cosmic Divide. Nothing else. No legs to this round. And then they just absolutely destroy the B-side. Drew rotations. Attention towards A, Baby TZ, a rare situation where she's only gonna get one. A bit of overextension, 1 by 1. The Mad Army players crept out of the Cosmic Divide, no information of where the Crossfire is being set up. And now Ascend, full buy round here. Piety suspects a push. Ooh, Muffin barely makes it around the corner just as her meal disappears into the night. And that is a call for them to accelerate into towards this A main position, knowing that there's a lot of players down towards drop, but this fast lane allows them to flood back towards the side. And now, now Command Investor, they want to take on this fight, but can't. Double kill found. It's just Muffin alone within the side, playing ring around the Rosie. Gets one more for hard work, but still, Ginny's gonna be taken down. No resurrection available. And the rest of the team, the attackers in towards deep defender spawn. A main as well as drop. This is a rough retake to boot. That army could be staring at 12. Never mind, it's a gap in a smoke. It manufactures an advantage. Neural Theft reveals where the players are going to be coming from. 2 versus 2. It's Baby TZ in the server. Backed up by KitKat. It's 11-11. Realize we go yet again. Mad Army save it. Time and time again. In a weird situation, they make it happen.
Pound for pound, blow for blow.
Drink some water, reload.
And no one is able to deal the knockout just yet.
Heads up!
Look at those crispy shots from Muffin. And this gap,
Enemy remaining.
this crevice in the smoke. KitKat played it to absolute perfection. And that is doom for Ascend as they call the timeout. I feel like there's going to be Ascend. Yeah, Ascend calls it. And they will try to, again, refocus their approach on most of the rounds that they need to hold, because they are able to get the entry for most of the times. But that was just Mad Army fighting them up front, and I do believe there was a lack of utility efficiency in terms of how they are able to flash out Muffin, for example, or the other players waiting in the wings. So Mad Army, 11-11, they're still able to, again, just like run in a marathon beside Ascend. This has been a marathon more than a sprint, but most of the times the rounds has been sprinted down as well, quickly ended by both teams. So now, who will be able to touch match point first? And if Mad Army does that, I believe Ascend will just bite back and force the overtime. We have seen an overtime happen in Fracture, and it might happen again. This time, much more closer than you would think.
I'm not gonna say who I think will win. I don't know at this point.
Drone going out.
11-11. Drone comes in. Ultimates available from both sides.
I'm out of here.
Never mind. Just the overdrive available. Oh, Graham takes a boatload of damage, but she's still unrelenting. Goes ahead of things, but humbled by the stun. Got access around this bend corner, but still not within the sight just yet. Orb to be picked up. Flash in towards the sands. KOD will provide a little bit of delay, but that allows Piety on the other side of the map to creep up close in towards drop. Are they aware that this is a possibility? The rest of the team's gonna hit back towards B. Piety's gonna tuck in close, see if she can catch any rotations around.
Just looking for that avenue.
Gotta go. Work good.
Graham's jump peeking again. This trap might catch her, but she is well aware
It's a bait again
of that long thread. Yeah, it's a bait, but they're not buying it. Muffin and Alyssa still steadfast in a sight.
Arrow.
This might be a problem. The barrel is shown. Ginny is revealed. Her position exposed, but she is conspicuous of that position. The spray down from Piety is good, but will she expect the two players that has to relocate? Alyssa dispatches of Piety. The Armageddon is there. Graham from Sand. This is her domain. Spraying down Muffin. No longer will she stand, and they're all deleted in an instance. And Sand, they touch match point first. Mad Army has to force the overtime.
Wow, look at that small little corner. Great communication. The Tayrawr salvos to expose the position. Graham comes in for the pinch on Sands, while the rest of the team executes through main. This is Ascend rising up to their calling, to their expectations. One more round required for Ascend to secure this map. At Army, they themselves looking for one more to push it into an overtime affair. Money in a weird situation. Kit Kat's on a stinger, and so is Ginny. Lacking, but Muffin, overdrive. Perhaps that is something that they could have.
One suppressed.
Muffin spotted out by the drone, and they will take their time on an outbound with the ropes and the zip lines. It has been able to take a lot of victims.
It's the perfect read. Look at where Baby TZ's playing. She's all the way towards main. If they choose... Oh no, I thought they were going towards arcade. They're going towards drop. And while it is free for the time being, there's 4 defenders hunkered down on A main.
Yeah, but look at the traps in arcade, right? She's able to at least have a countermeasure if they do go for arcade. But now Ascend, they will run towards A site. And this is just spelling trouble for Mad Army. It's all unguarded, free real estate for Team Ascend. Graham's caught in an upheaval. The orbital strike will also be popped as well.
30 seconds left.
It's buying time to hinder the spike from being planted. Oh, Kit Kat gets the dome of Capricious. Might look for more. The molly is there. Kit Kat is laced by Graham's. Oh my god. A scruffed fight. But look at the spike plant. It's planted for Piety. And for them playing in sand. Oh, Alyssa. That's an important kill. 4v2. Graham's low on HP. But this stick. And the headshot is good for Alyssa. She's lighting it up. Con 1v2. Becoming getting a 1v1. My goodness, Con! Goodness
No
gracious.
way!
I'm out of words. Con is able to bail out Ascend. And they get their hands on Fracture in a heartbeat. Con, the savior of Ascend.
What the hell was that 1v4 right at the end? She didn't even see the spike diffuser. It was a shot through the smoke. I'm pretty sure there was basically no more time left on the diffuse. Somehow gets it over the line for the final kill as well. My word, I thought it was going to go into overtime. They had everything going for them. Low by round, they still managed to find the kills, but at that final kill, that final hurdle, Con slaps them down, switching over from the Brimstone to the Astra. Whatever you want to call it, she pulls off a miraculous clutch.
It was insane. Pure insane scenes. I mean, it was almost as if it's gonna be a Mad Army clutch, but then Con was there just standing as a tall wall that they had to leap through. But of course, we want to hear from Eliza and Zahk of what they had to say for that game.
That's why Con is a player to look out for here, ladies and gents. What a game number one. We're definitely in for a treat as Ascend closes map number one here. Zach, I am just delighted to see this matchup. That was a lot of gunfights. That was a lot of clutch rounds. That was a lot of thrifties.
100%. The Sheriff rounds in particular, like you said, were just such a highlight to watch. You know, you could not tell which way it was gonna go, and some insane clutch plays coming out as well, including, you know, the one you mentioned by Con, from Sova to the Phoenix last series, now to this particular Astro Rogue. The amount of impact that she had is completely undeniable, but both teams, right, this series was so neck and neck. It seemed like Mad Army actually had like a chance at taking the lead away, but I think that eco round that Sin were able to put together really gave them the upper hand here. Even in that final round, Mad Army didn't have the best play, but they managed to get the situation to a 4 versus 1 advantage, which unfortunately they weren't able to convert.
Yeah, it shows a lot as well for the side of Mad Army that they really have good reads here. If you consider that final round even, they were pretty stacked up towards A side. It just so happens that if a player pops off, then a player pops off. And it just so happens that was Con at that point. But I do want to highlight as well during round 16, where it was just pistols from the side here of Mad Army, and Baby TZ was just holding down B main. It was 4 players from the side of Ascend that pushed through the smoke here, and once that smoke dissipates and players went out, they were completely dismantled here by Baby TZ and by KitKat as well. Just also shows for the side of Mad Army here, like it seems like when they are in a situation where you see they're in a bad position, they really strive in those kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, 100%. I think they're also able to compensate for the disadvantages that they might be facing. That said, though, I mean, looking at the statistics here, I think that Ascend, in terms of the first kills, that makes sense. Grahams was doing a fantastic job of taking those first engagements, and even here, it's going to be the Neons for both of the sides on the top here, 4 first bloods for Grahams here. And I think that, in particular, having that breach there to facilitate your Neon, you know, that additional lane that you can stun, you know, you stun one lane, you put like your Neon fast lane wall down next, go between it. It really enables you to get onto site. So just a little bit more in terms of utility. We also saw how Con's Cosmic Divide was kind of a win condition in one of those equal rounds. So I feel like the agent composition difference here just paying off a little bit more for Ascend, the way they like to play.
That's definitely true. And even Inari already reacted on the stream saying my goat, but one of the goats here as well is gonna be Grahams. The opening kills, I mean, we've seen her on the Neon already and how she opens up a side, but my oh my, what a performance as well coming in from her, Zach.
100%. I mean, this is a player 2 years into GC at this point, I think. I think her debut was the year before last in the LCQ. So it's been insane that she's been able to make it to where she has in such a short time. One of the best duelists in SCA, I would say, at this point, and really just being able to open up a charge against like a veteran IGL and experienced team like Mad Army has been fantastic to watch. So I'm very excited for Ascend. And you know, we talked about this before, Tay, about how this is just map number 1. It's a map that both these teams are super comfortable with, and we were saying we really couldn't predict how the result was gonna go, but it seems like Ascend is the way. And now that they have their opponent's map pick under their belt, the next map is Pearl, where they have more reps reps. They have, more wins, I would say. So it's gonna be definitely a rough matchup for Mad Army. So let's hope they're in the right headspace.
Well, let's see. It was almost an overtime on that map number 1. Who knows what will happen in map number 2? And that is actually gonna be what's the next map that we have right here, Zach?
Pearl.
Pearl is gonna be the next map that we have right here. But before we head on to Pearl, we're just gonna head on a very short break. And Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia will be right back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back to the panel, and you're still watching Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. I'm with Zach for today here on the desk, and it's finally time to maybe see the last two matches or the last match of the day, right? And we're finally bound to see who's gonna make it to the grand finals today. But for everyone who's watching and who just tuned in, we have Pearl here for the next map. Now, Zach, a while ago we were talking about the whole map veto, right? And you were mentioning that Ascent has to get fractured to be much more on the advantage side. And other than that, it's a map that, you know, for the side of Mad Army is pretty strong.
100%. I mean, Mad Army, they don't have as many reps, I would say, but they still have been able to get like a decent amount of practice at least on this particular map. I think that said, I'm still a little bit concerned about their chances because I don't think they played it as much. And the one time they did play it, they did lose. And in fact, it was to this very team. So the fact that the only time they played it this year was against Ascend and they lost, and it was a loss that was something like 13-5, it makes it like a bit demotivational, I would say. But it's also a good thing that they already do know how Ascend likes to play this. So perhaps, that they've been able to go back to the drawing board. Ginny has a plan up her sleeve, and they're able to kind of come back stronger into this because that map number 1, it was their pick. And even though it was very close to going to OT, and there were several times where it felt like Mad Army were the ones with the advantages, aside from those upsetting 50 rounds, I think that overall Ascend, they just powered through, and that final clutch from Con especially, that has to be like so demotivating to lose like that.
Yeah, and especially you've just basically finished a series a while ago as well. Might take a toll for some of the players having such long games and very tight competitive games here as well. But what we failed to mention a while ago is also Con's knife kill, right? Just a quick sneak behind Alyssa right there and a quick knife kill, and being able to do that in pressure situations where everything is chaotic onto the site already and still manage to pull off such sneaky kills as well. I think they really have to be careful with how Con's performing right now. But what else could be the winning condition here for the side of Mad Army, would you think?
I think Con popping off is definitely a huge one. I think that also looking at their agent comp, they only have that single duelist. So having just Yoru as your solo entry can make it a little bit more difficult to get it, because usually teams like to combine this into the Yoru and the Jet, or the Yoru and the Phoenix even on some teams like we saw. So Mad Army, I don't know if they're going to be making any compositional changes to this, but it's going to be important to make sure that the spacing between the Yoru and the rest of the team is fine. And when you're playing with a Vice as well, you do have that ultimate which makes retakes and side takes a little bit more easy, but you also have to be very proactive about it. You need to burn out your opponent's utility, otherwise that ultimate is not going to find as much value. So curious to see, however, what composition we are going to be seeing from Ascend, because they have been running the same one for the last 3 times, featuring that double duelist that we were just talking about. But aside from that, I mean, it is that KJ versus Vice as well, right?
Yeah, and I also think like for this kind of map as well, it's also very important for both teams to, if they want to win and have that really advantageous spot, is to have that big of a gap when it comes to the economy, because bringing an operator to the table, for example, when it comes to this map, changes a lot already for the side of maybe Mad Army or even Ascend, right? When Grahams is on that operator, it's just so difficult to puncture in, and same goes for the other side. So I feel like the winning condition here might be on that kind of scenarios where the score is much of a gap compared to what we just saw during that first map. But greetings to Tash, who's also watching the stream right now. We miss you here already. No schedules with me, but nonetheless, bigger shout outs to you. I think she's doing a watch party right now as well. But a while ago we talked about it, Zach. Do you still think like it's gonna be a 3-game series, or Ascend's just ready to close this one down?
I think that Ascend have the capability to close this one out because it is their map pick. They have the motivation that they've beaten Mad Army before, and I think their team comp just has a little bit more firepower to it, especially with the way that they like to play. But that said, they did go down today against Falcons, so they've proven that they definitely aren't infallible on this map. That said, Mad Army, I hope they've gone back to the drawing board. They've put together the strats to be able to kind of like deal with the composition that their opponents have. And I think the interesting adaptation that we're seeing here is that, or never mind, there was a solo already.
There you
no
have
changes.
it already.
No
Our
changes.
agent compositions here, like you mentioned, they only do have the Yoru, the hands here of Mad Army, and the other side has that double duelist setup, and still having the Astra, especially when it comes to this map. The Cosmic Divide just brings a lot when it comes to a lot of value when it comes to this type of scenarios as well. But like you mentioned, the only difference here that we're looking at is the Killjoy versus the Vice. Which one are you a bigger fan of, by the way?
See, I like playing Killjoy, but I think on this particular map, I've started to appreciate Vice more just because of the fact that her utility is so versatile, and there's a lot of these really narrow choke points that using that Razor Vine completely shuts down. And I think that compared to the Killjoy Molly, since the Razor Vine has a bigger area, it also like blocks off a bigger angle. So I do kind of like that. That said, I think Killjoy's ultimate still rules. So.
I mean, I have been a Killjoy enjoyer for so many years, but when Vice came out and people started using it, especially in pro plays, I am completely sold. But are the casters also sold when it comes to this composition? Let's go ahead and throw it to our casters. Realize and Coldan, is it the last match or are we going to map 3?
I don't know. I don't have an exact answer to that, Eliza, because you know, we never know what could happen because of what was shown in map number 1. Map number 2 could have been a greater, and I think there is a possibility where we might leap into map 3. What do you think, Coldan? Map 2 or map 3?
I'm just looking back at their track record, right? I mean, Ascend did beat them on this very map, and it was a pretty convincing one. I will say I do prefer the agent compositions of Mad Army, but you know, going back to what you know and what you're good at is, I think, the mindset and the mentality of Ascend, right? The Jet, the Phoenix, the Deadly Duo combo between Con and Graham's just absolutely destroyed them the last time they played this map, and Graham's was the one leading the charge, 1.72 rating, 347 ACS as she led the charge on this very map the last time they faced off. So I'm curious to see, can Graham's keep up that kind of performance, or will Mad Army have something to say about that one?
I would describe Ascend as not riding the wave. They're playing to their strengths. I do agree what you said. They don't really care about the meta. Sure, maybe they would instill the Tayrawr into the mix, but they play to their strengths, running the Jet and the Phoenix. This is like a 2022 comp, right? It feels like a very, very old school comp, but they're making it work. They're able to go toe-to-toe against Falcons, and now they might be the team to accompany Falcons in the grand finals tomorrow if they might be able to close this map. But Mad Army, this composition is just very, very unique, much akin to what Falcons was able to show, and this might be the strength that they might seek for. And now the missiles do come flying in. Con, the Phoenix, yet again becoming the spearhead in the attack, and Grahams will just walk together alongside Capricious, taking control of A site. Look at the map though. They're leaving B to not be cared off, and so far it's giving Mad Army a couple of things to think about. And Muffin does get the pick towards Piety, and that is the go-to signal for Ascend to just pounce into the site. They have control of A, and this is a retake now for Mad Army.
And Beaks, put down deep into the spawn. Split is where they want to fight, but wow, Mad Army more than prepared for that. None of the kills go without a trade. Baby TZ, of course it's her yet again. Utility on the B side, plus she's here for the retake. Triple kill found. Mad Army first on board.
Always so quick on the response. Feels like you're calling 911 and they will go. The bell's ringing. Mad Army was also able to get at least the advantage early on, and getting Piety, who really, really likes to lurk. Especially in Pearl. It's a bigger map, right? Compared to Fracture, maybe. In terms of the site, you know, Fracture might be much more wide, but I feel like Pearl, you have a lot of flank angles that you can run through. You have mid link, for example. You have Art, you have V as well walking along, and Muffin might pop the clone, spraying down 3 for herself. Japips shuts her down, but KitKat is there to respond.
Down A.
Only good for one though. Piety shuts her down quickly as well. The spike collected. Meanwhile, just looking for weapons to pick up, and she does get the Spectre. Might want to push forward. Yeah, but she will get the orb for free, just to maximize and speed up the process of getting the lockdown. And of course, Baby TZ will swing in time to get Piety down.
Too shabby. Lovely stuff coming in down towards A main. It was a lovely spray down, avoiding the flash as well, playing anti-flash to kick things off. Got the clone in front of her to, you know, protect herself from the first initial bullets. Just deco round, of course, but a little bit of damage done.
And they're gonna go into this bonus round. 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw. Yeah. And then here, lovely stuff. Predicts the flash. The rest was a little bit of formality. Japip's just got in the mix, had to jump in regardless. So, good work coming from Mad Army.
Very, very nice. Ginny predicts.
Oh, it hit Con.
The shot. Yeah, it did hit Con down to 31 HP. Does have the hot hands though to heal up if needs be, but I think she will wisely use it. Con is still content with playing with 31 HP. Grahams will just pop the wall. The sheer that they're able to spot. It was covered by the smoke, but I think they were able to spot out the red line. So at least they popped the wall, erected up, and now Piety will walk up close towards Art. Again, the flank that Ascent really relies on. Piety always makes or breaks the game with her flanks, and Baby TZ again in Link. Will they assault? Will they create an assault towards Link? It's heavily guarded with the smoke though, and Baby TZ will just play passively in behind. She has a flash to work with, but as for now, Mad Army still just holding their place.
They have so many options. They've fully controlled mid link. They can pivot back towards the B side. It's just the Sova as well as the Vice of Baby TZ here. And it's going to be the B side commit. One player down towards long. It's going to be Capricious, but she's got to wait for the rest of the team to back her up. Scan. Detected. Oh, Baby TZ can't choose what to shoot. Goes down without a single kill. Rare situation here. Piety hears the rotate. Meanwhile, there's a flank from the Euro on the other side of the map as well. Who strikes first? Piety on the cards. Easy isolate for the first one. Gun out for the second as well. Ginny, low HP up in towards the heavens. And Piety will not miss that. Beautiful understanding. Muffin. Constellation frag for the first. Needs to do a boatload of work more for a round win here. Found out in heaven, but Capricious is sharp on her shot. And Ascend. A lovely sequence here to get their first on the board.
I mean, you could always take a look. When Piety is given that much space to work with, Coldan, she will always deliver you wonders. She will deliver you the results. Triple kill in the back of a flank. A long-awaited flank, because she was camping in sewers for God knows how long.
Yeah.
And Ascend, their decision to take Link was the right one. Because they're able to then explore an ocean of options to either, like you said, pivot back to B, or maybe they could go for an A hit again, but Piety is always there looming as a threat. The flank threat for Team Ascent. Now Mad Army, Muffin is trying to peek out. She's low, 9 HP. Dinked. And has the gate crash to work with as a safety precaution. And dashing in is Graham. But it's just stopped by the pole.
It was to force the utility out. She pretty sure intended to just dash through, maybe hit the wall if the Vice wall was there, but it was always planned for her to get out of harm's way. And now they can reconsider. Yoru ultimate gonna be invested down towards A main. Muffin doesn't spot out anything, only the one of Capricious. Mid, yeah, spots out 3 players now, activates her exit from the ultimate. Does she want to contest this? 9 HP! That's crazy work from her. L flashes. She's still alive at the very least, so it puts pressure on the back lines and it forces Ascent to be a little bit more aggressive into the execute towards this A site. Now Garnet, Spike to be planted.
30 seconds
Stunned up, but Spike will go down without too much issue. Graham's now searching for something. Meanwhile, Kit Kat finds one on the site itself. Knife out, gotta be careful, but Graham's adjusts in the nick of time. Post-plant position all towards Art. A long flank coming through. Kit Kat through the smoke. Gotta spray him down. Graham's Piety now announces her position coming in from the flank. It's a labored situation. They have no confirmation if anyone's on the spike. Tap again. They have to go through. Someone needs to find information. It's Capricious there to catch the diffuser. And Piety strikes in as well. It's a 3-way destruction on this A side in the post-plant.
Look at the bait and switch coming in from Team Ascent. It's so beautiful. It's spectacle to our eyes. I mean, Cat was doing all she could, just laboring hard. One through the smoke kill as well. This Capricious gets the kill, pulls back, and then it's time for Piety to pounce in and gets the kill towards Cat as well as the last remaining member Now, Mad Army, they want to call the timeout because they have to sense Piety. This is the elephant in the room that they have to address because Piety has been given so much time and space to just move around. But I don't really blame Mad Army for this as well because Piety is just so good with her timings, when to push, when to hold. And it seems like when the chaos and the ruckus is happening, you instantly forget about her being a looming threat. And then she announces herself, like you said, just comes in with 2 or 3 kills. It's always so annoying to play against Piety, but at the same time, she's so smart for the flanks. So reminiscent of Borkum back in the days. And now I think it's Piety time. This player is so good on the flanks. And Ascend, they have 3 ultimates to work with, and I run it back to open up the space 2 away from the Nightfall. They have the lockdown.
Speaking of Phoenix, Run It Back is online on Con as well. That's a great ultimate to use here. So even just entry into the site, even just force utility, activate the wall, so many options. Low buy, eco round coming in from Mad Army. 4 men looking at mid. Hurt detects them, the flash is there, forces them back off the angle, but in the kill feed, it's all headshots for the Sheriffs. And in the blink of an eye, they get obliterated. What the hell happened here? Kabish is coming back to the crime scene. My teammates obliterated, not a single trade kill back. Is this how Mad Army gets another round on the board? Kabish is now forced into the fight. Gets just the one, and Kit Kat to chime in from Art as well. A 50 round. How many thrifties have we seen today? Realize the players in the server so sharp.
I'm losing count. I only have 10 fingers, and I do believe it has been more than 10. No, I'm kidding. I think 6 or 7. Even more, I guess.
It's getting
I don't
close.
know.
It's getting close to that number.
Getting close.
That's crazy.
It is, but there has been a lot of thrifties, and this is no less spectacular. And take a look at that. Sheriff doing the heavy work for Mad Army. It's still yet to expend the lockdown from Team Ascend.
Get out of my way!
Mad Army on the back of that win. Genie is forced to play with a Marshal only. I think trying to preserve their economy.
You should
Here
run.
comes the Blade Storm. We know Grams and how insane she can fly up. The baby TZ is ready with the Steel Guard to jam the primaries. Capricious catches the flanker. That is Kit Kat. The flash is out, and Muffin gets the kill, but she gets detained in that process. Now they will go in. Just skipping away from that Razor Vine. Graham's repositioned on the backside. Muffin swings at the right time. The flash to help her escape. And a 3v4 situation. Now Ginny too busy with the Marshal. Melissa takes down Khan's clone. With her on it back, she is still safe. And Graham's just holding at backside. Still waiting for the players of Mad Army to come. And Alyssa just trying to tiptoe, but she has to go through the fire and flames. The flash to give Khan a way out.
Sorry, bro.
Where's Graham? So Khan, what a tap! And the Pips as well, just shifting left and right. They're switching baits. Khan with the triple kill. Ascend hold the onslaught of Mad Army.
Don't start resting. Still what?
I don't know why Ginny has a Marshal.
That's true.
She has she had 3,000
3K.
credits. Yeah. By the way, that was Khan's first 3 kills. It all found in this round. It's been quiet so far. A bit of a scuffle in the flank situation.
Sorry, bro.
And yeah, Khan just coming alive just when they need her. Phoenix finding that impact. But yeah, I'm so confused. Why was Ginny using a Marshal in this situation? They had so much cash. They 100% could have bought a rifle. Maybe a misread of the economy of the buy. But regardless, next round's already fast starting. Oh, a little bit of a team flash. Gotta get out of harm's way. Spots a couple of players. Still not yet the commitment. The deep Vice wall though. So they might be able to activate that. Oh no, wait. Graham's is stuck. Not expecting the deep wall now. She's
updraft.
In front of it. Good updraft, but again, the defense also don't know that Graham's was stuck there, so yeah. Not even.
See ya.
Oh, never mind, not even! 2 frags, instant adjustment and effect from Graham's. Shuts down the double peek on B long. What? How? She was by herself, no assistance, no fallback, no cover. Pops 2 of the heads of the Mad Army. And now she's just gonna team up with a squad. You can see the rotations from Mad Army just going around the map. They have no idea where the commitment's gonna be. Surely if they found 2 opening kills, they're gonna commit B. That's why they have 2 defenders there. It's Kit Kat left alone. Solo holding this site. She commits to a very deep angle. She has no way of escape now. Howler to identify her position. Finds the first one, but nothing more than that. Graham's triple kill found. Entries on either side of the map.
Planted.
And now Jenny and Alyssa, what more can you muster up against a Titan that is Graham's? Still alive on an elevated angle. They have to clear all these close corners.
All missiles away.
They have in store for us. Alyssa going out towards Secret, but they're all playing passive. Ascend, what's main as well as Arcade. Sorry, not Arcade, Art. And yeah, they're not given anything. Graham's single-handedly finding all the impact, all the kills. Forces Mad Army to save.
Oh, they're gonna save up. And that round is won in the back of Graham's. Absolutely insane, the performance. With the 2 and 3 kills she's able to bring. And it's so ironic after you said even. It's not even for them. It's not even. It's far from even.
Kind of wild.
The timing. How many times have Coldan cursed us today? We gotta count that one down, but what a shot. What an adjustment as well to the second one.
Enemy kill.
And Muffin gets punished. So good with the micro adjustments that Graham's is able to bring. I love how she's mechanically talented and at the same time is also so chaotic on her approach. It's like the perfect duelist player you could ask for. Now Mad Army skips forward, takes the orb. Graham suspects this. Gate crash, not ready yet for Muffin. She'll pop the flash maybe sooner or later. Oh, they get stuck! And Graham's just cracks them like crackers. And the spike will be planted soon to Pips. On that TZ. Baby TZ spots Piety in middle. Might take a look at the kill, and she will get it. Only Piety though gone, and now look at Con wrapping around so far away. Looking for the backstab, and the players of Art will just try to buy some time for Con to come in and roar at the right time. But Pips again on her favorite position, this time as attacker. We've seen her play behind this box, that mystical box, a lot of times. It was against Falcons, now against Mad Army.
And look at this, the molly on their feet, the flash in. That is the dynamic duelist that you need, right?
Yep.
Graham's together with Con, both finding every single kill down towards A main. And from that point on, they just steamrolled straight into the side. Mad Army, again, gonna be buying up into this one. Kit Kat's just with that Spectre. The eccentric approach, this time for Ascend. The Tayrawr to watch the A main push, which is happening for Mad Army. They're not gonna cross that line and Ascend. I say that just Hero peeks out, but Graham's again to open up the round. Beautiful entry kill. And now mid is completely open for the taking. They have so many options. And just put flusters into the minds of the Mad Army squad. They have no idea what to do now. They are taking back map control. Kit Kat the first one to peek through, spots a boatload of players, and Capricious to spam her out through the boxes. And yet again, you can see the opening kill was Graham's, getting it all the way deep towards mid now. She's backed off the rest of the team. And while Mad Army re-clears all of these positions,
Here.
they don't have a lot of defenders on this A side. It's just gonna be Muffin. And Muffin leaves the site using the ultimate to find out information of where they could be coming from, but at the same time has to get out of it, has to fight now, scanned out, reveal Piety, collects.
Sleep.
Jenny's there to answer back, but Graham's marking her position as well. Baby TZ looking at you to find some impact here, none to be found. Jenny out of the round. Ascend double the round count of Mad Army. They're on a rampage, and it don't look like they're gonna stop any time soon.
Wow, look at this massacre coming in. 4 rounds straight on the back of Ascend's 6 rounds. I mean, now they have ultimates to work with as well. The Nightfall and the run it back again. And Con has been so efficient in trying to collect the orbs and maximize basically her dueling power. with the Phoenix. Yes, she hasn't been able to pick up most of the kills, but she's making space for her team, and that's what matters most because she goes hand in hand with Grahams as the main spear of the attack. And Ginny pushes back after spotting out a potential cross behind that dissipated smoke. The recon thrown forward, and Grahams again just baiting out the wall. Ginny knows well that the wall has been erected, and they fall back. And a tap might just pop the ultimate of Ginny, but no, the Nightfall is there to just make her muted. Alyssa gets the kill, but Japips advances forward. Baby TZ punishes Con. Ginny survives with a sliver of HP, but now the Armageddon just pops forward. Ginny has nowhere to run. Final destination. It's a team kill by Alyssa. And Con will move forward. Gonna plant the spike. It's Grahams.
One enemy
Gets on the
remaining.
pounds, but no longer will she stand. Here comes the missiles. There he goes. Grahams is collecting Alyssa on towards the hit list. Asan advanced to 7. And Mad Army, they're stuck on a loop.
Oh man, it just feels like Mad Army are just being called out in every single setup. Ascend play it so perfect. They take control over the map wherever they want, right? Whether it's B long, whether it's mid or A main. And then they can fall back, explore the rest of the map, push and pull, cause Mad Army to have over rotations, questions, no idea where the commitment's gonna be coming from. When they execute, oh, they do it so efficiently. So Con again leading by example, finding that confidence. Oh no, gonna opt for a bit more of a faster potential. Into the smoke they go. What's the call? Just gonna peek out of this? That's bold. Okay, opting for a bit more of a tempered approach. Muffin searching for some success there, but none to be found. Baby TZ's pushed up all the way towards B-Long, so they can have most of the players here, but it's Grahams with the knives in tow, but Con to back up her buddy. And now in towards Art, they find success. Ginny with one, Alyssa passing around. Grahams still alive and thriving. 3 versus 3, an opportunity now. But the spike still yet to get planted. A long rotation with Baby TZ on the flank as well. So many angles to mark for. Ooh, Muffin's barrel gets spotted as well. Piety holds down that angle. Eyes on Baby TZ to do something. Presence noted for noise made. Piety holding it down yet again. She finds success. And it forces Ginny into an uncomfortable situation. 1 versus 3. She might have to go for it, but the timing might be perfect. Backs are turned. Ginny with a triple kill. Looking for a 4th in the clutch there, but not a lot of time left on the clock. Has to fight, has to stand in duel. Who else but Piety in her face? But Ginny with the quad kill will give her team a little bit more of a breathing room. 4 rounds on the board. A massive 1v3 clutch.
These are the things that might hinder Ascent.
Last round in the half.
Towards that win. It almost feels like a repetition of what happened in map number 1 as well. The same thing happened against Falcons as well. This little piece of movement from Graham was insane. But how do you lose in a 1v3 situation? Ginny greets life back to Mad Army and Ascend. 7 rounds, unable to punch 8 just yet. This might be their moment. Alyssa again playing aggressively. Look at how confident Mad Army are getting. They're getting up close and personal, cutting off the nervousness, just trying to push forward. And Muffin has control deep into Plaza. This means that these players can rotate, but yeah, the rotations are coming in. She catches Piety, and she catches wind of the rotations happening, calling for backup towards B side. But Baby TZ and Alyssa are still there. The others still too late to come by. Grahams flies in towards the side. Baby TZ spots her out only with a Spectre. The steel garden popped as well to jam again the weapons of Ascend. No, Mad Army together and assemble of the players ready in B site. Now the question is, will Ascend re-aggress or will they rotate?
It's only at 35 seconds that the wall goes up. It's still gonna stay up for a couple more seconds. Do they want to commit off this?
30
There's
seconds
4
left.
defenders here. Con fading a little bit of presence. Flash through the smoke. They have to commit. They have no more time. What is this indecision? One player down towards mid. The last player stuck behind a pillar on long pips. It's a save. Ascend. Give up the final round of the half. They have no say in this round. 5 on the board for Mad Army. The time trickles down to nothing. And yeah, any kills from here on out, it's a consolation.
Spike down B.
Yep. Precious at least. Able to bag 1 home. And even 2!
Switching
Yeah, play for
sides.
stats.
Almost a 3-kill lead for Capricious, but yep. He's playing for stats. And not even for ultimates, nor saving the weapons. 7-5. Actually, not a bad start for Mad Army, considering the fact that they were battered and bruised early on by Ascend. And let's take a look at the replay. Muffin, that's a good spot towards Piety because you know how much of a trouble Piety can bring. But maybe TZ with an important kill as well towards Grahams, who really likes to aggress forward. Just unstoppable in the executes. But thankfully, Baby TZ was there to the rescue, as well as the other players following suit. Now, Ascend defends. We know how they defend. They really like to be pushing forward. They are so relentless of their approach, taking space when no one is daring enough to take it, especially for Mad Army, who likes methodical approaches. And I feel like Ascend is some sort of a, I'd say, a contradiction to what Mad Army really wants to do, right? Ascend, they are really confident, and like Grahams and Con, these two duelists, I would expect no less than more pushes to happen in defense later on for Ascend. And for Mad Army, it's all about how they can really maximize the Yoru pick, because this Yoru pick really curtails your opponents to actively look for information, because the gate crash can always be a problem to teleport Muffin back to the site, or maybe the ultimate later on, which really makes Muffin go unnoticed, and Ascend really needs to be on their toes to expect either a shocking teleport play or the lack of information, or they're off. And I think Ascend will try to fend that off by just aggressively pushing forward. But for now, their formation is a 2-1-2. They're just gonna play it passively. Maybe the A players will look for information quickly with the Prowler.
Can't be broken. A main handed over to the Mad Army squad. Orbs to be farmed, giving it to Muffin. Dimensional Drift, great ultimate recon and scout for information, but Ginny cops a boatload of damage early on. I think will keep her honest. Reconsideration, exploration of the map be continued by Mad Army.
Yeah, Alyssa, Drone on the ready. Baby TZ. And again, we expect no less of Baby TZ. I mean, Piety is in the flank. He can do the same, but Muffin attention with the sword on gone.
This forces a push now. You can see B main, B long, they need to take some sort of space. They've lost a lot of map control. A main's compromised, so is Bid. Piety, first one on the card. Muffin's close up and personal. 1 kill found. Grahams is there. Grahams needs to do a lot of work here. Headshots found, but Alyssa trades her out. Still possible. 2 versus 2 with the rotations of the defenders are here. Just enough time. Smoke is in place as well. They have to brave it. 20 seconds left on the clock. They might have to just run in through blind. Hunting right in the smoke. That is wishful thinking. Just hits. Makes sure nothing else happens off the back of that one. That's a pistol round found by Ascend.
Very, very good pistol round. I do like Ascend's tendency to really just push forward. I mean, they almost lost out on the trade. Thankfully, though, Graham's able to pick up 1, even 2.
One enemy
and the Pips just wraps up the day with 2 kills. And the spike even not planted. Hey, what's that focus? They shouldn't do Alyssa that dirty.
It's like those, meme edits.
Yeah,
it's like a foreshadowing. You just see the did
where he just dies out of water. And now Con in mid link, the Bulldog, full util to her name. And Ascend again. Look at that try push towards mid. They want to squeeze out as much information as they could. And Graham takes Baby TZ down. Buries her 6 feet under as the spike will travel towards mid. Still looking for an angle to just push out. They leave Muffin up in A main. Graham's wants more than just information. She wants the kills. Unluckily though, she misses towards Muffin. And Con waiting in Art. Just trying to look for kills to be presented in front of her. The salvo is perfect to zone out the players of Ascend. But Con is quicker on the trigger. She hides behind the smoke. Grabs, has to reload, but the flash is there. Flashes herself. What is happening? What is happening?
Knife attempt.
Oh my god, knife attempt. Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know if that's just Ascend just having fun or if just a massive just bubble of chaos. 2 players attempting to reload. Graham's reloading her Outlaw. You can see Con reloading a Bulldog. Classics pulled out. Knives being pulled out as well. Team the self flash from Con. But at the end of the day, they walk away with the round win. That's the most important.
Yeah. The win is I think the prize eventually, the trophy that Ascend really wants. So, still a win-win situation for them, but now they have to be frugal on their economical approaches. Okay, Grahams cannot go out of this place. She's done and dusted, gone in the hands of Kit Kat. Even a salvo expended to just exterminate of Grahams. And now Mad Army, they will reposition towards mid. Seems like they will look for other avenues to approach. And Baby TZ again just chilling with the Phantom in her hand. Looking to enter Art. But that spike might just go back to B. And it looks like they want to crunch mid.
Who's
so
next?
It seems like to be a B split from mid link and B main.
Yeah, but it's Con here. She's the one with the Guardian in hand. Muffin, what does she want to do with this? It's gonna expire soon. Oh, in the way of danger, but still alive. Teleports her back on the side, but Con's the one with the rifle to chime in first. Heidi now up close and hostile within her teammate's smoke. Waiting for the execute to come through. So many players on the other side of things. First one not to be successful. Mad Army storm the side. Japips picks one's back, but still man disadvantage. Double swing on the cast potential. Japips is stuck in this corner, has to just stand and fight. Buy time at the very least. Capricious now coming in from the flank, but it was just the sheriff. And now she's being spawned out as well. Kit Kat tasked to hold her down. Triple kill found by her, not expecting the close corner of Jenny. That is Mad Army answering back. 3 players still stand, 6 on the board.
Yeah, 6 for Mad Army. And Ascend still on that 9th round. They're able to pick up. But at least Mad Army are showing signs of life. Showing signs of progression and development. At least for their side. Ultimate count, none available, but 2 away from a Hunter's Fury and 2 away from a Cosmic Divide. 3 for the Armageddon of Alyssa. Meanwhile, Con again with the run it back ready. And they will try to pressure up with the Phoenix, of course. As the spearhead of information. Given time and space to work. Now Mad Army might seem to approach a site. Smoke is ready to be opened. And Capricious just peeks out. ADSing. The drone spots her out. The smoke opened. And Capricious wants to take the fight to her own hands. But Grahams is there to cover. Art filled. Teaming with 2 players. And now Mad Army might look for a potential rotate. But look at Con. She's actively seeking information again.
Yeah.
Just forcing and crunching the players of Mad Army to push mid. And use their utilities to push out. And this flash is perfect, but Con yet to get the kill. There she goes. But Muffin trades in the nick of time. And Muffin again. This time Baby TZ will get the kill, but Grahams replies in an instance. And Grahams again! Repeating, Capricious is there to stand tall, but Grahams just again and again becoming the edge of knife for Ascend and Mad Army. They are in a deficit of 4 rounds. Ascend hit 10.
And look at this. Con, it's a little bit of an individualistic play. Gets one, thankfully so, but Graham's, you know, she's the queen of the show this time. Triple kill found, and reminiscent of her performance, the last time these two teams played on this exact map, Graham's was the literal raid boss. A gigantic problem for the Mad Army squad. Run it back, now invested, taking control over A main. That funnels the rest of the players to other sides of the map, and that's where Graham lies. Knives in her hands, pops it. She wants to find these kills instantly. Oh, but Alyssa! One tap to the dome. The Sheriff Specialist. Is that beautiful one tap there, and now Piety under scrutiny. The only defender here on the side, but she's good for the first one. Where's the response though? Mad Army, they're not capitalizing off of the space that the duel has made. They're a little bit lackluster. The defenders are all here. Finding Piety at the back of the side now. First one's easy. Second one, an adjustment is good enough. Triple kill now found. Con drops from the heavens to find the last of Alyssa.
2 away from grabbing that final spot to face again against Falcons Vega and book a rematch, this time best of 5. But now for Mad Army, they will call the timeout. Look at the replay. Oh my god.
Too many times have we counted, especially on Ikora.
It was Falcons previously, right?
Comebacks before, specifically today.
I mean, Coldan, this is an 11-6. This is nothing compared to a 10-2. It's still possible.
That is true. It is not 10-2.
That's not 10-2. It's 11-6. So there is a, I'd say, 5-round deficit. A 5-round margin that is still, you know, chaseable. But for now, Mad Army, they need this timeout to wind things down a bit because their approaches seems like to be read perfectly by Ascend, and they have 3 ultimates to work with now, of course.
Yeah, but Graham's on the other side of things. She's spot up into this very juicy gun. I don't think she's used it at all this entire map. So now pulling it out right at the tail end, right when you need that magic number 12 on the board, she brings it out, but unfortunately, for the time being at least, no one's in her domain. She's posted up towards A main. The rest of the Mad Army squad leaning a bit more towards its position.
The scan is very, very far. It won't detect players in mid though, but they're just gonna break it.
Hey, well, look at Graham. She's solo pushing out so
far.
A lot of information.
She's so far pushed towards A main. Capricious in the smoke.
Obscuring vision.
Rather behind the smoke. Playing cheekily, only with the Guardian. Now Muffin again being the opener for Team Mad Army. The clone popped up. Piety will just rotate. A good pickoff by Baby TZ. Smoker is gone. And this means Ascend has to play without vision blocks. When the post plants do happen, they will be exposed on every side and every angle. Baby TZ still just lurking in the shadows, becoming that ever-looming threat for Team Mad Army. But where's the operator? Still yet unnoticed. And Japips might look for the peak
30 seconds
behind
left.
the default. She stands tall, has the seize, but the Cosmic Divide will interrupt her process. And now the operator comes in. Grahams with the magic stick, doing magic work. And now the flash comes in for Con. Japips wants to swing, but Ginny punishes her.
Planted.
After over aggression, Graham's looking for more. She's on the pounds. She's on the roll. Operator, Baby TZ, right on cue, gets the flank. And Graham's and Con, the deadly duo. Will they be able to salvage this round as Graham switches to the van? No, what a flick! Graham's unstoppable, and now Con and Graham hand in hand. 1v1 situation for Baby TZ. She has to clutch this one out to save her teammates. Playing in the out, dancing in the open, and Baby TZ the quad kill to bail out Mad Army.
Just when you thought Grahams was the one with the up to find a double kill, give them that advantage, Baby TZ just reels them back into reality. Quad kill found. Beautiful 1v2 orchestrated. The bait of the utility as well. We can see that later on. Baby TZ with that long flank around. Grahams did great work. A triple kill right there. Ice sees the first. Throws the Razor Vine in and peeks off the back of it. Beautiful little distraction right there. They don't teach that in school. They don't teach that in pro play. Baby TZ leading the charge for her team. Now mid-contest. Con one taps Muffin out of the round. Your entry duelists, a null factor here in round 19.
This is it. This might just be it. To start off things. To maybe just give life back to Mad Army, but the flash is good. Baby TZ expects the push again and again. The backbone of Mad Army is Baby TZ. It's insane how good she could be. Just sensing out those potential pushes. But now without Muffin, it seems like they're gonna approach this slowly. Japips with the recon. Quite impromptu. But of course broken down. Japips though gets spotted by their own recon. Now, reload. Pushing forward, reloading Capricious! Dancing left and right in the open. It's a ballet! Up in art. And that is as beautiful as an art piece. Frame it, put it on a wall. Sen gets 12.
Oh man, is this where the cookie crumbles? Mad Army economy in a horrible situation. Con to kick things off, had a rough start of this map. But it's Capricious to do the heavy lifting. Again, realize around this box in art, I always have something creative there.
Where are you?
My oh my. Japips alone in that box is insane. Imagine if she has a teammate to play with. And that teammate was Capricious. This time, look at the buys, Coldan. This is looking so bleak for Team Mad Army. Sen able to pick off Alyssa. 4 more kills. 4 kills away from a rematch against Falcons. Vega in the grand finals. Con might want to push forward. She seeks out 3 players and she will back off. No greediness will take her down.
For Mad Army to pull something miraculous off. We've seen crazy plays here today, realize, but this one, I'm afraid I don't really like the odds of it. Con though, that is aggressive. Essentially burns out the run it back, so they don't have this ult for the rest of the round, but still, 2 great ultimates in their hands. Pips, the Nightfall, and the Cosmic Divide potential as well. Bit of a trap play set up here towards this art position, but that army, they're taking it cautious. They know one mistake might cost them
30 seconds
their lives in this tournament. Flash spotted out, they peek upon the contact. Caesar's there, but Kit Kat with the first kill. They're summoned into the mix. Japips get humbled down by Baby TZ. Graham's now needs to come up clutch together with Con, the other duelist. Cosmic Divide available for the retake scenario. 3 versus 3. How does this one turn out? The op is still in the hands of Graham's, not the best weapon for a retake scenario. So let's see how things pan out. Ultimate use from the Yoru to find out where these positions are coming from. Con has been detected. Graham's around the corner, gets shut down by Baby TZ. 2 left standing. Capricious and Con eliminated. It's just left onto Con in a 1 versus 2. Not to be the case. Baby TZ still thriving and surviving. Denies them that success. 8 rounds now posted on the board for Mad Army.
Oh, Mad Army. Still a rebreather for them. Sen though, 1 away from winning. And with this state of them, with 4 sheriffs and an outlaw, it might seem like a 12-9 scoreline is very much possible. But Capricious, the timing to open up their smokes. And that is so unlucky for her. Now Graham's, she will again progress towards B main. The fake smoke is there. She's taking the duel to herself. She gets 1. And Kit Kat will put her down, but still it's Ginny who goes down. It means there's no recon, no drone whatsoever. An information game won by Ascend. As for now, Mad Army, they will try to advance forward. Up in
Yeah.
towards
This
the
is how we
main,
end.
the Armageddon pop, and this will be chaos. Inside, Capricious has nowhere to go. The flash is good for Con. 3 flashes coming in. Con with 2, with the sheriff. Will this be a thrifty?
One player
Still
remaining.
too close for
One
comfort.
enemy
1v1 situation to Pips. Again, Alyssa.
Will it do the sheriffs in both of their hands? Not optimal. Shots fired, whipped as well. Trapit's gonna commit the ultimate. She wasn't ready here. Doesn't reload the gun. Has to go for a second peek at the puzzle. And Trapit with a thrifty, of course. It's a thrifty to get them into the grand finals. Ascend, rise from the ashes. They booked that rematch of Falcons Vega, and they're headed to that coveted grand finals.
Ascend reaches Ascension. Finally, just going back up to book a rematch against Falcons Vega. And what a way to close it out. Again, don't count out thrifties. Don't count out economies
Moral
that
of the
are
story.
crumbling. That's the moral of the
Of the
story
day.
for today at least. And what a way to close it out. But Con, I feel like she was the MVP for that round. Grahams as well, so brave taking the peek and getting the kill as well. But Con just constantly flashing out, gets 2. What a way to end the series and to end the day. 2-0 for Ascend against Mad Army. My goodness.
Yeah, 50s, man. I mean, this match is just incredible to watch, and yeah, that's it. That's gonna be it from us here for the casters. But I think the panel have something to say about that, so let's see what they have in store.
Goodbye.
That little goodbye still went through, but thank you so much to our wonderful casters for bringing us the action. This entire day was 3 sets of series that we've watched, and finally, Zach, we have a winner and someone to compete in the grand finals for tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, Ascended might have been a little bit of a longer road for them, but they were able to pull it together and beat Mad Army to make it to that grand final tomorrow. A rematch, like you said, a best of 5. It is going to be rough. I'm not going to be real with you here, Tay, because you're going to be going through that lower bracket, so the map veto advantage is going to be with Falcons, and they are going to be a little bit more well-rested as well, because it was 2 full games that we had to see this team play out today. But, you know, being able to make it to a grand final is definitely a huge achievement. So congratulations to Ascend here, team that almost made it to SEA, now in a grand final. I think last time as well they missed out on the grand final, which is kind of what cost them the spot at that GCC. So it's going to be nice for them to make a first grand final as a core.
And when it comes to the second map, right, when we look at it, it's Thrifties after Thrifties. It's a lot of pivotal moments as well coming in from the players. There's also a lot and a ton of aim duel that Ascend, we all know and we've watched since the first series for today, that could really keep up in this kind of pace. And you see Grahams go ham when it comes to this opening kills, not even opening kills, but really around the map.
100%. I think not just Grahams, but also Con, right? I think our casters are also talking about her, and like the sheer amount of damage, both Grahams and Con really putting themselves in these aggressive positions, just able to capitalize fully and consistently find these multi-frags. Like Graham in particular, very versatile, multiple different kinds of guns. There are also like these wacky drifts that we saw multiple times from both sides. You know, we saw the right plays coming in from Ginny, we saw the Sheriff shot in the last round from Japeeps to in fact close out the map. So it's been a very, very chaotic time. That said though, I mean, we were talking about the series, and we said, Tay, that if that first map fracture goes in favor of Ascend, they very much have a chance at a 2-0 just because of how comfortable they looked on Pearl, and that's exactly what the case turned out to be here in the end.
They were able to really bring the action back yet again for the team and not really lose hope after that loss of a map against, or a series against the Falcons of Vega. But nonetheless, it's a 13-8 coming in this map, and as we can already see, 7 out of 9 post plants. That's pretty much as high you can take away from a team that suppose, I would say, much more on the 50-50 side when it comes to this kind of situation. Ascend versus MY, basically. And at the same time, I do think Con has a little bit of a challenge here as well. Will she have the most knife kills for this split? I just saw the second knife attempt there a while ago, but maybe the teams could actually answer that question later on. But 13-8, did you really expect it to come to this way, or is it more of an expectation of a one-sided match?
I think that it was this close, or a little bit less close. I think it was 13-5 last time, so a bit of improvement coming out of Mad Army. But yeah, unfortunately, I think that, and also in terms of resources, there's a little bit of a difference between what both of these teams have, right? I think Mad Army is still a free agent roster. They don't really have a coach, so it's just been a core has that familiarity already, trying to put together strats and follow through on it in this tournament. So third place is still a pretty good finish, especially since they made that top 4 and they've locked in that group stage in that second split. But I think for a team like this XC support currently under Ascent, being able to have the resources to perform on a higher level, whether it's having a coach, whether it's, having that support from an org, I think it's really paid off and it's helped these players thrive for a lot. So it's been super good. Graham's gonna be the MVP. We were talking about this on the Jet, and I mean, 6 first kills, sure, no 50% headshot for this one, but it's just this one.
MVP for this matchup, though, is gonna be Grahams this time. Getting 1 kill in average every single round in a 317 ACS. Pretty high, I have to say. And it just goes to show what Grahams is capable of bringing to the table here. 6 first kills, and that's exactly what you need in a duelist.
100%. And I think also in terms of positioning, these first kills came through. I mean, if we could pull together a heat map of that, of Pearl itself, you could see that a lot of those kills came through in diverse areas, whether it was mid towards a lobby, or I don't know, somewhere towards even their opponent's spawn or inside the connector. There were so many areas where she was just able to position herself to be able to find the timing and find those crucial kills. So shout out to Grahams. That said, though, I mean, for Mad Army, it is a little bit devastating being able to start off in that lower bracket, make it for like a flawless run this far, and again, like when it seems like things are going against you, being able to power through and play through is just such a good sign for them. So hopefully we're gonna see them come back stronger that next split.
Exactly, right? They still have that chance going towards stage 2. They don't need to go through the Swiss stages no more, and it's another stage that teams want to prove themselves for already. But you mentioned it was devastating, especially when you actually see the kind of adjustments that Mad Army was already doing. And multiple times we always see Japips holding on to Art, for example, and you see Mad Army trying to adjust and pre-fire through the boxes where Japips usually is, and it just didn't work. It's at the end of the day, a better team will win, and today it is Ascent. It happens to be Ascent, so congratulations to the team as well. But of course, later on in a few, we're gonna be actually interviewing some of the players. I'm actually excited, because it's also Filipino players coming in this panel as well. Are you ready for your Tagalog, Zach?
The words that I know, I cannot really
Please
say on
don't.
the podcast. That's all I think you can understand.
Yeah.
I think you taught me some of those words, Tay. So
you went to Spain, right? So at least you do know "Cómo estás," right? So you just say "Kamusta." It means "How are you?" already.
Kumusta.
Exactly. Not that hard, right? Now, only kamusta. Don't say any other words already. I'm scared. I'm too scared. I love my job here already. So, so we're just waiting for that interview later on. Now, anyway, Zach, every series that we watched for today, right? It was a whole day of action-packed Valorant. Any favorite moments? Any key moments that really stick to your mind and you're gonna go lay in bed and head to sleep and still dream about it, maybe?
I think for me, it is still from that first series. I also really like that 4K from Mary that happened, but yeah, I think it's still gonna be those Sheriff shots coming in for me. Maybe, I don't know, if I'm somebody who just bought a Sheriff skin to practice that weapon, because this entire time I've been a Stinger player, but seeing these players pop up with the Sheriff inspires me to try and also be a Sheriff player. I'll let you know how that goes. So far, it's not going very well. But jokes apart, yeah, I think that was my moment. But I could ask you the same question. What was like your standout moment from today?
The bonk moment. It wasn't a knife kill. It was hammered down, basically, for the side of Con there, right? So that's my favorite moment. I'll think about it every night, and do want to say that maybe one day I get to get a knife kill in pro play. Who knows? But I think our interview is ready. Are you ready for your Tagalog, Zach? You can
Yes,
head on and
I
say
hope I'm not gonna...
your words, okay? Anyway, let's go ahead into the winner's interview. We do have Capricious alongside us here on the panel. Hello, Capricious. Capricious! Choose a language. Tagalog, English, Bisaya, Ken.
English.
English, they're perfect. Again, congratulations, first of all, with the win that you had for today. And you did have 2 sets of matches. It must have been a lot already for the team as well, especially in high pro play. But what was the preparation like? And how did the reset happen with the team, especially after that first series where it was very, very tight against Falcons Vega?
The reset thing is that we just didn't talk after the game, and then like after an hour we just came to Discord and we're just laughing because we lost that, we got comeback, and we're just laughing about it. And we just said that we're gonna come back tomorrow. Let's win today's match and we can win tomorrow. Yeah.
Ooh, it's another fight. Yeah, exactly. It's another fight against the Falcons there tomorrow, Zach.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a very exciting rematch to have there. So, firstly, I think Eliza taught me how to say this. So, ¿Cómo está? Did I say that right? Did I say that right?
Yeah.
How you feeling after your win today? First basic question.
It's really good because before the split one and most of the Swiss, our first match against PPQ, right? We played like we were so pressured, and we played like we weren't ourselves. Just now, we just agreed that we're this team that don't give a
give a what?
No. Surely, I'm not gonna find for this. Yeah, so we're like, okay, let's be monkeys and let's just play. You know, stop being pressured somewhat. Yeah.
I mean, you have to remove the pressure, right? You have to at least make sure that you're confident every swing, and I think we've seen that for today. And finally, to close things off here in the interview desk, Capricious, meron ka bang shout-outs? Do you have any shout-outs, thank yous to anyone? This is the perfect time.
Shout out to my family.
In Tagalog, even in Tagalog, it's okay.
Shout out to Alexi and Deneri. If you don't know them, follow them on Twitter.
Wow! They even got a free shout out, imagine.
Yeah, they're so lucky, right?
They're so lucky. Thank you so much, Capricious, and good luck on your match for tomorrow, and welcome to the grand final. See you tomorrow. And have fun in the server, cracking heads out there. What a pleasure to interview Capricious. I gotta teach you a new word. Bye-bye means paalam in Tagalog.
Say it slowly.
Paalam.
Paalam.
Exactly. Okay. You're learning out here. Like I like this. I like this, Zach. You're getting there, especially when you have this much Filipino players playing for the grand finals, right? So at least we do have that, but. I do like the special shoutouts towards Alexia and Eneri. So many people just doing shoutouts for them here.
I mean, I can understand why. I too would want to make a shout out for Alexia and Neri, so I completely understand the sentiment. But that said, it's very wholesome for you to go cheer on your opponents like that. Capricious as well. I mean, I think that she's been a player who's been in the scene for a while, and now that she's been through that whole roster shuffle, a couple of different teams, role changes, from that Chamber to that Jet to more of a supportive position now on that Astra and Omen, I think that her being able to adapt, and I think how strong Asin looked both in this best of 3 as well as their qualification. I think that tomorrow hopefully they can take a couple of maps through, but I mean, all things considered, it was such a nice try by Bad Army.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And speaking of Mad Army, we do have someone here from Mad Army with us today, and I think that's Ginny. So let's check up on Jenny. How is she doing? Hello, Jenny.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. First of all, still congratulations for making it to the semifinals here. You still have the slot towards that stage 2 as well. But how were the matches for you guys today? 2 sets of series back to back.
Actually, today is what a tough day for us because me and Muffin staying at the same house, right? And we had internet problem, but at last we solved it. But we just feel really tired, yeah. But we did our best.
Yeah, so basically, Mad Army here, Zach, was playing a 3 best of 3s. At that point, I've heard how much, how grueling it was for today for you guys as well. But of course, we appreciate you gracing our presence, gracing us with your presence here today as well, Jenny. How about you, Zach? Do you have any questions?
I just wanted to ask for Mad Army. I think what was your goal for this tournament, and what are your goals for this year? You know, coming back together as a roster after playing in China, how has your mindset kind of changed?
I don't know. Actually, we just feel like it starts from me and Muffin and Alisa just want to play together this year, and we feel we want to win and go to the World Championship together again this year. So we try to mix up the roster and play together. Yeah, even organized.
That's for sure. I know you guys have been really through a lot for today. That's for sure. Heard some news as well, especially with how tiring it was for the rest of the team. But again, it's the resiliency that you still showed through the matches that we had for today. Now, Ginny, of course, I do think that you still want to thank some people as well and maybe do some few shout outs. And this would be actually the perfect time.
I wanna say thank you for everyone that support us, and sorry that we cannot make it and we lose this tournament, but I am confident that we will fix our problem and make it better for the next tournament. We will never give up, for sure. See you next tournament. Yeah.
Oh, there you have it. Stage 2. And Jenny, I hope this time around, no problems no more, and have you in full force, in full action on the next stage here. But again, thank you so much for being here with us and gracing us with your presence. And see you on stage 2.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Whew. I don't know what I'm gonna do also in the same situation, you know? It's just a tough day, especially when you have 2 sets of series as well. And of course, you're playing in the comfort of your homes at this point, right? But Zach, what a day that we just had here at Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. We have the finalists now, and we're still basically looking at the upper bracket, right?
Yeah, it is the upper final repeated again. It's just going to be a little bit longer and extended cut, I would say, with that best of 5 coming into play here as we look to crown our first champions of Game Changer Southeast Asia, at least for this year. I think that, like you said, today was such an action-packed day. You know, just to recap, we started off with that upper final, Ascend versus Falcons. Falcons coming out with a 2-0, but a game that went to overtime. So hopefully tomorrow we're going to be seeing Ascend patch up their mistakes a little bit. Mad Army also making almost a completely successful lower bracket run, just falling short in that final hurdle. They won their first best of 3, but you know, despite all the tech issues, everything, Ginny and the rest of the squad still managing to make it through here is huge. And a reminder to everyone watching, Mad Army, I think, would love to be signed here, as would our 4th place team, PPQ. Both teams, really fantastic performance, a lot of veteran players. So I think, you know, if you want a good team to invest in, I think that you could definitely go no wrong with our top 4. So yeah, you could keep that in mind.
I'm sold, Zach. Sold for me, but
let's start
definitely
esports
true, right? Having that org support is completely different. We've talked to multiple players without coaches already. Maybe Coldan will be a coach someday. Who knows, right? But it's a lot happening for the day. But tomorrow is gonna be very special. It's the grand finals. Who will take home the crown for tomorrow? Is it gonna be, again, the Falcons, or is it gonna be Ascend? But let's just take a quick look when it comes to this brackets as well, as we were looking at the climb from the down to the top here for the players, especially in the lower bracket. Anything in particular, Zach, that actually made you much more like sad, like, oh no, Lilacs just went until this map, until this part of the brackets, would you say?
I think PPQ in particular, they really had a lot of very close matches, very well fought games. So it felt like it felt like maybe they had a bit of a stronger chance against Mad Army today. It felt like that game was the only one that wasn't as much of a banger as I would have expected. But what really stands out to me today is the fact that so far in SEA, Falcons have not dropped one single series. I don't think they've even dropped a single map. Every single game that they've played has been a W. There has been one OT so far, and that's been to the team that's in the grand finals against them. So tomorrow, I'm gonna be super excited for it, and I think especially with that map veto, though, it's gonna be quite a challenge for Ascended. But after seeing what we saw today, if any team can do it, it's gotta be them at this point.
I mean, we saw a 2-10 comeback today, right? But the 2 is towards the Falcons side, and you don't see that every day. Maybe tomorrow is a different story. It's gonna be the grand finals again, and I hope, to everyone who's watching right now, I hope we're gonna see you tomorrow as well here in the same channels that we have. Thank you so much to our casters, Realize and Coldan, for casting the games for us. And of course, Zach, thank you for being here with me here on the desk as well. And to all the viewers, thank you so much. Make sure you give FSL a follow to keep yourselves updated on what's happening. Tomorrow, grand finals, don't forget it. Thank you so much, and see you. Good night.
the light, daylight. Dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt.